different things to different people. It is defined not only by our account balances, but by moments and milestones. It can be about security for the years ahead or for the distant future, protecting what or who you've worked out for. No matter what stage of life you are in or what wealth means to you, start by talking to us. At ICO Capital Limited, we are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a plan that gives you the confidence to reach further. Start your conversation with us today.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has harmonized all shortcodes in use in Nigeria. The harmonized shortcodes are call center or help desk 300, super code to check all common codes *301#, voicemail deposit retrieval 302, borrow services *303#, stop services *305#, check balance *310#, credit recharge *311 *PIN#, Data plan *312#. Share services *321#. Data plan balance *323#. Verification of SIM registration or NIN SIM linkage *996#. DND, that is Do Not Disturb 2442. Porting services, that is mobile number portability 3232. Please note that the USSD shortcode *301# is a super shortcode to provide all information on all the other common shortcodes and services.
Do not share your personal information such as your name, phone number, pictures, address, or school name with strangers online. Keep your identity safe and secure. Always use your phone or device where people or parents can see you.
Toby.
It helps to keep you safe and builds your parents' trust in you. Do not click on any pop-ups or links from websites, messages, or while gaming online. They could take you to risky websites that might compromise your personal information. Stop and think before you click to connect. Stay cyber safe.
Chai.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my night guard, dear God. Every something.
Stay guarded, night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay, beyond banking.
different things to different people. It is defined not only by our account balances, but by moments and milestones. It can be about security for the years ahead or for the distant future, protecting what or who you've worked out for. No matter what stage of life you are in or what wealth means to you, start by talking to us. At IGO Capital Limited, we are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a plan that gives you the confidence to reach further. Start your conversation with us today.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has harmonized all shortcodes in use in Nigeria. The harmonized shortcodes are call center or help desk 300, super code to check all common codes *301#, voicemail deposit retrieval 302, borrow services *303#, stop services *305#, check balance *310#, credit recharge *311 *PIN#, data plan *312#, share services *321#, data plan balance *323#, verification of SIM registration or NIN SIM linkage *996#, DND, that is, do not disturb 2442, porting services, that is, mobile number portability 3232. Please note that the USSD shortcode *301# is a super shortcode to provide all information on all the other common shortcodes and services.
Do not share your personal information such as your name, phone number, pictures, address, or school name with strangers online. Keep your identity safe and secure. Always use your phone or device where people or parents can see you.
Toby,
It helps to keep you safe and builds your parents' trust in you. Do not click on any pop-ups or links from websites, messages, or while gaming online. They could take you to risky websites that might compromise your personal information. Stop and think before you click to connect. Stay cyber safe.
Chai.
what? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my night guard deal, God. Give me something.
Stay guarded night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay. Beyond banking.
Wealth means different things to different people. It is defined not only by our account balances, but by moments and milestones. It can be about security for the years ahead or for the distant future. Protecting what or who you've worked out for. No matter what stage of life you are in or what wealth means to you, start by talking to us. At ICO Capital Limited, we are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a plan that gives you the confidence to reach further. Start your conversation with us today.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has harmonized all shortcodes in use in Nigeria. The harmonized shortcodes are call center or help desk 300, super code to check all common codes *301#, voicemail deposit retrieval 302, borrow services *303#.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to day 2 of the RegtechAfrica Conference and Award with the hashtag ROTCA. We have the theme Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investments Opportunities through PPP, Public-Private Partnerships. I want to say a big thank you to all of you who are joining us online. We are trying to make sure that we form a quorum here at the fiscal venue. However, because of time management, and we have certain individuals who are here basically on the mark that are going to help us do justice to some of those topics we are kicking off right about now. I'm glad to say that yesterday was quite a tight affair. However, today we are looking forward to ensuring that we have so much more seamless experience like we did yesterday. And well, today is a learning experience, like I always say, and I want to say a big thank you for being with us. Make sure you share the hashtag RTCA all across your social media platforms so that those who need to be here to hear some of the insights that we're sharing will basically be definitely on ground and take all of that to help to impact, especially with operational displays in their offices. The financial and economic ecosystem of this country is moving and making a lot of progress. Yesterday was fantastic, and I'm glad I see one of my wonderful, wonderful friends. We had a wonderful time out yesterday, as a matter of fact. And some of the things that we realize about conferences is the fact that it gives us the opportunity to network, to meet those who we perhaps have to go through several protocols, appointment, you have to drive down to make sure that you are able to have the attention of some of these individuals. But we have them here physically. And so this is some of the benefits of why you have to be part of high-level engagements of this nature. And of course, I say a big thank you and welcome to every single one of you. My name is Stephen Ipalabo Lawson. I host the NTA Business Matters TV series, as well as your anchor for this year. And I want to say a big thank you to the RegTech team for the opportunity and the privilege of being part of this experience again in 2025. I'm very sure we've had so many learned lessons, and we're going to be asking for your feedback, some of the areas you think that we can make an improvement on so that we're able to deliver more excellent services, especially when it has to do with thought leadership as well as engagement within the RegTech space. Today we have some of our speakers already in the house, and because we are on the clock, we are obviously going to be starting off any moment from now. I'm glad that I see a very consistent individual who has been with us for several years already in the house. And there's Lauren Gamaroff is in the house. Once a big welcome. Thank you very much for being here today. We also see some of our wonderful moderators who were yesterday doing so much justice to the theme as well as their session. I see Ms. Hadatu Saleh, Manager Regulatory Affairs, Stanbic IBTC Bank PLC. You're welcome. It was a wonderful outing yesterday, and I realized that some of us had to ensure that we were able to deliver fully as we agreed. And I want to say a big thank you for making that experience quite worthwhile. And I see the project manager of Alliance for Innovative Regulation, my personal person in the Nigerian palace that we say. That's Madam Grace Matabula. It's good to see you. Each year, I think she joins us all the way, flying across the oceans and continent to make sure that she's a part of this wonderful event. I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you who are seated here right now. I think you guys have done well to be here on time. Apparently, I was speed racing down here because yesterday actually took a toll on me. I hope that today we are going to have a much more relaxing moment because we have the last session of the conference, which is going to be the awards. And the awards is going to be happening here later on in the evening from about 6 or 7, so to speak. And thank God it's Friday. I think there's no better way for us to actually conclude the program than having an award that dovetails into the weekend so that we can stay here all through the night if we so choose. I really want to confirm quickly if I have some of my speakers for my first round table, which is going to be on regulation and innovation. And I want to be sure that Dr. Wagman is going to be joining us online. I'm very sure that my technical team will ensure that we have them on cue. Fernandez Marcos Obiene, I want to be sure that she is on ground. Please, if she is, let me know so that we can have all of these individuals fully recognized. Yeye Inweda, I hope I got that right. I hope they are going to be joining us physically as well. We also be having Teresa Oyino, all the way from Kenya. She's going to be joining us virtually. And Ghana, of course. Ghana has been on the forefront. Yesterday, we saw what Kwame was doing, especially with the cyber heist. And then today, we are looking at perhaps some other innovation coming all the way from this wonderful country, Ghana. And then Sarah Colley is going to be anchoring and moderating that particular session. We just hope that the time, as we've agreed, is going to be what we are all going to have to run alongside with. I want to say a big thank you, and I recognize every single one of us who are seated here. You've done so well to ensuring that this event continues on day 2. And so we're going to ask, like I said earlier on, for your feedback so that we see some of the areas that perhaps we have to improve on and ensure that next year we'll have a much more robust outing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a big thank you to all of our sponsors and our supporters for making this a reality. The economy for every one of us is a little bit tacky and a very tough one. The NG6 obviously is not pointing towards the area of prosperity, and I think that's the reason why some of these events are very important, for us to see exactly what we are dealing with as a country and how we are able to ensure that some of the areas of policy we have from input from us who are the players and the practitioners in this field. After all, we are called to pay our taxes, and those taxes help to build the economy and, of course, the infrastructure so that we're able to thrive in all of the engagements. And the RegTech industry is very key because we're dealing not just about the economy, we're also looking at financial inclusion, we're looking at payments, we're looking at every other thing that has to do with financial fraud and what we need to put in place to mitigate against that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, today we will be having a swell time, and then hopefully at the end of the session, when we'll be wrapping up with a tour of our exhibition stands. We have several exhibitors who are on ground to help us understand why they are participating and what they are looking forward to. And I want to say a big thank you particularly to SumSub. SumSub is doing excellently, especially being our partners every other year, as the case might be. There's some of our speakers who have more than one session. I know Gamarov has 2 sessions today, if I'm not mistaken. And then we also have some of our other speakers who will be speaking. We're expecting the CB team as well as SANEF team to join us. We want to hear some of the stories, success stories that they've actually had, and what models they have for us to be able to emulate so that we can be able to deliver to our directors and, of course, the stakeholders in our different organizations. Business is all about profit, but it's just beyond profit. It's also about CSR, it's also about impact in the society, and it's also about partnership. When we have organizations and institutions like the Central Bank of Nigeria, NDIC, NCC, ensuring that they're playing their own role to see exactly how policy is shaped in a way that can create an enabling environment for the good and benefit of all the players in the house. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you one more time for paying apt attention. Please, I would like to say that if your phone is on loud, you want to put it on vibrate or perhaps silence so that we don't create a distraction. And please be mindful of your personal items. It's important so that we do not have any case of missing items. And so, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'm going to be asking my ushers to please have all of my delegates to come in. We are about to start off the event officially. I'm working, of course, with this lovely, delectable lady. Her name is Favor. If you have anything you want to call my attention to, please, you can reach me through her so that we can have such announcement made. And, of course, our deliverables are fully intact. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this year, my intention is to speak less, even though I know that I enjoy what I do. As a professional master of ceremony and a PR consultant, I always find myself in an environment where speeches and speaking actually has to call you to bear. However, this year, I want to sit back and listen to to all of the distinguished professionals who have so much to share. As a matter of fact, some of these events are very good. It's more like you are sitting down in a business class, you know, in a business school, and then listening to some of the theories, how you can match that with all of the practicalities. And this is part of the essence of why the faculty of the RegtechAfrica conference is always rich. Every year, the content is huge. As a matter of fact, I was almost getting into a comeback with the organizers to say that the depth of the content of this conference should be a 3-day affair. However, you and I know that putting a 3-day event in Nigeria is no small effort. And so we are going to be reaching out to prospective sponsors to look at exactly the benefit that you have. And I can assure you that there's a return of investment as the case is. And so unlocking Africa's cross-border payments, trade and investment opportunities through public-private partnership is a theme we're exploring in this year, 2025. And so hopefully next year we will look at some other theme that is taking learned experiences or lessons from this particular one. And that has been a character of the RegTech committee, as my planning committee, to ensure that we are building a train of thought, looking at the thought leadership aspect of whatever engagements that we're actually having with. And so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be hoping that I see my very good friend who should be here with us as a matter of fact, so that we can kick off the event. A favor, can I have my notepad and my call cards? Thank you. So that we can have all of these going on, ladies and gentlemen. And please can we have Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zarau to please come join us. Can one of the ushers get him? And of course, I know the chairman is also here so that we can kick off the event. We are a little bit behind the time as we had hoped. However, we know this is a live-streamed event, hybrid in nature, so we have both physical presence as well as virtual participants. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I would like us to all be all standing for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Over to you, Shola.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so very much. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the chair of the planning committee, Mr. Siri Okorigwe, to please come forward to give the welcome remarks. Please, can you put your hands together for him? While I'd like my team to please help us to get the first panel session, which Sarah is coordinating, on cue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to, without further ado, to welcome each and every one of us to the second day of the RegtechAfrica Conference and Awards 2025. Yesterday, we had a lot of interesting sessions, ranging from discussions that are very critical and pertinent, bordering on enhancing the cross-border transactions through private-public partnership. It was a full-packed session, and that's obviously affected our takeoff for today. Today, we intend to delve further into a number of interesting sessions, and I'm delighted to be here today to kick off the second session. So without wasting so much time, I would like to formally declare the second day open. Thank you very much, and do have a pleasant day.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Cyril. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the remark of my wonderful chair of the organizing committee, RegtechAfrica Conference. And I'd like to quickly announce to my speakers that we perhaps may adjust our program a little bit. We have a we have a session that is obviously on cue for 10:30 that we're about to kick off with. And so I understand that Lauren is supposed to speak, and then we have Dr. Zaro also on cue. And then we have SumSop that is going to be helping us to understand especially what the product is going to be about in terms of the benefits that they offer. However, we'll need to confirm for my team to be sure that I have Sarah on cue so that we can kick off with that first session. If not, we may obviously have to go in with our first keynote address so that we're able to achieve as much as we have hoped for. If my team is not yet ready, so I would like to just quickly invite Mr. Lauren Gamaroff, the co-founder and CEO of SendBee, as comes up to make his presentation under the theme of the conference. And that keynote address, I believe, is on cue. So please put your hands together for Mr. Lauren Gamaroff as he comes up.
Hello, everybody, and thank you to Cyril and his wonderful team for this wonderful conference. This is the third time I'm back here, third year, and I always enjoy coming here and meeting people and discussing these interesting topics around regulation technology. So today I'm representing a non-profit organization which is called the BSV Blockchain Association, and it's an educational resource trying to explain blockchain and at least its original intentions. And so what I'm bringing here today is knowledge. I'm not going to be selling a product. I want to now try and plant a seed in your minds that hopefully will grow. You know, when they say knowledge is power, but it's not enough just to hear the word. You know, in the Bible, Jesus tells a parable about the sower. And the sower sows seeds, and some seeds fall on hard ground, and the seeds are eaten and trampled underfoot. And some seeds are planted in ground that they eventually start gaining roots, but as they grow, they're strangled by thorns and weeds. And the other seeds fall on good soil and eventually grow and bear fruit. And so the seed that I'm planting in your mind, you're going to have to decide, is this going to be seed that eventually is destroyed or eventually grows and flourishes? Now, this is a regulation technology conference, and if we just think about human beings throughout history, we're made in God's image. We are creative, and we invent. And the whole purpose of technology has been to improve our lives and enhance how we interact with each other and how we do business and how we have pleasure. And so technology is just part of our lives. That's why this is a Reg Tech conference. And we've seen interesting technologies like AI and the internet itself that just seemed so obvious. You know, they have enhanced how we communicate with each other, and now, of course, with AI, how we can speak to machines and get machines to do things for us, like generate content, or with natural language, being able to communicate and get important information and insights, and of course, generate things, pictures and movies and content. But, you know, if we look at technology in the payment sector, you know, for so many decades, we've had a payment system that has never seemed to really evolve much with technology. You know, even if we just think about payments on the internet today, Payments are convoluted, complicated. There are many disparate payment networks. It's very hard to be able to have oversight as a regulator when it comes to payments, where they are going. And we have very extensive regulations around traceability of payments, but very difficult to manage. And of course, the costs of payments are so expensive today because of all these disconnected and disparate payment systems. If you just think about cross-border transactions, there are always middlemen and there's always friction. So why is it that technology hasn't really evolved so much that we can finally have not just a payment network that is cheap and convenient for millions of people and billions of people, but also can provide the right kind of oversight that we need when it comes to regulation? You know, of course, when it comes to payments, it's rife with crime, money laundering, terrorist financing, and so regulation around payments is still so complicated and difficult today. And you might be surprised to find out that that technology that was built specifically to enable regulation around payments, that was built specifically to remove the friction around payments, the expense and the cost of payments, has actually been around with us for now 15 years, except the world doesn't even know it. And so the seed that I'm going to plant into your minds today is that this technology exists, except it's been clouded over with misconceptions and false narratives. And that is what I want to clear up for you today. Now, I said to you when I started off that I represent an association called the BSV Blockchain Association. And blockchain has been around for a long time, and many of you have heard about it. And for a while, everybody was talking about how it was going to be this technology that transforms the world and enables all these business models. And yet, what has happened? Not much, except for this thing called crypto. And I want to tell you today that crypto is actually something that is a disease and a false narrative around this amazing concept of blockchain. Now, I've got a friend over here and that I've met, and I've been involved in this space now, as I said, for almost 15 years. I first heard about the Bitcoin blockchain in 2011, and for the last 14 and a half years, I've been focused specifically in trying to bring about this blockchain revolution, except I've been thwarted because what has happened is that people have now started thinking and believe that it's all about crypto. Now, what is crypto? Well, if we think about the way blockchain came onto the earth, when people started talking about it, the social media influencers and all the people involved had this what we call a cypherpunk mindset. Now, what is cypherpunk? Cypherpunk punks are people who want to create communications that are encrypted, that governments can't control. And for many decades, what cypherpunks also wanted was a money system that governments couldn't control. And so when the Bitcoin blockchain came onto the scene, because its inventor disappeared, the narrative of a money system that was outside of the control of government started creeping in. And people thought that Bitcoin was going to be that kind of system, a system where we could hide payments and we could also have money that isn't issued by governments. Now, that is not what a Bitcoin blockchain was meant to achieve. Bitcoin, you'd be surprised, originally, because now it has changed, there are now many versions of Bitcoin, all trying to be crypto, but Bitcoin was specifically built to be a RegTech technology. It was specifically built to enable and empower regulation, as well as being able to bring down the costs of transactions. So how did we get to where we have today? And what are we missing? Now, if you think about the internet is a very simple thing. All it is what we call a protocol. In other words, a set of rules around how information moves around the internet. That's all the internet is, just a simple set of rules explaining how information moves. Now, we don't use the internet like that. What we use are companies like Facebook or Amazon or e-commerce websites, social networks, video streaming. We use applications that have been built on top of the foundation of that protocol. And for many decades, something that was missing out of the internet was a way to make payments. And that is obviously what has now given rise to this world of the internet where we use credit cards and we use other payment apps to be able to facilitate those transactions. But they are all the problems that we have. They are rife with issues. They are, as I said, high costs of transactions and disparate networks. Bitcoin blockchain came along and said, right, we now are a new protocol that will be able to facilitate transactions in a safe and visible, transparent way so that regulators can see all the information without having to go to the payment providers and try and get information from there. The blockchain was meant to be a universal payment ledger network that governments and central banks could use in the same way they use the internet to communicate. This blockchain network was there to be used by central banks to be able to issue currencies on top of this network so that we don't now need all these different payment service providers that are now facilitating transactions. We now have a universal network. But of course, crypto came in and said, hang on, that's not what we want. We want to be able to change this so that it becomes untransparent. And also now this weird concept that the world is living where we look at crypto as what we call a digital asset. In other words, something that people can invest in. Now, when you think about it, you know, when people look at crypto today, and I was just having this conversation now, there is no underlying asset that crypto is connected to. There is no value that every one of those crypto tokens are connected to. But worse, what is happening now is that people around the crypto space, not everybody, because of course there are many people who don't want criminal elements, but the whole driving force behind crypto is to create systems that governments can't control. There are words like unconfiscatable or unseizable or anonymous. This is what crypto is all about. And unfortunately, that means that for people in this room who are not looking at anonymous payment systems or this fantasy around digital gold, things that you can invest in, when we look at blockchain, our minds are now clouded with this idea of crypto, this fantasy, but more than a fantasy, this dangerous thing that enables money laundering and all those sorts of things. And so my organization, what I've been doing now for more than a decade, is been trying to make people aware that the technology that we all talk about at conferences like RegTech conferences or financial inclusion conferences or mobile money conferences, the technology that we all are waiting for, that we wish we could have, something that governments could have complete oversight over and complete control over, that can enable people to be able to send money at a fraction of the cost of what we do today, to be able to reduce the costs of peer-to-peer transactions, which is still so high. Even with products like M-Pesa in Kenya, people still complain about the high costs of those transactions. The technology that has the ability to reduce payments for billions of people and to empower billions of people around the world, but also to empower regulators around the world, has now been covered over with this unfortunate crypto fantasy, this dark fantasy. And also, the problem, of course, is that when we look at crypto today, people look at it as an investment. And that really is the fault of these crypto exchanges out there saying, invest in crypto. Now, this is all a giant bubble that I'm sure many of you intuitively understand, that an economy and a system that's based on just hope that one day you'll be able to sell your crypto at a higher price to somebody else, there is no foundation. There's no stable foundation for it. And worse, as I said, crypto is the primary goal of crypto, whether people in crypto will admit it or not, is to enable money laundering and that sort of thing. So what I want to do for you today is I want to plant a seed in your mind that when it comes to regulation technology, there is, in fact, a technology that was built more than a decade ago that was built specifically for this industry, for the regulation of payments, and of course for payment service providers to be able to leverage, to be able to reduce the costs of payments in a transparent and regulatory compliant way. So what I want to invite you today to do is reach out to me. I'm here today, and as I said, I represent an organization called the BSV Blockchain Association, and the website is bsvblockchain.org. And if you go to that website, what you are going to do is you're going to find a lot of educational resources which are going to show you and explain to you how blockchain itself, not crypto, is the answer to many of the problems that we find in payments today and cross-border payments. A technology that will and can be regulated by governments, and that even central banks today, there's this concept of the central bank digital currencies. And central banks are looking at a technology platform to be able to facilitate local currencies in a safe and regulatory compliant way. And so they are looking at things like blockchain, but unfortunately they themselves also are clouded with this concept of crypto. So blockchain is a seed. I'm planting that seed, and not just the seed of blockchain, but the idea of a regulation technology that is built to be able to provide full and comprehensive oversight onto global payments, that is scalable, and that can bring costs of transactions down in a regulatory compliant way. That central banks, that banking, even other payment service providers can leverage, just like they leverage the internet itself today for communications. They will be able to leverage this technology to facilitate these payments in a regulatory compliant way. So please, if you can, reach out, connect with me, and I will point you to the resources that are available in this. And I want you to, in your minds today, from today, have a clear distinction between what blockchain envisioned originally and crypto. This new phenomenon that has now crept into this wonderful blockchain space, that is fed by desperation and greed and the hope of making millions, but of course also providing the ability for people to create all these new kinds of cryptos to hide money. The original blockchain is just like the internet protocol itself, a neutral technology, but more than that, one that provides full and comprehensive regulatory compliance, everything that checks all the boxes that governments and regulators want over payments. And I want you to put crypto to one side and acknowledge that crypto is a deviation away from that original concept of blockchain. So I was given 15 minutes, and I hope that we can communicate further throughout the day. I'm excited to meet everybody here and put you in touch with those free resources on the association website that is going to open your mind and empower you going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gamarov. Could we have the website one more time?
Yes, the website...
Sorry about that.
is bsvblockchain.org. And it's the BSV Association is a Swiss association, but and I represented it as an Africa ambassador. And as I said, I can put you in touch with people that can show you more about this. But also on that website, there are many companies and organizations that also understand blockchain for what it is, and you can go and see how they are leveraging BSV blockchain in a regulatory compliant way, not just to support payments and cross-border remittances, but all sorts of other interesting things like supply chains and data integrity and that sort of thing. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all a wonderful conference.
Great. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Gamarov? Thank you so very much. And that has set out the tone for our engagement. Our next session is going to be our first panel, our roundtable. And I'm glad that Sarah Coney is already on cue. As a matter of fact, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Zarau for giving me this moment. He has agreed that we can have this session, and then he's going to come in with a public sector perspective, keynote address under our theme, as the case may be. So technical team, Sarah, we are going to be handing over to you. I understand also that 2 of your panelists are supposed to be joining, and that is Fernandez Marcos Obiene, the Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria on Justice Sector Reform and ICT and Digital Innovative Technology. I don't know if he or she is in the house. Okay, he is in the house. Okay, please, can you put your hands together for him as he comes up to sit up here? So thankfully, Sarah, we have one of your panelists here in person. That is quite interesting. And of course, we're also having Yeye Inweda. I hope I got, oh, she's here too. Oh, hooray. Please put your hands together for her. As partner and head of regulatory compliance and governance practice at Jackson, Eti, and Edu. Okay, you want to have your seat. So I think you might want to sit here. Why you sit here, Obiene? So that you can connect with her, you know. And then the mic is with you. You want to sit here? Will you be able to see her? Okay. Where do you want to sit? Just make a choice. Okay. Okay, you come and sit here. She wants to sit close to you. There must be a business she wants to conclude. All right. Are we good? All right, Sarah, over to you. I understand also, pardon me, Dr. Wagma is there with you, the Chief Regulatory Officer and the Senior Fellow at Harvard University. Whoa, that's great. And of course, we're also expecting Teresa Yatuka Oino, the Assistant Manager Policy and Strategy, Insurance Regulatory Authority in Kenya. We also have one more person on your panel. I think that is Emmanuel Kiki. As soon as he comes in, he's from the Bank of Ghana. He should be joining you. So over to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, my friend. It's lovely to see you again. I feel like we get to meet at many of these wonderful events. Thank you so much to the RegtechAfrica team for inviting me back on day 2. Yesterday I had a wonderful panel discussion, and today I'm really delighted to be in a moderator role. And thank you so much to Fernandez, to Shlomit, and to Yayo for joining, and we hope that we will be welcoming Emmanuel and Teresa soon. This is a conversation that's very dear to my heart and those of our panel as well. Innovation is really important. Without innovation, we would be so far behind in financial inclusion in particular. So today we're going to focus on some ideas and thoughts that we have around how we can innovate, yet still remain within those regulations, how we can balance rules of regulations against innovation and growth. So to start off with, I'm going to ask our panelists in the studio, Yayo, to kick us off with your thoughts. Let's talk negatives first and understand the problem before we move into understanding some of the enablers and the ways forward. So, Yayo, in your view, what regulatory barriers have most impacted the ability of fintechs to innovate and scale?
Thank you, Sarah, for that question. As a legal practitioner and someone that also supports fintechs and innovators in Nigeria, one of the, I think there are 4 major complaints or issues we see our clients come up with from day to day. One of them would be fragmentation. The second would be rigidity in licensing procedure. Another one would be regulatory lag. And the last, I'm saying this now, the problem, but the last will be the unpredictability of the regulatory environment. And I'll start by discussing the first. In terms of fragmentation, as we're all well aware, because most of us on the audience will be, innovators and probably regulators and service providers. The fintech and innovative space is governed by a number of overlapping regulators, and sometimes we see that the jurisdictions, of these regulators kind of overlap. And secondly, there's just this new innovator coming into the market and trying to deal with multiple people. And one thing we find again is that sometimes this, you go to one regulator and he classes your innovation or your fintech product as one thing, and you go to the other and you hear another thing, which kind of creates confusion in your mind. So what we've helped our clients to do in this space is to kind of early hand chat out a compliance grid and also engage with the regulators to see how we can go through this process without all the overlaps. And about licensing rigidity, for example, the startups, they also, you see, when you look at the guidelines for, maybe a payment service provider, you will see some thresholds, share capital thresholds that you would wonder where a startup on day one is going to find that kind of funds from. So for me, I think that the regulatory landscape should be somewhat adjusted to cater to the new innovators that have angel funding or no funding at all in terms of the share capital requirements. So things like that, I think there should be some flexibility around, the regulation and looking at some very young innovators and startups in terms of complying with the basic rules. Then thirdly, I spoke about regulatory lag, which we're all aware of. The way the regulatory system is designed, and I'm speaking from the perspective of the jurisdiction I work in, it's you will see that it's not as fast-paced as the innovators. In fact, I have a client in the API space. He always says to me, yeah, I'm frustrated. The laws go slower than my innovation, so every time I have to think inside the box instead of outside the box. And what do we do for those clients? So what we think of is, can we start to engage early with the regulator? Hey, within your regulatory framework, where does he fall, right? So it's not an easy one, but somehow we come to an agreement and see if we can go with X, Y, Z whilst we think through Z, Q, X, Y, so that's how we've tried to work around this kind of situations. And the next and the most maybe frustrating of all is the unpredictability of the landscape. I know that we're getting there, starting from the crypto, banned today, not banned tomorrow, all those unpredictability of the landscape also affects, innovation and doing business in that space. And this is what we're seeing. These are practical examples I've seen managing clients for, 18 years of my career or more now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuri, for those comments. There is a real interesting difference, as you said. There's a spectrum. On the one hand, you often see innovators, who are moving at super fast speed, and then perhaps at the other end of the continuum, we have, our regulators and supervisors who, quite rightly, are following a different path, a mandate around sustainability and safety and compliance. So bridging the gap between those two, I guess, is one of the key things that we're going to talk about on this panel that's going to be really important. So Shlomit, I wanted to bring you in here and help us understand, how can, some ideas on how we can bridge that gap. How can regulations also be a strategic enabler for innovation and growth?
For the invitation, and I'm glad to be here with all of you. My background is I used to be the regulator in Israel for the AML-CFT authority, and I was also a senior executive at the FATF, the international organization that set the standards. So I think that I can provide a holistic perspective on how private sector, government, and technology and fintech can work together. And I think the most important thing is to look at regulation not as a blocker, but as an enabler. And in the fintech industry, we have fin and we have tech. Most of the companies are very concentrated on the tech, on the technology, how to provide and create the ecosystem. However, the financial ecosystem, is super important to understand and make sure that you are in compliance with that. Otherwise, other players would not be interested to play game with you and be part of the ecosystem. In order to do that, and my experience now at Rapid as a private sector, we always try to use regulatory landscape in order to promote our business. Now, if you know not only your clients, do only not your KYC, but also KYR, know your regulators, and the regulatory environment, you could actually gain a lot of business advantages. For example, look for recent trends, developments that are about to happen, and make sure that you are addressing them with your business solutions to be ahead of your competitors. The APP change reform, for example, in the UK, this is a regime that puts some additional liability on both sender and receiver of the payment system. The approved push payment reform, that creates a lot of opportunities for RegTech companies if they will know how to use it. The upcoming change in the SWIFT system, for example, the embedment of the ISO 222 protocol, which is going to change a little bit the ecosystem. So many opportunities and the expectation of the market. So if you know how to use regulation in a smart manner to create your business model around that, you could actually create a competitive advantage in this ecosystem, and it can help you to advance your business. Otherwise, you will be left behind and won't be able to respond to those changes in the market.
Thank you so much, Shlomo. I think, it's really important that, that bridging the gap is everybody's responsibility. Being, working together between, fintech and regulators is both, it's both ends, that need to try and understand each other's perspectives to be able to do this innovation. And, I want to bring you in here at the moment, Fernandez. So, your focus right now is on, digital innovative technology in your role. So I want to come to you and say, how in your opinion, can regulation be a strategic enabler? How do we get these, organizations to work together to foster innovation and growth?
Okay. Before I answer your question, I'd like to answer my own question that I'm asking myself. So not a question, to make a comment. When I came in, I saw that the moderator was dressed like me, so I was very happy. I had a twin. The master of ceremony, he was dressed like me. I can't see him again. So yes, I need to identify my twin. Anyway, more seriously, I've always thought that the role of government generally is to make people, individuals, and businesses better. Our work, in my view, again, this is not everybody's view, but my view is to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. So what that means is that every time we make a rule, every time there's a restriction, anytime there's a law that says anything, the idea behind that law is, let us make our people prosper. How can this enable business? So that is, for me, the most significant role of any government or in any society. That being said, what can we do as regulators? And I'll talk from the two parts, because not so long ago, I was a lawyer in a firm called Sedak Attorneys, and we had to deal with regulators quite a bit. From the part of the lawyers, not just lawyers, rather, from the part of the private sector, Dr. Schmidt had mentioned continuous engagement. But more than continuous engagement, there's something that we do, and that I do now when I want to talk to, maybe I want to get somebody to do something. So at the start, instead of making it seem like my idea that I'm telling, I want to be practical, instead of making it seem like it's my idea, I go to you and, open up a few suggestions and, sort of make a point that sort of directs you there. So you find that at some point, that person is bringing up the idea as his, or you are telling somebody, that way they're taking, this is our idea, this is how we are running, going, this is the regulation, this is our idea, and this is how I regulate it. As opposed to what we tended to do at some point is really, we've drawn up what we think is the proper thing to do, we finished, we've done the good work, and then you invite the regulator to look at it. He's looking at it as your own. I mean, again, it's his responsibility to make sure that business thrives. But then that puts a problem in terms of who owns it, ownership. So if they don't feel that they own it, then it's very difficult for these regulators to actually even appreciate it enough for them to work on it. I'm not saying that that is the proper thing to be done, but I'm saying we're human beings and we have to find a way to get around the problems we have. I mean, on the part of the regulator, regulators, I think generally, once they understand the consequences of these things, and I speak from the high point level, once there's an understanding of the consequences of actions, they tend to want to take action, and take action quite fast. So for me, I think the most significant step right now in terms of regulator and business is communication, consistent communication. You have to understand. You have to understand the regulators, really. I often say that sometimes the way to enter a house is not through the front door. Sometimes it's through the kitchen. And I say kitchen not in terms of anything, but I know that there are some people's houses who the front door is usually locked, but if you enter through the kitchen door, that's the proper passage. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm saying that sometimes the way you enter would decide whether or not you are entering the house or not. Sometimes it may be to talk to a person who has a relationship with the person to explain what needs to be done. Sometimes it's to have a, organize sessions like this where you're training individual. And because I interact with courts a lot, so I can tell from that perspective particularly, because even though nobody has mentioned so far, not a lot of mention has made of the courts, a lot of the problems that we have stem from decisions or non-decisions of court, the amount of time that we're spending in court. And so I think a lot more effort too needs to be put into training and making these people understand the concept, like I said, not just the regulators, CBN, not NIPC, not just those ones, but also the judiciary and those other aspects, and not just the top-level judiciary, really. People like the registries and registries across board, they need to know what the consequences of their actions is. And again, government does a lot of work to teach them, but you are the one that has the idea, and we're supposed to support you. If somebody is trying to support you, the person needs to know what he's supporting. He needs to know those consequences. And as much as regulators try, it's important that those of us who are moving up, who are trying to get these things moved, also understand that. I'm not saying that this is a solution to all the problems, but I'll just mention this and I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernandez. I'm delighted that as you were talking there, two of our regulators for our panel joined us, and I think it's a great time to actually hear from them. I'm with you. I think communication is incredibly key. And what a time to be alive. Every day we wake up, there's some new technology or new innovation that's happened, and it's really hard to keep up with all of the pace that's happened. And being a regulator in today's world is very different to what it was, if we look back towards time. So, Manuel, if you're with us, I'd love to hear from you about your view on regulation being an enabler. You sit in the innovation hub at the Central Bank of Ghana, so I'm sure you have some things that you can share with us.
Thank you. I don't know how I must have missed the time zone, but sorry for joining this late. So quickly, Sarah, talking about regulator and providing that level of innovation support, I was going to quickly share this concept. So let's look at look at a triangle with three basic corners. One has to do with consumer protection. One has to do with a safe regulation, and the other has to do with innovation. And the fact of the matter is, you can only drive each of these corners of the triangle as far as possible. Now, when you look at central bank regulators, we look at the area of consumer protection and also financial stability, those two angles, because we are trying to focus regulation in trying to protect consumers, trying to protect the ecosystem. However, you understand that a lot of fintechs are driven by innovation. So they are not focused on the level of regulation you want to put in place or consumer protection. They are driven by innovation, and that is their focus. So as a regulator, the challenge actually falls with us in trying to create a balance in these three points of the triangle. Now, I think that we have a huge challenge when it comes to the barriers for innovation for fintechs. And most of the time, we try to make sure we're creating a safe environment but then fintechs or other entities in the ecosystem might see it as inhibiting innovation. But then you have to make sure you draw that balance between a safe ecosystem and also drive innovation. Typical example is what we do in the Bank of Ghana, where I come from. We had to set up not just an innovation unit, we also had to set up an innovation promotion unit. So the fintech unit here at Bank of Ghana is not just driving regulation, but we also have to promote innovation as well. That means we also have a huge level of stakeholder engagement. So we try to look at multiple stakeholder engagements to make sure as we carve regulation, we have all these innovators in mind. If we left the space free and said, oh, we just want to drive innovation, there are a lot of, let me use, for lack of a better word, in quotes, not so compliant players in there. But then we also have to look at the systemic impacts it could have on the ecosystem. Here in Ghana, we have various tiers when it comes to fintechs. Some of them are enhanced service providers who have smaller innovators connected to them. Now, in regulation, when we are trying to make sure the environment is, the ecosystem is safe, we have to consider these smaller innovators who are connected to the enhanced payment service providers. I don't want to overshoot my time, but what we try to do is when there is a situation where there's been maybe a flaunting of a law regulation, instead of dragging the whip out very quickly, we try and look at all the other players that are connected to it because it becomes a systemic phase. And so there are smaller entities who drive innovation who are connected to maybe an enhanced payment service provider. So we need to make sure that those guys aren't impacted because they are the ones who actually provide services to consumers directly. So what we do is we try to dissociate whichever entity, larger entity, which has maybe gone foul of the law and try and correct them. And I'm sure you can see behind me the 3i Africa Summit banner. The good thing about it, that's an example of our stakeholder engagement. Last year, we set up the 3i Africa Summit and we brought in fintechs, regulators, analysts, all players in the ecosystem. And we had to talk about regulation, we had to talk about innovation, we had to talk about how we could work in synergy and drive the ecosystem. So let me probably give a pause for now so that you could move on.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I think that stakeholder engagement is really great to hear that coming from a central bank. And I know yesterday we also had the Central Bank of Nigeria talking about, the door is open, come and talk to us. And I think that's a great start in, facilitating dialogue between all parties, because absolutely nobody wants, those fintechs, and financial service providers that are providing services genuinely, want to make sure that the consumer is protected. And the consumer protection is an angle I'm going to pick up a little bit later in this discussion. But I'm really keen to sort of pick up on one of the challenges that Yeye picked up at the beginning here is around fragmentation. Overlapping and regulatory fragmentation both within a country, but we also have that happening. When you look at Africa as a whole, the regulatory environment is very fragmented, and that can make it quite difficult to enable things like scaling of fintechs into multiple countries, or things like cross-border operations, and especially under things like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So I want to bring Teresa in here, another regulator, for your perspective on, what are some of the things that we can do to try and tackle this regulatory fragmentation?
Was that directed at me, Sarah?
It was Teresa.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if we have Teresa with us.
I can hear Teresa, but unfortunately I believe that the other team cannot. So perhaps you should log out and log in again. It helped for me earlier.
I cannot hear Teresa. Can anybody else hear Teresa? Is it just me?
I don't hear Teresa either.
I can hear her. I can hear her.
Team in Lagos, can you hear Teresa?
No, no, we can't hear Teresa.
Okay, let's go to Emmanuel and have you answer that question first, and then hopefully, Teresa, we could maybe just, if you log off and log back on, we might be able to come back to you second.
Okay, so let me speak quickly to that. Regulatory fragmentation is actually poses a significant barrier to fintech scalability and innovation and cross-border operations. Now, we are looking at the ability to, once we talk about cross-border, we're talking about scalability, we're talking about expanding, we're talking about growth. Now, with regulatory fragmentation, you are going to have to look at various jurisdictions. Even in our local jurisdiction, we have various bodies. So, for example, in Ghana, we're looking at working on the digital assets regulation. But even in Ghana, we have the SEC who manage the capital markets, and we have the central bank who regulates the financial ecosystem. The challenge here is that even in this point, we end up working in silos, and then we don't have that level of production through synergy. Now, going across regionally, we are looking at what the standards that are laid in Nigeria, the standards that are in Ghana, the standards that are laid in any other country are not so synchronized. So imagine you develop a stable coin or an innovation you want to replicate in another jurisdiction. Because standards, I mean, rules and laws have not been standardized in such a way that you can easily replicate. You realize that there's this off tone in a lot of the innovations. So I believe that there's a need for us to develop a level of standardization in the kind of regulatory frameworks we do. We can have, regional regulatory frameworks. In WAMI, we have the College of Supervisors, which is supposed to be a group within across various jurisdictions. Now, apart from that, I think another helpful support is looking at regional sandboxes. So we actually currently have a team from Botswana doing a visit here in Ghana to understand and share ideas with us. And that's one of they want to know more about the way we run our sandbox. And I think to help us deal with the challenges faced by regulatory fragmentation, if we had regional sandboxes, you can actually test products within various jurisdictions. And that way, although we don't have an outblown standardized regulatory framework across the region, we are able to get on the same page and actually synchronize when we try to roll out products and manage innovations within the region. So that is one of the things I like to bring up. I don't know if there is this thing is up now.
Thank you, Emmanuel. That sounds
Can you
exciting.
hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Teresa.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry with my systems here. Okay, I will begin from the first question. I wanted to contribute on how regulations can be an enabler and build on what the other panelists have said. I think regulations can be an enabler if they are responsive to the changes in the market. So I think it is time as regulators, we relooked at the way we make our regulations in terms of what are they based on? Do we look at the impacts? And what maybe are the benefits, so that then we can balance between innovation and consumer protection, as Emmanuel already said. So relooking at how we develop our regulations is important to ensure that they are responsive to the changing environment. So to respond on the question on how we can deal with fragmentation, I think one of the things we can do is to have the process coordinated by establishing first a task force that looks at the entire process. So this task force will be comprised of various stakeholders, fintechs, regulators, the government, and even the FATF, so that we can look at the things of ML, CFT in the system. Once this task force is in place, one of the key things they need to do is to look at the various regulations, assess where there are areas of divergence. They also need to look at whether there are any barriers or gaps, because we might think that we have regulations, they are fragmented, yes, but are they addressing the issues? So we need to look at the gap. So once the task force does this, they will come up with the recommendations. Then based on the recommendations, they need to work on a roadmap on how now these regulations can be harmonized and also enhanced to ensure that they are responding to the environment, so that then they work on now the roadmap and work with the various countries to ensure that the regulations are harmonized as per the roadmap. They will set priorities, what they need to do in the short term, the long term, and then in the medium term. That is what I would think that could be done. And also in terms of the sandbox, building on what Emmanuel said, maybe is it time we consider like establishing an e-regulatory sandbox so that everybody gets in, because we know that these innovations are cross-cutting. based on what has already been discussed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both Teresa and Emmanuel, for your perspectives there and sort of trying to look, beyond one lens and look multi-country, multi-lens. At this stage, I want to bring in Fernandez as well into the conversation. So we're talking about multi-lenses, multi-stakeholder partnerships. What role do you see that they play in developing, adaptive regulatory policies and also beginning to address the issue of, how we facilitate cross-border operations across multiple countries in Africa?
Okay, so thank you very much. Again, I want to try to be as practical and down to earth as possible. Not too long ago, there was this event that, again, okay, before I start, I'd like to say this. Much of the focus of this conversation, and I think even the previous conversation has been on fintech. I think that even with fintech moving along, there are other services or there are other things that makes fintech work. You need to have products moving, other services moving. People are paying for those things. Otherwise, fintech for fintech's sake. But I agree. But I think that this thing affects generally everybody. What I'm saying now to the point I was trying to make. So there was an event that we are going to have sometime this month. But prior to the event, we had a multi-stakeholder event, and I don't want to mention the name. But then prior to that event, we decided, okay, yes, this multi-stakeholder event is going to involve the heads of all the organizations. They're going to come. They're going to have a meeting. But every time we talk to these heads and not much is going on, let us carry middle-level people and have a pre-session meeting or engagement. And what we discovered during that meeting was that a lot of the stuff that we say or that we're said at the top don't necessarily get passed as well. So every time you have a meeting with the heads, he hears what he is saying. Of course, they hear a lot of things, and then there's a memo that is passed, somebody takes it down to somewhere, and then maybe it goes to one person, and that's the end of it, really. Maybe not the end of it, but the people at the middle, the people who you go to talk to when you have a problem, the people who have to make immediate decisions on. I know some of the decisions have to go all the way up to maybe the governor, deputy governor, or central bank. In the case of the various ministries, maybe the minister, etc. But there are lots of decisions or items that are done at the center. Sometimes it's not even a decision, it's a procedure. So this person is bringing something in, and I don't think this should happen. And then that small thing causes a big problem, and you find that your application for a license, for example, has been delayed for several hours or for several days, months, even years, because there's a need for us to focus a lot on communication with, again, not just the boys at the top, not just the big men, not just the directors or the ministers or the governors of central bank, but really the people at the center. Then I know that even when we do try to invite them, some of the complaints we've heard from some stakeholders is that when we send notification today, the ministry or a central bank will send this director. Tomorrow they will send another director. Next tomorrow they send another director. And my thoughts are that to that is simple. When you're doing a letter, again, practical. I'm leaving all the big things for the big people that are here, and I'll deal with the small things that I think can solve some of the basic problems. You're doing a letter, for example, an invitation to an engagement. And then ideally you would do it to whoever is the head of the organization. But you could attention reference a particular person in that your letter. So letter to the governor or central bank, attention so person. So even if he's attending the event, to listen to you, he's going to send that particular person. Otherwise, you find another person will come. And once we have multiple people coming, you find that communication gap has been broken. You have one director from here coming this day. Tomorrow, they will send another one. So how do you solve your problems? So it's important that when we're trying to get people, the government, on the table, and I'm speaking from a government point of view, you want to get arms of government and regulators from the table, you are inviting specific, and of course there's always the problem of certain people are being transferred and to another office or the other. So what you can do is you can invite multiple people from the same department or whatever it is, but try to be strategic. You understand your people, you want to provide these trainings. Now, I've mentioned the top and I've mentioned the middle. There's a guy at the bottom too, and I know that it means that you're spending a lot of your money. But even on our side, we realize that a lot of the problems that we have is lack of education, even about our own regulations. So you find that somebody has made a regulation that this should happen, but the guy that is at the bottom does not even know that regulation exists. So when you send a message, when you send something, that guy will say, no, that's not the procedure for doing this thing. And then you have whatever problem that you're dealing with. So for me, it's important that you also, again, this is not 100% your responsibility. Also the responsibility of the people, those of the regulators. We need to find a way to ensure that this information goes deep down. And so for you whose interest is affected, in the sense that you want to get something done, you want to get it done next week, next month, next year, you find a way to get different aspects of the, sometimes, and I say this, so when we talk about the African Free Trade Agreement, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and people say, why is it not really working as it should? The people at the top, they have committed to it. But after they have committed to it, they are the technocrats, they are the people who need to agree on certain modalities, who need to say this thing needs to go. And then there are other people at the bottom. So those are some of the things that we need to look at to be able to, if we want to get everybody acting on the table. And when we have all these people on the table, I tell you, there are some of the things that you think are small. Something that you think as little as, so let me give an example. So let's say there's need for somebody, for us to decide who will pay to move this box from here to there. Maybe something that's 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 1 million will solve the problem even within the regulators, but this person is not even sure whose responsibility is to do. And so you find that in that conversation with multi-stakeholder discussing, you find that, they'll say, no, there's a provision in your own law that says this, something that you on your own as a private sector person are talking about. You have been saying it for years, but they won't listen to you. But they have some other person who is also maybe a regulator, or at that table when they're having honest conversations, which is what I like everybody to have. Oh, no, your regulation says that you are the one that is supposed to provide the money for it. Or this is how the money, or there's a fund that is set up in a particular place for the money to come. Some other times, even though the law says this particular set of funds should be there, because money is a bit of a problem everywhere. The law says this fund is provided for, but there are certain logistical requirements for that fund to be made available. So it's not made available. So the people that are supposed to take action on the basis of that do not take action on that. These are some of the ways that I think that if we can get people sitting down in a room, again, the right people sitting down in a room and discussing these things, I think we can solve a lot of our problems. And we can move things a little faster, move the needle and get stuff. Of course, as has been said before, I'm not saying that once you have everybody on the table that all your problems are going to be solved, in the sense that you're going to get every technology that you want to put, or you want to get everything done. Of course, the role of government has regulators. Let me stop saying government. But yeah, government is the primary regulator, is the regulator generally. So I would say government has a bird's eye view on things. So you may want your technology to go, but they are thinking of that young individual in Abuja or in Kwara or in wherever that has a problem with, that would not have access, or that this will adversely affect. How can we ensure that this has positive effect across boards? Positive effect across board. So this may mean that it may, your idea may not necessarily pass through, but that's okay. You can reiterate, you can find a way to, adjust it to meet whatever requirements they are, get done, but then you need to have that sit down on a consistent basis. I don't know if I've answered the question. I hope I have.
Thank you so much, Fernandez. That's great. And I'd love to bring Yeye in here as well. Working with all your clients, what do they feel would help them have a safe space where they can drive innovation, but also ensure compliance?
I think one great thing Fernandez had mentioned is, bringing everybody to the table, having honest conversations, and also educating the regulators. So even the next desk officer understands the regulation. And what I see with that is that it's, so I just finished an LLM, funny enough, in my old age, and one thing my professor said is this: a good regulation is one that has buy-in of all stakeholders. And when you talk about stakeholders, you have to look in the very broad sense, not just the innovators or the regulators, the next person at the next stakeholder that will be affected by that technology. By the time you bring everybody, I'm not saying everybody can get to the table, as Fernandez has mentioned, which is a reality. It gives some certain form of ownership. By the time I have a right to contribute to how the law shapes my technology or my innovation, then it gives me some form of buy-in, and that is what my professor has defined in the whole book as good regulation. one of the key factors is there's buy-in from the stakeholders. So I see that, and as you've asked Sarah, if I think what my clients in that space want to see is more engagements with them, the innovators, so that they can properly contribute to how these regulations are shaped and bring more insight in terms of training, and understanding where they are coming from so that they can be buying. That is something that we would like to see done. Yes, the government does a lot of engagements. Yes, I'm invited to most of these engagements, but if it can be maybe expanded or I would say more stakeholders are invited and maybe smaller groups of maybe persons are engaged on this technology. I know there's the use of the sandboxes and all that, but some form of closer engagements and seeing that this is being implemented. Because sometimes after those engagements, and I ask myself, okay, I spent 3 hours at this session, where has this gone to? What's the repertoire afterwards? Those kind of things. We want to see more engagement, smaller groups, and if some effectiveness coming from that. I think that's something that the ecosystem and innovators that comes in for advisory would like to see.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Sometimes you have engagements and then you invite them, and I hope I'm allowed to speak now.
Of course.
So sometimes we have this multi-stakeholder engagement, which is why I referred to the engagement, the lower level engagement that I spoke about, and it was a 3-day event. Sometimes we have this, you're invited to a Senate hearing, there's a limited timeline, so only 2 people can speak. Only 3 people can speak. And so when you have those type of engagements, in reality, even though it's supposed to be a stakeholder engagement, it really isn't. It's just you coming to hear what certain people have said. So I think we need to have more, longer and smaller units of engagement so people are better able to express their views. Because again, like I said, when you go to those engagements that she's talked about, you find that maybe it's the MD of one person or maybe 2 reporters or whoever it is that have asked a few questions, and that's it, that's the end. So yes, I agree that we need to sit down together more often and talk together and say, okay, we want to do this thing, rather than having this high level, big, okay, can we have a small working group that's able to work on this particular part? We have it, of course, there's something that we're doing with the Lagos state government, and I don't want to mention, but then, and it involves the finance sector. And, we had working groups that worked over a period of 7-8 months before we had our final report. And that was quite effective because this working group sits down, we recommend that we go and take an action elsewhere, they go and meet another set of stakeholders, come back, give us a report, we work on it, we refine it, they go back, give another set of this thing, and then come back. So by the time you have a report or an agreement of that nature, you find that you have a multi-stakeholder buy-in. It is not sufficient that we just have one session and say, this is a stakeholder session that we should use. One way that private sector, again, I know what government should do, or I think I know, you are telling me what I think, what government should do, but I also want to say what private sector should do, not because I'm saying that there is responsibility of private sector stakeholders to do this, but you can help the system. Sometimes when they are having these big events, you can have your own side event that does something, or you can engage. They have invited you to an event. You have an opportunity. Sometimes, a lot of the times, even the the agenda, the entire agenda for the day. At the time you are getting the letter of invitation, the agenda for the day has not been fully. It's not cast in stone. So if you know somebody that you can reach out to say, okay, why don't we do this at this session? Why don't we do this at this session? It helps. So they can say, okay, let's consider this. They may not necessarily agree, but then it opens their mind. So if you have told me something 1 or 2 times, for example, and I did not agree the first time, the second time I say, okay, we're still having this problem. Maybe this is the way that will solve the problem. It will help. But I'm just saying tips that you can use to help make these things better. Like I said, you can also do your own side events, really. There's this event, can we have a small meeting on the side to discuss this issue? And sometimes they will agree, sometimes they won't. And then you get that done.
Excellent.
Those can help. Thank you.
I think that's great. The idea of engagement, discussion, ownership, but also action, as you said there, I think is really, really, really important. And as we're beginning to wrap up our conversation, there is one element that I really want to come back to because I think it's important and incredibly pertinent to where we are. Of course, one of the reasons why regulators are worried about innovation is the increasing risk of fraud and cybersecurity related issues. And so I think it would be remiss if we don't just try and touch on this element before we wrap up our questions session. So, Shlomo, I'm going to come to you first. You know, how are we going to protect these vulnerable populations? It is both fintechs, you know, the financial aspect, you know, financial service providers and the regulators need to both take action to do this. What are your recommendations?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think, I mean, as the former head of the Israeli FIU, which won high effectiveness on the FATF evaluation, and I ran dozens, if not hundreds, of financial investigation of terrorism and criminals, I want to start by saying that criminals and terrorists are working with the speed of light, while law enforcement authorities and regulators are working in the speed of law. And private sector is well positioned in order to assist to gap this bridge. Now, in the near future, we are all going to see a huge increase in fraud events that are being managed and orchestrated by AI agents. It's the AI is actually lowering the cost, the barrier to enter into those domains, and in a very low cost. And I don't think that both financial sector and regulators are ready to deal with the extent of the threats that are going to be launched upon us. So first, AI innovation has to be adopted by the RegTech industry. Lots of funds are being invested in Gen AI on how to develop some tools, but as of now, very little has been invested in AI safety and in RegTech. And I think that this is definitely the direction. And to those in the audience that are doing RegTech, please reach out. The only way to fight fraud orchestrated by AI is to fight it with AI, to fight fire with fire. There is no other way to win this game. This is one. Second, regulators have to understand that and encourage the private sector to adopt those innovations. For example, in my organization, in my fintech company, I implemented AI across the entire scale for onboarding, for underwriting, for transaction monitoring, finding that machines are well equipped to conduct certain tasks that are being orchestrated and managed by very clear policy and standards. And this is exactly, you know, the industries in which we're all in. If we learn how to leverage that and use that, it could first reduce costs, but secondly, make sure that we are becoming much more effective in addressing the new threats and risks and being able to enhance compliance. I believe that this is a topic for a full session. Happy to be offline if there is some interest in that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shlomo. I love that. Fighting fire with fire. Like as humans, we cannot compete with AI. We need to step up and fight back in exactly the same way that the fraudsters and the scammers are using this technology. Emmanuel, I'd love to come to you next to hear your thoughts, and then Teresa, I'll come to you after that. So Emmanuel first.
Okay, thank you. I totally agree with Wagman. She's very right. With the emerging technologies we have currently, we're looking at Web3, platforms. People are driving decentralization, blockchain technology, all sorts of token-based economics. All these things are driving high-speed processing. And what happens is that if you don't put in place the right tools, the right subtech tools to control this, then you're going to be exposed. And she was right when she said that the wheels around regulators turn quite slowly. That's true. But however, we try to first of all put in place a lot of engagements with the private sector, with the industry, to understand the challenges being faced in the ecosystem. In Ghana, we have we also try to create a shared infrastructure where all entities within the regulatory space can connect and also go through the kind of security scanning we need them to do. We have a financial control center, security control center, where we have all players currently in Ghana, financial sector, plugged in. We also work with private third-party vendors and innovators to look at how we can use emerging technologies to try and develop sub-tech tools. And we also try and bridge the gap. The thing is, you need to learn a lot of things. So most of the time, the sandbox is not just a place for applying a product to regulation, we also need to learn and understand how these technologies are put in play and the kind of risk they pose to the ecosystem. So that's another reason why we use sandboxes. So I agree with Ahman. We try very much to catch up by engaging or working with private entities as well to support and build that capacity to try and develop subtech tools. I mean, Cambridge Subtech Lab is one very close supporter a lot of central banks have worked with, and they try to drive that level of emerging technologies and how it's used to support regulation. So we work closely in those brackets to try and ensure the safety of the ecosystem. But as I said, I mean, it's an evolving space, and we keep going, trying to understand more on emerging technologies and move in that direction.
Excellent. Yes, the use of subtech and regtech is definitely something I wish we had more time to dig into our panel. But as we're sort of moving in to start to wrap up, I just want to come across to Teresa. Teresa, from your perspective, how do you regulate to protect consumers? What are some of the thoughts that you have on that, and how we fight cybersecurity and scams?
Thank you. In terms of consumer protection, I think the first thing we need to do is to enhance our consumer protection mechanisms. First, to come up with the regulations that support consumers or protect consumers that the fintechs need to abide by. We need to strengthen, for example, the AML regulations to ensure that we comply. And also, as regulators, we need to educate our consumers on the changes in the market, and also to work with the fintechs so that they come up with solutions that consumers can understand, and to help as regulators to help consumers understand by collaborating with the fintechs to educate the consumers. But also, in terms of complaints handling, we need to come up with systems that allow consumers to lodge their complaints in a timely manner, but also for us to be able to respond timely so that then we can know what is happening in the system. We need to enhance our analytics in terms of complaints handling so that we can be able to understand where the issues are in a timely manner, but also to build in the feedback loops so that consumers can be able to get to the regulator, to communicate with the regulator, and the regulator to communicate back in a timely manner, but also the consumers to communicate with the subtext so that they can know what their experience is. So the bottom line is to build our technologies to enhance consumer protection and complaints handling, and to work on the regulations, and to collaborate with the fintechs so that we come up with the solutions that are responsive to what is going on.
Thank you so much, Teresa. What a wonderful way to wrap up our panel discussion there, reminding us that this is not a conversation just about regulators and governments and fintechs. It's actually a conversation where consumers should be at the key, a consumer-centric approach where we are innovating based on the needs of consumers, solving real problems and challenges that they face to improve their lives, to allow them to participate in the digital economy and uplift out of poverty. But not only that, we also need to engage them in complaints, understand what their challenges and issues are, and build that into our regulatory environments and our innovation and growth as well. So that was a wonderful way to remind us all of the importance of putting the consumers also in the middle of this collaboration discussion that we're having. I know we're getting close to the end of time, and I just want to see whether there are any questions that are coming in from the audience over to the studio. Is there any questions there for us?
Do we have any questions or comments? Well, I think we have one, I guess. we use this to wrap up this session.
Did I see that Fernandez and Yeye also had some comments to make as well, I think?
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My question, while I'm throwing it to the moderators, I'm particular about Mr. Emmanuel from the Bank of Ghana. Earlier this year, I learned that the Bank of Ghana and the Bank of Rwanda had this MOU agreement for the financial passport for fintechs across both countries. So I'm curious as to one, your approach towards making it work in terms of the fact that Rwanda and Ghana do have conflicting regulatory frameworks for fintechs particularly, and then throwing it out to the moderators that don't we see this as like a step forward towards harmonizing financial regulation or improving RegTech within Africa, considering that even with the different, even given that Ghana and Rwanda in different parts of Africa, they are able to come together and have that level of agreement or framework structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I speak to that, Sarah? Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now, the licensing passport innovation was, it doesn't mean that everything in Ghana is 100% copy of whatever is in Rwanda. It simply means that we have been able to get into a partnership and engagement where we have harmonized our regulatory requirements such that an entity that has a license in Ghana, when he wants to migrate or move or expand into Rwanda to do such practice such services or products, the Rwanda authorities have a level of confidence to know that probably like 80 or 70% of the requirements are kind of having checked already from wherever they are coming. It doesn't mean they automatically seamlessly move into operating there. It just means that they have a level of confidence in working with them. So that is, like you said, that is us working towards harmonizing our regulatory differences and also trying to make sure we have seamless collaboration with other jurisdictions.
Right. That's about the question we have, Sarah. Over to you.
Excellent. Well, I think Yeye and Fernandez just also wanted to add one or two last comments. If I can give them each like 1 minute each to wrap up, that would be wonderful.
I mean, for me, given all the conversations today, it's just clear that for the RegTech to work, there must be clear collaboration and honest collaboration between the regulators and all stakeholders. And it's not just you made it or you did not make it situation. It's not like a teacher and a cane situation, but for the regulators and the stakeholders to all come together and develop these innovations and rules around innovations. That's what I think will make this RegTech ecosystem or work in Nigeria. Thank you.
Well, my own to add is, I think to reiterate what I had said before, which is that it is one thing to have policy at the high level. It's another thing for that policy to be implemented properly. That all of us need to take action to make sure that everybody that needs to take a step, whether in the implementation of AFTA or whether in the implementation of whether regional policies or national policies, we need to make sure that every single person who needs to take any step knows what he's doing, agrees, buys into what needs to be done. Otherwise, we'll be running fast and something will be pulling our trousers. Hold on, don't go anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's hear one last comment from all of our online panelists as well. Shlomit, let's start with you.
Just to reflect on the last comments, I think that overall harmonization is super important in order to make sure that funds that are flowing around the ecosystem are following the same rules. We see that while banks are following kind of the same regulation, the fintech layer is much more complex with technology, jurisdictions, regulation, and I think that this is the main challenge. if, by the way, we look at the global ecosystem, recommendation 16 of the FATF, the kind of like travel rule, which has been applied to cryptocurrencies and to banks within the SWIFT system, is still missing here in the fintech layer. And this is something which would be super important, especially for African countries, to make sure that the ecosystem interacts in a homogenic manner. So I think that we should continue aiming towards that direction. And second, to implement lots of innovation into the RegTech industry to allow us to ensure a safer ecosystem for the payment system.
Thank you so much. Teresa?
Thank you. I think from the discussions, the only way that we are going to achieve the goal of cross-border payments, which was the theme, is to build on technology and to support innovation. So as regulators, we play a critical role of supporting innovation through the regulations, but also being able to support the innovators beyond, for example, the sandbox, because most of the time you find someone has a very good idea, but then once they have tested, they can launch, but they are not able to launch because of various reasons. Maybe they don't have the capital, they can't be able to, for example, meet the regulations for licensing. So it is time we, as regulators, we collaborated with the fintechs and even with the government so that we can support, we can inform or influence policy that is an enabler for the fintechs to thrive. But also what we've seen is that with the evolving technology for these fintechs to work, as regulators, we need to invest in SupTech tools to be able to monitor what is going on, because we see like these innovations, they are not like confined to a country, they are borderless. But also we see that we need to be real time in monitoring the system and even to be catching fraud as it happens, and also even to detect any issues that could be there in the financial system, because the financial institutions are interconnected. So as regulators, we need to invest in SupTech tools to be able to move with the changing environment, but also to enhance our collaboratory approach with the other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And quickly, your last thoughts, Emmanuel, over to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate and enjoy the whole conversation. And one underlying factor is that regulators need to be up and running. We need to use and apply modern subtech tools to support the ecosystem, because the fintechs, who we know are driven by innovation, are people who are like moving per second. So we need to put in place the necessary tools to be able to ensure they operate in a safe environment. And we need to also get into a deeper stakeholder engagement. And that's something we do a lot here at Bank of Ghana. I mentioned the 3i event. We go as far as engaging the entities and making sure they understand what is required of them, making sure they're able to operate, roll out in a safe environment and not become a hazard to other players within the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. So we leave on the words of engagement, collaboration, harmonization, and the use of technology. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, panelists. Thank you to the RegTech Africa conference. Thank you for the audience for listening, and handing back to you all at the studio.
And we've come to the conclusion of the Regulation and Innovation Roundtable. Please, can we have these two gentlemen come up here? And of course, Mr. Cyril, you want to come and join them, and of course, Mr. Graham, just up here so that we can have the moment captured with the online participants on the background. You know, Sarah, we have to capture this moment as well with yourself and Emmanuel. So
of course, we will smile. We will smile so we are involved as well.
Absolutely.
All right. Used to that.
Our next round table track, or you might call it a panel, is on CBDC and virtual assets. I understand Hanatu Adegboyega is already on queue. However, we are going to go into the next item on the agenda. I just want to be sure that the panelists are on ground so that we are able to move along. We have two more other panel sections with which we're going to wrap up the first half of today's event, and afterwards we'll retire to be back here by 6:30 so that we are out around for the award ceremony. The award ceremony is going to be less speeches and more fun. So please, you want to make a date with that. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these wonderful panelists. They have done so well. My look-alike brother is there as well. Say good thank you to him for being here as well. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to say a big thank you to our next speaker. It looks like they are meeting as if they have not been meeting in Abuja before. It's all right. We see them all well and good. Thank you. All right, my next speaker is the technical advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion in the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. And is presenting a keynote address from a public sector perspective. And I'm talking about no other person than Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zaro. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he comes up to make his presentation for the next 15-20 minutes, plus or minus. Thank you. Well, it's not leaving anytime soon so that you guys can continue this conversation. We're glad that we're able to meet up here. And thank you very much, Dr. Zaro. It's good to see you again. No, you and I are not look alike.
Wow. Anyway, for me, I know we look alike, actually, you know, especially in mind. That's why we're here together. Okay, is it good morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are joining us on this call? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here in this very important gathering. Of course, to have this opportunity to talk to you, of course, in order to tell you what we are doing out there, of course, on your behalf, you know, courtesy of the mandate of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in which we know that, you know, everything we are doing out there is actually with you in mind. Somebody will say this guy has started talking politics. Then, gentlemen, I'm not here to talk politics. I'm here to talk about the technical issues on a very serious note. You guys are doing a very fantastic job, and I think that it is a very fantastic opportunity, you know, for us to link here and, of course, to tell you opportunities out there, because information, of course, is very, very important certain times. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, of course, under this administration, I'm just trying to give this context. Well, when this administration came on board, somewhere in 2023, it feels that one of the very important components of Renewed Hope Agenda, as earmarked by the 8-point agenda, if you look at the bottom side of those the agendas, we have access to capital and inclusivity. You know, alongside other verticals, which we're going to have some details in this presentation. I'm laying a background here. So that segment is one of the key challenges that has been discussed in this meeting from yesterday and today. Access to capital, regulatory issues, and all that, in order to unlock some problems, of course, that are being faced by Nigerians, especially the last mile. So within that context, a lot of role and importance in economic and financial inclusion. Someone will say, we've started financial inclusion journey way back in 2012 with the issuance of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy by the Central Bank. Hallelujah, they are also in the room. They have been doing a very fantastic job. You know, so on this administration, we realized that there's a need to bring an enabler, and that is economic inclusion. Because someone would say, if I open an account, there's no money in the account. MBS is saying that 63% of Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. What's the name? EFINA would also say 26% are excluded, 36% are unbanked. So what then are we talking about? How can we now put some strategies together to ensure that the last mile, the innocent young man in the village, which we call poorest of the poor, how can we support him so that we can bring him into the ecosystem to deepen financial, economic and financial system of the country, which will eventually unlock the opportunities, you know, provided by intra-Africa trade, AFCFTA, and all of that. So gentlemen and ladies, with this background, so this administration therefore created this, what they call a desk, called Technical Advisor on Economic and Financial Inclusion in the presidency, which by his grace, I'm providing that role. Remember, I was playing a similar role also in Central Bank. All my career I've been Central Bank, and my guys are also here. So thank you so much. So please, without too much this, now the conversation around economic and financial inclusion was also elevated to the position of National Economic Council. We know National Economic Council is a place where we have all the national and the subnational. The idea there is simply to say whatever we are doing should be holistic, right? Not just at the national, I mean, at the federal level, but it should trickle down. So please, who is moderating this thing? Or can I have so that I can go the speed I want? Do we have it? Or somebody is going to be changing this? Anyway, before you sort it out, okay, so the intention of this presentation is just to give you a highlight. I'm going to emphasize more on the activities we are doing in the presidency to see that we align this with our thoughts, especially with the national blueprint. The national blueprint is what? Renewed Hope Agenda of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I've highlighted the segment that speaks to what we do in that regard. Then specific to this journey of economic and financial inclusion in support of this payment system, cross-border and all of that, is actually what we issued last year, 2024 in April, which we call ASWA Accord on Economic and Financial Inclusion. The objective of that, there are 3 pillars. 1, recognition, recognizing the importance of this space. Number 2, commitment of this administration to support that. Then finally, public and private sector partnership. So in this partnership, we're looking at it from 3 angles: public-public partnership, private-private partnership, and then the 2 to come together. So what RegtechAfrica is doing, I think is quite fantastic, because they're trying to partner along the private sector as well as the public sector, regulators and all of that within the Africa space, so that we can have a united front, so that we can face the global world, especially the Western world, Eastern world, and all of that. So I think we have to give very big kudos to our friends, Mr. Cyril and co, the RegtechAfrica, for this very fantastic job they are doing. So gentlemen, I am less concerned because these are all numbers, talking about, economic and financial inclusion state of inter-African trades. You can see, come on, who is moderating? Or I should just be making shout out so that you can move, or you are giving me to take a control. Okay, great. So the numbers, move to the next. All these numbers have been spoken yesterday. I'm going to share also this presentation. Okay. Okay, and like I said, I'm going to share the presentation so that you can also take a dive, and we'll also provide a contact through which you can ask a question. That one is going to be more fun. So if you look at this, the potentials of growth, with the AFCFTA, and of course digitalization, what we're trying to say here is that the ecosystem players, all the policies and programs we are trying to roll out at the apex level of government, which is in the State House, in order to bring the people together to convey this partnership that we're talking about. And again, my colleague here, Mr. Fernandez, has also mentioned a lot, especially along the line of regulatory challenges and also that we try to see. So for me, I'm trying to focus the public sector, especially the policy aspect of it in terms of the initiatives we're working on to ensure the alignment with you guys, the private sector guys. So there's a particular, this one only give about the highlight of the potentials in terms of, as per Nigeria, for example, the penetration on pensions, you can see there, and then the exclusion, that's about 37 million, not percentage. In terms of percentage, we have 26% exclusion, then we have 36% unbanked, right, in the country. This is FINA number. We're talking about penetration for health insurance, BVN, NIN number as well, then availability of mobile subscribers. This gives potentials, for us to be able to leverage on technology to do what we're doing. Again, the impact of this in the Nigerian economic and financial inclusion growth, access to credit, e-commerce market, and job creation and all of that. I'm trying to be a bit speedy here. There is a particular point I'm trying to get to because these are all numbers that are at your fingertips because you know what we've been working on. The outlook in terms of Pan-Africa, I think a lot has also been said in that regard. The challenges of in African trade, as well as for us to be able to achieve this bigger policy, which everybody spoke about it yesterday, AFCFTA, bringing opportunity to bring all the market players across Africa, borderless, so that we can work together to see how we can take advantage of it, of course, as a big brother Africa, Nigeria, to push to other African countries and eventually to the world, especially the current ongoing trade war, between U.S. and China, even though they are getting to a certain point of solving issues. But at the same time, that poses additional opportunities, for a market like Nigeria. I can remember a lot of countries, they've reached out to us as a country, trying to see how they can tap on our youthful talent. Nigeria has, I think about 70% youthful population, isn't it, in the country. That brings a very big opportunities, especially in the creative industry and fintech space as well. We're doing very fantastic. That makes it so attractive to many other, global players. I could remember one of the examples when we were in a meeting with UNDP some days back. Dubai, UAE, was also trying to reach out to partner with us as a country to create, is it 20 million or 20, something like that, content creators. What are we saying? Nigerian, especially the creative industry, is doing quite, fantastic. And I'm sure everybody is aware of our own initiative called IDICE, trying to leverage on digital economy to support that initiative. So I'm just giving an example with some of these numbers here. Let's move on. Economic and financial inclusion initiatives for intra-Africa trade. Okay, so high transaction. Oh, this one we try to highlight some of the key challenges, which has also been said also here multiple times. So just walk through. I'm heading towards somewhere. High transaction costs. PAPS implementation, AfCFTA protocol adoption by multiple countries. Some countries have to go through certain legislations and all that for them to adopt some of the highlights in AfCFTA. Then also the roadmap, PSB roadmap, application, and then seamless African trade. All these are some of the things have also been discussed further. I'm heading somewhere. Okay, let me pause here. I think this is where I give initial introduction. Okay, so this here is the highlight of the 8 points of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu here. And I did mention access to capital, inclusivity, in addition to all other sections. So to address these issues, we now brought some certain initiatives which I had earlier highlighted, right? So some of those highlighted, you can see the implementation aspect of it, elevation of the conversation to National Economic Council, inauguration of the Presidential Committee on Economic and Financial Inclusion, which we call PRESIFY. Then also that comes with its own governance structure, then the initiatives and the high-level policy, which I have mentioned, talking about ASWA Accord, in order to promote, collaboration among the ecosystem players to grab and take on the opportunities that are presented by this administration in this regard. So more or less like what is on the top there, collaboration for impact, outcome-based, and of course, innovation-driven initiatives and policies that we have done. Even the last week, I can give example of some of these interventions. Last week, there was this media, output that was posted talking about, we held a technical committee session with all the heads of agencies. One of the key issues, Mr. President has approved the disbursement of conditional cash transfer, to 15 million households, if you could remember. So this 15 million households, the fund has been there for a while in collaboration with the World Bank. But because of one of the key challenges, that is to say, technology that will leverage on to ensure that we disburse money. Let me give you an example. During the last administration, everybody here in this room is complaining that they put money on the table, giving cash. How do we know that that money did not find its way into somebody's pocket? Am I right? So what is the way that we can be able to get these funds that we've talked about, mentioned by Mr. President, is actually to leverage what? Technology. So the technology for us to deliver this money is where you, as the private sector guys, fintech guys, startups, you can come in, right? To have your platform so that we can come in this partnership to ensure that we leverage on your platform to deliver so that there would be accountability to ensure that the targeted person has actually received the value. So along that line, last week we had a meeting with all the stakeholders, NCIPA, which is the National Social Investment Authority, then the National Conditional Cash Transfer Authority, NIMC, Central Bank, NCs, all the stakeholders, players. Last week we conversed together. We're not asking ourselves, approval is in place, money is on ground. The people who are supposed to be the beneficiaries, that is the poorest of the poor, they are hungry. They are looking for this money. And everybody here is crying, saying that this administration has done this, has not done that. So we are now saying, let us ask ourselves, what exactly is the challenge? We cannot also compromise the fact that you can see top on the list here is anti-corruption initiatives. we cannot compromise that one because we have to be sure that if we say we have disbursed X amount of money, any Nigerian, of course, based on freedom of information, if you need, there is a traceability to see that that last mile in Otoke in Bayelsa State, that last mile in Gambarungala in Borno State, that other person at the border of Sokoto has actually received the value. We know Nigerians were quite a number. We know that we are in a tough economic situation, but then we are doing everything possible to see how we can contribute so that we can reduce and or remove the sufferings of Nigerians. Ultimately, definitely we will get to our destination X, and that destination is where Nigerians will be having a lot of economic prosperities and opportunities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so with that structure in place, this is the expected outcome, and of course, these are also the platform. What we're trying to say here is that we are, on a daily basis, engaging stakeholders. I remember we held a stakeholders workshop at several instances to ask Nigerians, and RegtechAfrica were there, Fintech NGR, and other players were all there. We task ourselves, we ask ourselves questions, how do you think we can do it better? And lucky enough, Central Bank is in the room, NDIC and all other regulators are also in the room. We always converge, we always discuss, and we open our doors to say, hey, Fintech guys, where are the challenges? You guys are the field players. Come to us, let's talk to us. If you have spoken to Central Bank, maybe you have that phobia of maybe your regulator to reach out to them direct and say, how can they access? We are saying that at the presidency, we have opened our doors. Come to talk to us so that if it is something that we can see and call Mr. Central Bank and say, hey, come, talk to these people. Let's come up with something that is impact and scalable initiative so that we can reduce the bureaucratic or regulatory barriers, for the benefit of Nigerians. This is our job. Every day we've been doing that, and I can challenge you that we are still open for those kind of conversations. So let's see what we can do to make it better so that you will be happy that you took a certain decision to vote for Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I'm not doing politics. I'm just saying the reality, all right? Gentlemen, let's move. We are talking about the roles we play. I think I've just highlighted some, right? Okay, so you can see an independent body to identify gaps, and I think I've spoken about that. A program-based, focused body in order to enable support of M&E monitoring and evaluation of some of things we are doing to ensure that the right decisions, right policies are done, and all of that. And let me give you one example, gentlemen. On 30th January, I conveyed an event called #She's Included. I think that one went viral because it's something that has to do with women. Like, for me, I like women, and I'm sure you do, right? So we came together. We are now saying that let's open the window so that you, as a private sector, public sector, they are doing very fantastic initiatives around women, high economy, high agriculture, high finance, we finance, all those sort of things. We are now saying, at the presidency level, we want to create a dashboard whereby all those initiatives you are doing so that they can now be imputing into that within that dashboard at the National Economic Council, where we have a convergence of national and subnationals, they can be taken as stock. And if there's any report of infraction or challenges, let's say in Ebonyi State, for example, or in Osun State, for example, if there's anything reported, automatically, our role as a secretariat, because I'm the head of the Presified Secretariat, Presidential Economic and Financial Inclusion Secretariat, right? So we sieve out those high-level things, then it will now be transited to the National Economic Council, where if you complain of Ebonyi, the governor is seated there. He would eventually see that, okay, there's a complaint of so, and so. The whole thing he can say, oh, Dr. Zaro or Z or whatever you call me, what is the details of this so that we can action on it. So what we are saying here is that this administration feels that let's provide a platform so that people can speak their mind. And I think even opportunity to speak out, I think is a very fantastic one. Can we therefore give kudos to this administration for doing this wonderful initiative? If you don't snap, I will do something different. All right, gentlemen, let's continue to talk. Okay, high value, high impact, entity, and of course, we're talking about initiatives, bridging the collaboration, the gaps that exist, because you are not hearing, and that's why I feel that on the invitation, I feel it is important for us to come and speak out what we are doing, so that please, for us to get to somewhere where we can communicate our issue, advocate for inclusion, and then coordinating body to create a synergy, and strategic direction on economic and financial inclusion, amongst the ecosystem players, which, of course, this ecosystem that I'm talking to, whether you are here or you are anywhere you are watching us across the globe, for you to know that this administration is indeed determined to to unlock those opportunities and bridge these gaps. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in continuation on this one, our own approach, I think, is also something that we've discussed in terms of the way we engage people, collaborate, discuss, and all that. So less energy on this, bearing in mind that I equally have less time to speak, but I have to try to focus and prioritize on those areas of importance so that Nigerians can, from now onward, have that solution to communicate their pain point and see how they can speak directly to Mr. President, of course, through this window, and to prove to you that Mr. President is indeed someone that listens to Nigerians. I'm not doing politics. Distinguished, the way we are structured, right? So the apex level, we have the National Economic Council, then followed by the Governance Committee on this economic and financial inclusion, followed by the Technical Committee, which I told you we had a meeting last week, and some of the outcomes have been communicated to Nigerians. Please, we have a structure, we have a website. I think the website is being perfected. It is www.pressify.gov.ng, but I know it is going to take off, I think, next week, right? So that we can be able to communicate. But we have our social media handles and other windows. And also we have info@pressify.gov.ng. You can always communicate if there's anything. We will attend to your concerns immediately. I promise you that, all right? Then we also have the Secretariat headed by, of course, the Technical Advisor on Economic and Financial Inclusion. This is the way we approach our doing things in terms of engaging mandate agencies, our friends here, CBN, NDIC, and many other, PENCOM, NICON, and all of that. We held an insurance roundtable somewhere. Insurance sector is one of the biggest sectors, especially in the advanced economy. We are talking about setting a target in 2012 to achieve 40% inclusion through insurance. But as at last week, as at the last count by FNR report is showing that we're still at 3.1%, right? The question of this administration was that, what exactly is wrong? If you go to other clients, insurance sector is bigger than banking sector. What is wrong? And I know a lot of guys here in this room right now are thinking, oh, there are lots of opportunities, for us to be able to, especially macro insurance and other things like that. The same thing goes to PENCOM, the same thing goes to SEC. So for you to know, all these bodies I said, they are also all members that we interact with. We can be able to say, this is the complaint that comes from the market, and for us, leveraging on our convening power, under the mandate of His Excellency, the President of this country, we will now give such directive for them to act, not only act, but act fast, not only act fast, but do the needful at the right time for the benefit of you Nigerians, so that in validation of that thing I said, for you to be happy that you took a right decision for voting Mr. President, right? We reach out to subnationals. NEC is a committee where national and subnational, all of them are there, investors, and then partners. Let me pause in these investors. You see, one of the critical challenges we've always been having is the infrastructure, right? So recently we signed an investment commitment with some private sector guys to invest in the digital public infrastructure, and we know that even Mr. President has even set up what they call a DPI, a national committee in order to review, to be able to unlock those spaces. And take it or leave it, Nigeria is one of the reference points in terms of our journey towards DPI, right? Minister of Innovation, Digital Economy is also doing quite a lot. I can remember the likes of Project 774 in order to enhance, what do you call it, in order to enhance connectivity to unlock that. And we know that we also have some challenges in terms of especially these security-prone areas, destruction of the public infrastructure assets, especially telecommunication infrastructure. So we are also, in fact, next week we are also hosting a particular workshop with NCC, reviewing the rural connectivity aspect of it. How can we enhance it? We've had a lot of investors that comes in here. They are even proposing what we call D2D, direct to device from the satellites. I can give examples. Some Nigerians are going away from the likes of our local telecom service providers. They are now providing something like, what's the name of this, Elon Musk something? Starlink, right? Okay, but that has to do maybe with those that have some deep pocket like Mr. Cyril, right? So, but there are others that don't even have that. In fact, one of the decisions by some of these investors that we came together with is the formation of this phone. We don't have much phone manufacturing company. As I speak with you now, the location and site has also been provided by some of these private sector guys that come with deep pocket in order to provide this kind of infrastructure. We're in discussion with all the people concerned, especially NCC and Co., in order to provide that enabling environment so that we'll be able to marshal our M&E to ensure that we monitor them, not to charge you excessively. We have FCCPC, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection. They have their koboko waiting for anybody to do any infraction. They will slash him accordingly. So just to tell you that this administration is quite serious, is quite ready. Please, I'm not doing politics, I'm saying the reality. Because all that I'm saying, these are numbers. We are talking about development partners. On December 4th, we held a development partners roundtable. I'm just giving an example. There are millions of them. Mr. Fernandez here, my colleague, he has mentioned a lot in terms of the way we do, especially trying to navigate around the regulatory space. So I'm just making a confirmation to tell you that these are issues, these are the things we are doing. And I can tell you the investors aspect, because of the interest and because of what, Mr. President is the chief marketing officer of Nigeria. He has gone all around the world canvassing for all this foreign direct investment and all of that. As I speak with you, there are so many, I know there are so many investment tours that we are actually dealing, including myself. I don't want to mention countries because I know maybe after this call somebody will say, come on, come close now, let's have a talk. But then, just for you to know that it's available, if you're ready, we're going to lead certain delegations to different countries in order to mobilize funds. And to be sincere with you, on a very serious note, one of the key selling points is actually this fintech, RegTech, and all that. So as to ensure that we even have an initiative that has to do with the venture capital and all that. And I know that the likes of Mr. Ali Shatta here, my friend, I know he's going to talk to you about that one. A lot of initiatives are also along the lines who has mobilized a couple of them. They are already in the country, leveraging on the private sector as well as the public sector. For us, our own is to bridge the two together so that you will benefit from this and, of course, be happy that this administration is doing what they should do, right? Next, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm almost done because I know I've consumed your time. Okay, the role of public sector in this, in this public and private sector, so if you look at it, of course, legal frameworks and all that, there are a couple of them that are already mentioned, so I don't want to do too much. Driving collaboration, I've just mentioned the likes of ASWA Accord and many other multiple policies that have been put in place in order to broker that partnership within the public and private sector space for the benefit of Nigerians such as you and the last mile who is right there in the village. Promoting trust. Okay, let me pause here. Promoting trust, just to tell you, I think in the upper week we're even hosting a particular workshop in the State House there in order to bring the people together. We've been doing this program, I think, for about a year or so, in order to bring the people together to ensure how can we bridge those policy gaps, in order to enhance trust of these people. For us to take advantage of, to unlock the opportunity that is presented by the intra-Africa trade, leveraging of AFCFTA, there's no way we can do it without deepening our own local financial system, right? We can't deepen the financial system if we don't have a trust by the last mile. Somebody can say the likes of Dangotes, Adenugas, and everything, everybody with deep pockets are actually the in thing, but that's not the issue, because that last mile that has 1,000 naira, that last mile that is selling his own coconut in the market on a daily basis, instead of putting his money in the bank, he will pack his money and put under his pillow. The next day, he will take it to the next market. That the aggregation of those monies, they are much bigger than Dangotes and Co. So for us to achieve that, I think it's doable by us to deepen, to enhance the trust system in the country. In this trust, we're looking at four pillars, right? Number one of such is anti-fraud, cybersecurity, all these 419, so that you know that if you take your money to the banking system, somebody cannot just come and wipe your money. That is one of the consistent complaints that has been coming to the bank. I think my dear sister here, the lawyer who spoke about some of those kind of complaints that they received. So now what we are trying to say here is that we have agencies like NFIU, we have ONSA, DSS, and all of that, that even the Nigerian police, we have FIB, that is Force Intelligence Bureau, that are doing a lot on daily basis to ensure that you are safe, we are safe. But for us at the apex level of government, what we are saying here is that let's come together through this collaboration for us to know what they are doing. Is it fitting? Is it meeting your expectation, you as the last mile in this case? So I think that's one of the ways. Second way is also to enhance literacy, capacity building, especially one of supply side actors. Some of you here who are representing agents across Nigeria, we know sometimes you used to have some challenges, civil defense, police, and all that. If they come, they will see you as if you are doing criminalities. They have the reason because some of those agents are being used as a ransom collection point, innocently, some of them, while some are deliberate, am I right? So there's a need to enhance capacity to train the people to understand this ecosystem. If you take that decision and do it deliberately, you will be captured, right? When you are captured, you know the consequences of the law. You'll be subjected to the law. So that capacity building, again, when you are prosecuted, you go to the court, the law, the judge that is going to take a decision, he needs to be knowledgeable of what this whole financial transaction and all that is all about, right? So there's a need for us to enhance, our capacity on this. I think we are partnering with Chartered Institute of Bankers and Institute of Chartered Accountants to also come up with some of those. You can be hearing this because I am speaking with emphasis on the private sector. These are the kind of private sector that understand the pain point more, maybe than some of these policies. We've also been engaging digital literacy. NIDA has been doing fantastic also advocating digital literacy, collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Education to ensure that within the curriculum, financial literacy and digital literacy are also integrated so that our youthful age, when they are growing, they have a clear understanding. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, capacity building aspect of it there. Another aspect is the consumer protection. Consumer protection, in terms of you putting your ATM in the POS, it hooked maybe 1,000 naira there. Somebody will now say, come on, just 1,000 naira. But that's not the real issue because 1,000 naira is the same thing as 10 million naira to someone. You understand? So there's a need for us to ensure that rapid response is installed. And again, apart from the rapid response, how do we handle complaint? That's complaint management, right? We have consumer protection guys here in Central Bank emphasizing on the financial consumer. We also have FCCPC, like I said, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection. Remember, we are looking at economic inclusion that has to do with the fiscal side, financial inclusion that has to do with monetary side. So this administration, this is the first time you have the president and vice president who understand financial English very well. You have accountant and agricultural economist who is also a seasoned banker, so they understand some of your points, and that's why they are taking this decision to ensure you are safe, you are happy, and we deliver our mandate. Last is the enforcement. The enforcement, of course, we have security agencies, police is there, NFIU, ONSA, and all that. They are all there. They are doing fantastic there. So within this ecosystem, we are coming up with a task force, to support like what we're doing, like a NEF, this National Electronic Fraud Forum, isn't it? What they are doing, and other platforms like that, we are now saying at the apex level of government, let's come so that we can put those task force to ensure sustainable implementation of policies and programs of government of this administration in support of the last mile in Nigeria. So that's about trust. Gentlemen, I know I've exhausted all my time, but then, reducing the infrastructure deficit, I've spoken about investment. Apart from the government investment, also mobilizing private sector investment, especially in digital infrastructure and in addition to other infrastructure. The physical infrastructure, that one, everybody knows about it, Minister of Works and other things, they are speaking a lot. But for me, I'm emphasizing on the digital aspect, which the guys in this room and those ones who are watching us from wherever they are watching us all over the world understand better. Gentlemen, promoting interoperability, of course, there's a need for handshake across the ecosystem, providing financing. The financing in this regard, through public and private partnership, we provide a window where the likes of venture capital and all that investment opportunity comes around so that if you have a very beautiful idea, how can you take that idea into a reality, all right? So we've been also engaging, having lots of conversation around that. Champion regulatory harmonization. I'm not going to waste time because we've spoken about a lot, and I have also mentioned to you the kind of effort we are putting in that space. Okay, so some of the initiatives, I think I'm not spending time because we've also spoken a lot about this. Some of the, activities we've done, economic summit. Okay, we went to Kaduna, we did one Kaduna Economic Summit just at the subnational. As I speak with you, we are unlocking the one in Delta, and then we plan to do something in Calabar, but Calabar, I think there's some mix-up there, so we are finalizing to reissue another date. In June 17th in particular, we also have another initiative in Bayelsa. We are finalizing in Katsina and all that. Just to tell you that we are moving here and there in your support to validate the decision you took to vote for, Mr. President. All right, let's get going. I'm just joking. All work, no play, they said. make Jack a dull boy, but you're not dull, you're very smart. That's why you're listening to me, because I'm saying something that makes sense on behalf of Mr. President. All right, so women, with this she's included, University for Women is also coming up and doing some things like that. ASO Accord, like I said, the highest policy, pronouncement in order to enhance and strengthen partnership in support of unlocking opportunities for cross-border trade in Africa, which is a topic of discussion for today. Consumer Trust Framework, I've just explained about it. We also have Cooperative Society Act review. Okay, yes, we're also trying to come through cooperative. We're discussing with the, what they call it, Cooperative Federation of Nigeria, the president, the one of Nigeria, and the one of the global. I was in India when they did, that was about 3 months ago, when we did the Global Cooperative Alliance. We went there to do a lot of alignment on behalf of Mr. President to domesticate some of those initiatives and pull crowd and pull investors and pull opportunities so that you will benefit for those kind of initiatives. Gentlemen, I think I'm done. Okay, public sector initiatives. These ones are actually along our other agencies. The lots of other initiatives. I can't mention all. There are tons of them, right? But like I said, I will share this presentation so that you can also take a look. You can see what you can see on the board, different agencies. We have NIDA, we have Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI. Some of them I've actually mentioned of them. 3MTT, there are so many. Mr. President understands the pain point, and he's doing everything possible to ensure that you are happy. Right? Gentlemen, a call to action for the public sector and then private sector. Some of these things have already been mentioned. Prioritize regulation, the high impact, scalable, regulations to ensure that you are happy for what you're doing. Invest in the infrastructure. I've spoken about that. Boost digital literacy, of course, to enhance literacy of everyone, and deepen the payment, what they call it, commitment, of course, in order to support Nigeria's readiness to take advantage of AFCFTA and other initiatives that has to do with inter-Africa trade to get us our rightful position of leadership in Africa. Right, foster joint vision, and again, that is to say the leadership from the government, in order to support the public sector, public-private partnership as well. From the private sector perspective, I think I've also mentioned a couple of these things, to say invest in digital transformation, financial inclusion, engage with the policymakers, they are already in the room, so I think you are talking the right thing. So maybe RegtechAfrica should also grab this. They are already doing it, but I am assuring you that we will engage further with them so that they will be communicating to you through those windows. Embrace commitment platforms and, of course, ensure that this is to achieve the mandate of this administration. Gentlemen and gentle ladies, we have a lot we can actually speak about, but honestly speaking, I'm just looking at 15 minutes. This Mr. MC is just not fair to me to say that the whole journey of the tons of things we've been doing to ensure that the renewed hope agenda and the renewed hope of Nigerians is actually renewed, not only in this room, but for me to communicate it to you. I know that 1 month is not enough to discuss that one. But for now, I have worked within the little time I'm giving, gentlemen and ladies, for us to tell you that our doors are open and we welcome criticisms. We welcome questions. We welcome attacks. We welcome anything so that we will defend this administration so that you, in 2027, you can go back and say, hey, bam. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Please hold on a moment. Fernandez, can you come up? Cyril, please, can you come up? And Sub, please come up with your presentation as well, because I know you are presenting us. Let's have this picture moment. We'll need that for... Graham, please, can you come up, please? I have no comment to make after Dr. Nuruddin made that presentation. We are best of friends. We've met at different events, as a matter of fact. Please, can we have you guys here? All right. The cameraman, no, not to worry. Not now. We need this for. Please, you can move a little bit down, Mr. Graham. Okay. All right. Good. So, can we have the snapshot, please? Are we done with that? Please hold on, hold on. All right. Please snap. Okay. All right. Can we have Issa please come up? Issa, you've been requested to come up quickly, so that we can have this moment captured. We understand RegTech is playing a critical role, so we want to ensure that some of these images are projected. All right, go ahead. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, would like to quickly invite my next speaker, without me making any comment with what Dr. Nuruddin has spoken. Richie Imam, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here today and being given the second chance to speak once again, share on our expertise and what we can do. And today, of course, not like yesterday, I will be selling, and I hope it makes sense. So I'm representing Samsung, and we are a global brand headquartered in London, and we've been around since 2015 and working with more than 200 countries and over 4,000 regulated clients. And if we are talking about fintech and crypto, specifically crypto, we have over 70% market share, meaning all the major exchanges globally uses Samsung for their daily verification, and that speaks a lot. And we have the same track record for the fintech space. Truly a one verification platform, so I'll keep it very briefly due to time constraint. We provide a platform that covers literally the entire user journey, from verification to sanction screening, transaction monitoring, fraud prevention, and all of that, business verification as well. Some of the recognitions that we were able to achieve last year from leading institutions globally, and that speaks, again, our dedication to the industry, to fintech space, to compliance, and to customer protection. In terms of the industries that we cover, this, again, regulated and non-regulated, and if we are talking about regulated industries, we are talking about iGaming, of course, fintech, traditional banking, and crypto trading, and not regulated industries like ride sharing. This is basically how the system looks like, the platform looks like. So you have one integration, which is something I mentioned yesterday, one of the reasons why fraud is increasing, because of multiple integration of different vendors, which leads to fragmented processes, leading to dropout, low conversion rate, and all of that. But in our case, we are very proud to say that we offer one integration, one platform that covers everything you need so far as compliance is concerned, from A to Z. And of course, immersive data that you can use for constructive decision making when you're performing enhanced due diligence. In terms of compliance and fraud needs, as I have already mentioned, starting from user onboarding to business verification. So we are, specifically for Nigeria, we are fully embedded when it comes to database connectivity. We are connected with CSC database, the NIMS database, and many other databases in the country, which makes the process as seamless as you can imagine. And you can onboard users seamlessly without lifting our fingertips, right? And I think recently, the CBN recently launched kind of a new rule in terms of real-time monitoring on transactions or fraud. And that is something that we have been already working on for years, and a lot of companies have already benefited from our robust real-time fraud monitoring and prevention. So we are very happy with that initiative from the CBN, and we look forward to helping as much companies here as possible. Right. So in terms of the user journey, this is how it kind of breaks down to. You have, again, maybe I would love to take this opportunity to say the difference between Samsung and any other vendors, because a lot of time we have this comparison theory that other vendors basically do what we call data validation. We don't do only data validation, we actually do fraud analysis in conjunction with data validation. So what that means is at the very beginning of the customer journey, where you have, I don't know if this is working, I can see it, but I don't see it on the screen. Okay, account creation, that's where we take into account email risk assessment, because a lot of time fraudsters use disposable email. We take into account the phone risk assessment, so we analyze the phone number that they're using to sign up on your platform. We also do things like device fingerprinting, meaning device, the fingerprint of the device, selfie of the device, selfie template. And we do things like IP address analysis, all of which, again, will be used in further analysis of the client, building behavioral fraud detection. And when it comes to identity verification, there are tons of different components that you can choose from, depending on your use cases, depending on what you're trying to achieve. That covers sanction screening, and specifically, I want to elaborate a little bit on the Samsung ID. So Samsung ID literally gives end users, once you pass verification once, you can go to any other platform that utilizes Samsung, and you can be onboarded without the need to redo your KYC. So that can also be very good for government or regulators in the country to have that kind of possibility where users will have their Samsung verified ID, meaning they have been verified, they've been screened, and they can reuse those verified data multiple times without the need to redo it once again. And of course, logging in under and account activities covering fraud event management, device fingerprinting, again, you see behavioral intelligence, so everything kind of correlates to each other, and you can utilize all of this in your day-to-day fraud prevention measures. Liveness and deepfake. I did mention briefly yesterday what this is about. I mean, we are all very familiar with AI right now. Anyone can get access to it and manipulate whatever, create whatever image that they want. So we build our biometric technology in such a way that it has the capability of analyzing deepfakes, analyzing synthetic images, pre-recorded videos, lookalike, use of mask, and prevent it. And all this takes approximately two seconds to complete in real time. Right, again, anyone can use a BVN or NIN and send it to you, but does it really belong to that person? This is where deepfake or liveness and deepfake comes into play. So we analyze the person face, cross-reference it back to the database. Does it match? Does it correspond? Was the person live and present as at the time of passing the verification? And if everything is good, then he is onboarded. Convenient case management. This is very, very important for compliance guys in the house, right? Because this is where you manage, you analyze every of those real-time reporting that comes in from your customers' activities. This is where everything is populated, and you receive real-time alerts. You can assign any of those alerts to any of your compliance manager. And you have everything in your fingerprints, right? In your fingertips, sorry. And this environment, of course, we provide it sometimes. This is something that we could charge extra for it, but no, we give it completely for free because we understand the essence of why this is necessary. Non-doc verification. This is, again, something that is very, very paramount for the Nigerian market. Due to poor quality pictures, so non-doc is a replacement of that. So what it actually means is a non-document verification, which relies on digital numbers, digital identity. So basically, you're typing in your BVN, for example, or driver's license number, or the NIN number, and then you perform the liveness check. And then in less than 4.5 seconds, you're onboarded. And with that, we also screen you against sanctions list, like AML screening, adverse media, PEPs, terrorist adverse media, and what else is there? Watch list. And you can see the customer journey, which is pretty streamlined, and it's pretty, in terms of user experience, it is, in my humble opinion, and of course what I've heard from customers within these years, right, it is the most intuitive process ever. That's why the conversion rate here at an additional 30% conversion rate to your overall customer onboarding journey. All right. And again, you can customize it. You can add different parameters like questionnaires. If you want to extract additional information from your customer, you can ask questions like employment status, employment contract, where you're located, all of that. And that will be populated within the customer's profile. So as you see there, data output, this is what would be extracted from the BVN that has been entered, together with the selfie, which is what we call the biometric check. And then we populate all the data relevant to that information, his home address, everything as a data output. Challenges with multiple vendors. I can't stress this enough. I mean, it is a thing that I did mention yesterday once again, that this adds an additional layer of resource waste in the decision-making process, and integrating multiple vendors only complicate things, because you're trying to automate the process, but then you're integrating multiple vendors. At the end of the day, you're trying to take data from one point to the other, because some of these systems are not communicating. They are not built to communicate with any other system. They're not capable of that. And so therefore, you're trying to automate, but at the end of the day, you are manually processing things. So this is where Samsung, again, comes handy, right? Because we have just one integration that covers literally everything you need. And in terms of performance challenges, low conversion rates due to a lot of manual processes, right? Manual processes increases fraud, increases human error, right? And it is a thing, right? I mean, you can take away that fact. If you're deploying a lot of manual work into the process, definitely there will be mistakes, and definitely will be high rate of false positive. And within this space that we are operating with quite sensitive data, we don't need that. We need to automate the process as much as possible. And this has been verified and confirmed for every single company that utilizes Samsung. The conversion rate has been off the roof. I mean, in a later section, I would share a little bit of our use cases, from some of our clients. So you can see for yourself the return on investment that you tend to receive once you integrate Samsung. And the reason why we should work with Samsung is one platform for everything that you need, right? Literally covering everything. And in terms of scalability, a lot of time I have conversations with companies, and the reason why they're talking to Samsung is because they're scaling to different jurisdictions, right? And the current vendor cannot cover them. And so therefore, we are here. More than 200 countries covered, more than 14,000 different document templates in our database, more than 2 million known fraudsters in our local system. We process millions of data daily, and that shows a lot, right? And we have a data center in Frankfurt working with AWS, fully secured, compliant to the top daily. I mean, I believe, if not quarterly, auditing from external sources in terms of penetration testing of the system. So it's always a continuous process to make sure that the system is at the top of the competition. And we have over 200 in-house developers sitting across different jurisdictions, working day or night to make sure the system is performing to the utmost requirement. And of course, with developers, we also have over 50 highly trained compliance officers in-house, working day and night with local and international regulators. So therefore, whatever use cases that you're trying to achieve, we have that as well. So in terms of certification, here we go. We have what we call the security portal on Vanter, which has more information on our certification, licenses, and all of that. Very happy to share it with whoever that is interested to see. And here, I don't think we will have the possibility for this, so basically that's it. Thank you so much. So if you need more information, I try to stay within the time frame. If you need more information, we have a booth there. Please feel free to stop by, and I'll be very happy to discuss your use case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. And we will be still expecting a presentation from you later on, as a matter of fact. Perhaps that will give you opportunity to have that live demo. Thank you so very much for supporting RegTech Conference and Awards 2025. We're looking forward to future engagement with you. Immediately, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into the next track. And this is going to be, as a matter of fact, moderated by one of my great good madam at the top, the Vice President of Sales at MTech, in the person of Anatu Adegboyega. She comes up to take a seat. Please, can you put your hands together for her? And then to join her on the panel, we have the Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Communications at Zone, in the person of Mr. Olayiwola Oshoba is in the house. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. And I wanted to be sure to confirm that Olushola Ayoade is also in the house. Oh, great. I thought I saw you earlier on. That is Senior Regional Business Development Manager at Volt and VBAC. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. And finally, we have 2 or 3 other members joining us virtually. We have Lieutenant Colonel Keron Burrell, Executive Director of Financial Services Commission, all the way in Jamaica, and Professor Dr. Iwa Salami, Professor of Financial Law and Regulation at the School of Business and Law at the University of East London. And finally, we have Mehmet Kasey, the Senior FinTech Expert at the United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF. All right, and so, Anatu, over to you for the next 1 hour. You know how we do it, so just have an eye contact with me, and then the gentlemen have their microphone. Over to you.
All right, morning, everyone. How do we confirm our panelists are online?
All right, please, can we have the online virtual panelists? Perhaps they will join us as the program goes on.
Okay.
Why perhaps we start off with the men that are in the house.
That's fine. Morning, afternoon. It's afternoon.
I'm mute. You may have someone mute, Mark.
Who?
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear, I think that's Professor Iwa. Okay, Brilliant. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah Swadeboyega, and I'm really, really happy to host and moderate this panel today, talking about CBDC from... Oh, perfect. Good afternoon. All right, good afternoon, Dr. Iwa. We're expecting Karen and, yes, Mehmet. Okay, fantastic. All right, so we're talking about CBDC from concept to currency. And let me put it this way. For those of you in the room that if you were like me a year ago and didn't know what CBDC was or is, I will help you. So if you were 10 and I was trying to explain it to you, I would tell you that if you had a piggy bank and you, instead of having coins and notes in it, you would have digital money, 100% digital money. Not like your bank app or having it somewhere, you know, it is literally like having cash, but on your phone. That's the easiest way to explain it, because it's really confusing for the average person. But behind that simplicity, there's a bit more to it, and that's what the panel is going to talk about. Fun fact, when I was coming in today, somebody said, so you're going to talk about CBDC? I said, no, not me, before I disgrace my ancestors, right? You know, but that's why we have a really good panel that's going to talk about it today. And the good thing is I work with a brilliant company called MTech, and right now we're supporting 2 or 3 countries around the world with their CBDC strategies, their projects. So while we're implementing sandboxes for these countries, or for their central banks, or their regulators, as the case may be, we're also working to see how we can help them on their journey to CBDC. But today, we're going to talk about how, you know, from different stakeholders, how we're able to see that whole journey from, from concept to currency, how can countries manage their CBDC journey? So, Professor Iwa, can you hear me?
I can indeed,
Perfect,
yes.
perfect. Has Karen joined? And I need to give a shout out to two of our panelists. I don't know why they're not here. Jackson and Karen, it's 5 a.m. where they are, and they still got up to join. So once they join, hopefully. All right, so Professor Iwa, so from your point of view, what role should the regional blocs like ECOWAS and SADC play in building like a harmonized and legal regulatory framework for CBDCs across Africa?
Okay, well, thank you for the question. I have to say this, this question assumes that, retail CBDCs, because maybe what I should start by saying is that obviously CBDCs mean central bank digital currencies, and there are two key types. So you've got the wholesale central bank digital currencies, and you've got the retail central bank digital currencies. But the type I think that we're talking about here today, the retail, which pretty much really is meant to take on the characteristic of a standard fiat currency, but much more in digital form. So the idea really is that these currencies will operate exactly as a fiat currency operates, but would be in the purely electronic or digital form. So I'll go dive into the answer of the question, and I mean, the question assumes a lot of things. So the question assumes that retail CBDCs, is something that has been accepted by all the countries that are now, all the countries within the region that are now deciding to want to have some sort of regional CBDC arrangement going. And if that's the case, the way that the regional framework, or regional bodies can actually support this agenda to facilitate quite a number of things, including, for example, intra-African trade, would be that they first of all try to harmonize policies, and I'll say things like maybe technical standards, as well as obviously the legal and regulatory dimensions or policies that would need to be harmonized for us to actually have some sort of regional arrangement for retail central bank digital currencies to operate. And this would cover anything ranging from the harmonization of policies around digital identity, the harmonization of policies around cybersecurity framework that the CBDC arrangement should have. And this also assumes that that the countries are actually willing to come together in this way. Now, I have to say that the Bank for International Settlement has already done huge amounts of fantastic work on establishing certain types of approaches as to how countries can align with respect to having some sort of coordination around CBDCs. And three critical approaches that they've used involve the first being sort of the compatibility really of CBDC arrangements. And this is, of course, as I say, assuming that the countries are happy to, launch a CBDC. And this, again, as I said earlier, would require the harmonization of technical standards. The second approach they put forward is interlinkages between the various CBDC frameworks, and that kind of looks at, it kind of builds upon the first approach and enables the opportunities for the various CBDC frameworks to actually have some sort of joint interlinked settlement mechanism built into them. And then the third approach that the BIS has put forward, and I have to say, when the BIS put this forward, it wasn't really targeted at regional arrangements such as exists on the African continent, but much more how we can interlink retail CBDC systems. So the third approach really is sort of having some sort of single platform where the various CBDC, the various countries, that are seeking to launch a CBDC can actually issue the CBDCs on this, I'd say, in our context, regional platform. But with this, there's a lot of governance framework and a lot of the legal infrastructure that would need to be built into such an arrangement to ensure that it works effectively. Because, of course, as you can imagine, countries are launching on a single platform, which would then require that countries are agreed as to, you know, in the context of regional arrangements. Of course, we expect that there would be, for example, a regional enforcement mechanism or dispute resolution mechanism if at all certain arrangements, or if the arrangement, for example, requires that, you know, countries iron out certain aspects of disputes. So that may be easier to achieve in the context of, in our context in Africa, sub-regional framework, in the event that we know that the regional enforcement mechanisms are actually robust. So whether that's ECOWAS, SADC, the EAC, you know, COMESA, for these types of arrangements, for particularly the last type of arrangement to work, where we're assuming that there's a strong, robust legal framework, a regional legal framework in place for that. So there's a lot that has to be, you know, done as a groundwork before we could actually see, you know, that sort of degree of integration. I'll stop here.
All right, thank you so much. And something you mentioned in all the three different scenarios was the frameworks. And if Jason or Lieutenant Colonel Burrell were on the call, are they on the call? I don't think so. If they were, we would have talked about the possible frameworks that, you know, we could have used or we would be exploring for us to have a regional CBDC, or at least for countries to come together to have that. So I'm going to jump to Mehmet, right? Mehmet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Well.
So there's a lot of optimism about CBDC improving access, efficiency, and lowering costs based on your work, right? How realistic are these benefits in practice?
Hi, everyone. It's great to join and to be part of the conference. Thanks, Hannah, for the question. I think this depends on how a central bank design its CBDC, central bank digital currency, and what supporting policies the central bank is adopting. And there are several issues that the central bank should consider in the first place. For example, one of the questions for a developing country, emerging market, is how the customer onboarding will be handled. And this is especially important for the countries where most of the population does not have a government-issued ID. For example, will there be a simplified due diligence rules to advance financial inclusion, for example? And in parallel to what Professor Salami mentioned, another question is, will there be some sort of electronic KYC or digital identity solutions that the CBDC customers can benefit from? And also, for another question is, will the CBDC be interoperable with other digital payment solutions in the country? I don't know, how will the retail CBDC be integrated into the existing payment systems such as mobile money, electronic money, etc.? And how will the customers be able to access CBDC in the first place? And also another consideration is whether the central bank will design a two-tier CBDC system where the existing financial institutions, existing financial service providers act as intermediaries. And how will this two-tier system will look like? So these are just like some considerations for central banks to increase access and efficiency. Also, around the globe, I mean, more than 100 countries are working, exploring CBDC right now, and there are many central banks that are planning to keep CBDC transaction fees very low, or some are planning to keep CBDC transactions totally free. This is great for especially for the low income, for the financially underserved people. This is great. However, it's important for a central bank to consider how the costs related to providing CBDC services will be recovered in the first place. What I mean is, for example, if these costs are, for example, absorbed by the financial institutions acting as an intermediaries, there may not be a viable business case for these institutions. So in this case, these financial institutions, financial service providers, banks, etc., may not be willing to offer CBDC services to users, to end users. And I can say these financial service providers are important for a successful two-tier CBDC system. So I can say that's why it's important for the central banks, considering CBDC to engage the potential intermediaries, in this case, the financial service providers, from the early stages of the CBDC project. And the central banks need to ensure that the business model is viable, working for these providers. I'm saying that otherwise CBDC project might end up being one of those unsuccessful initiatives, that wouldn't enhance the financial inclusion, that wouldn't enhance the cost issue and efficiency, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mehmet, you've unknowingly given me a business case for where we're selling next time. So thank you. Thank you for that. So let me move on to Olaiwola. And one of the things Mehmet mentioned was, adoption and just being inclusive. So from your point of view, adoption is key, obviously. Yeah. But from a marketing and a user engagement point of view, what will it take to drive mainstream trust and usage? Because it's one thing to create CBDC. It's another thing for even the financial institutions to deploy it. But how do we get the everyday person, like Dr. Nuruddin was talking about, to use it and just to trust it?
Thank you very much for that question. I think I'd actually start by giving a little bit of context about Zone, where I work, and what we do, because a lot of the responses I would give would build off of that. My name is Olaiwola Oshoba, and I work for Zone Payment Network. Zone is a payments infrastructure company that enables payments and acceptance of regulated digital currencies for financial service providers on its network. We built Africa's first regulated layer 1 blockchain network to facilitate payments among financial service providers on our network. And I'm giving that context because a lot of the work that we've done over the last 3 to 4 years is riding off compliance, right? We were one of the pioneers for a concept that we like to call regulated blockchain, right? And what regulated blockchain essentially just means is blockchain technology, but enforcing regulations within it to ensure that, we can accelerate adoption. Now, to your question about, what we can do to gain trust, that would drive adoption. I think that when you think about value, right, money in its natural, essence, it's so important to everybody, and that's why even fiat currency as we have it today, there's a lot of regulation, right, to protect consumers, and even the issuing, the organization that actually issues, fiat currency, CBN, people already trust that, okay, these guys actually have my back. So trust is actually very important. And for us to get people to trust it, there's a lot of education that needs to go into what CBDCs are in the first place, right, especially retail CBDCs. And that education in itself actually needs to be done by private and the government sector, right, and the regulators. So I guess I'm saying all of that to say that for us to actually drive adoption of CBDCs, there is a lot of education that actually needs to come into play. Education about, you know, getting everybody to be rest assured that this thing is actually regulated by, you know, for instance, in Nigeria, by maybe CBN. I think that brings a level of comfort, you know, when people know that, okay, what I know about blockchain technology or CBDCs is it's a very contentious technology because of, you know, the current use case, you know, that we see today and all of the, you know, stories that we hear, right? But then there are use cases that, you know, are actually acceptable, especially when there is government oversight. And I guess just educating people about the oversight, first things first, ensuring that, you know, it is governed by regulated entities and regulated institutions, and ensuring that that education, a lot of education is actually geared towards all of the users about, you know, government oversight and how protected the interest of users are going to be. I think that another thing that would help with uptake would be, you know, selling the everyday use case of how of CBDCs to everybody. So how am I also selling, how am I telling stories about how a market woman can, you know, make payment or receive payment, you know, with her wallet? Nigeria, we piloted e-Naira in, I think, 2021, and, you know, there hasn't really been a lot of uptake. Why? Because people haven't even been educated in the first place, right? I did some research and I realized that since, you know, we launched e-Naira, I think we've only transacted maybe $38 million, and that's really nothing compared to the potential of what that can do. So education is really, really important. Education about, you know, the oversights that regulatory bodies have over all of the transactions or all of the activities on the chain, and then education about, you know, the seamlessness of what CBDCs can actually do for end users. I think that's the first place to go to guarantee uptake.
So briefly, let me ask you before you drop your mic, and Shola, I'm coming to you. Who would be responsible for this education? Would it be the regulators, or would it be the FSPs or the financial services?
Yes, it has to be both. It has to be both. The private and the regulators. Everybody actually has to be involved. But the regulators have to be involved more because with them involved, there's trust, right? When I know that, you know, an institution like CBN is telling me how to use this, I kind of trust it, you know. So it cannot be done by just one person. It has to be done by both.
And I asked that question because I know there are regulators in the room, and Cyril has access to them. So Cyril is going to tell them. All right, so Shola, back to you now. So from your experience, what do you see would be the biggest friction points on current cross-border payment systems, and how would CBDC and virtual assets address that? So what's the current friction that we're seeing right now? And how do you think CBDC and virtual assets could be able to address that?
Okay, thank you. I'm Shola Ayoade, and for the conversation today, I work with Bolt, and what we do is that we bridge Web 2 and Web 3 finance. You know, so that's the bridge between your virtual digital assets as well as what we call fiat. You know, so to start with that, looking at cross-border payments, let me start with my experience this week. I was at the bank to make an international transfer, so I needed to get USD hard. You know, so I called someone. I was rushing to a hotel, but it was too far for me, so I just stopped at Chevron. You know, I called someone, did the transfer, took the cash. I needed to be sure. I don't know how to identify genuine dollar, so I give it to the over the counter. You know, they count it with the machine, and they tell me if it's genuine or not. You know, so paying in, and I transferred cash, Naira, fiat. She didn't see it until 4 o'clock, and she says, "Fake transfer, you're a scammer." But thank God we were inside the banking hall, so it was good. You know, and can you believe that she didn't receive these funds until 2 days after? You know, so the only way we could solve that outburst, you know, was that we got the bank, the manager of the cashiers, to keep the funds for us because she can't keep it. What if she gets the transfer later? You know, so that was the situation that wouldn't have happened maybe with virtual assets, maybe using crypto or any of those platforms. that wouldn't have happened, But this happened, and it took, like 2 days, for the funds to return back to me, And then when it returned back to me, I had to go, resolve the situation. So, of course, cross-border payments remains a hassle, and virtual assets has addressed it to a long extent, So look at what's happening globally. Stripe recently acquired Bridge. This was the same Stripe that acquired Paystack. At least we know Paystack, one of ours from this region, acquired by Stripe. And Stripe has also acquired Bridge recently so that they can have the Web3 dimension, because businesses at that level don't start trying to build capacity along a different direction. They just acquire a company that already understands and does it properly, So it's a plus for cross-border payments. And just like Dangote once said that he's African, but he needs, I think, about 32 visas to move around Africa. Though PAPS is doing a lot to address the cross-border thing, but virtual assets, which some of us call crypto, goes a long way. And thank God the regulators are also going ahead to deal with the regulatory parts. You have licenses issued to Quidax and a few others, and what Zone is doing even in the banking sector. So it can only get better with virtual assets, and then this hassle to wait for 2 days to resolve this type of issue, because the person I was sending money to was suffering on the other end because it was past time, and the person was angry with me as well, claiming that it was false transfer. It took the bank to verify that it's genuine transfer because they could check, my phone was with me, they could check history, they could check transaction history, and everything was clear that, nothing was amiss. So virtual assets will go a long way to drive cross-border. Those rails would drive cross-border more than anything else. Thank you.
All right. Before I move over to Professor Iwa, show of hands, how many people know how to identify genuine dollars? Because he mentioned a really good point, and I was like, that's a good idea. Because if they bring the fake dollars to you, nobody? Oh, wow. Okay. All right, Professor Iwa. So coming from what Shola just said, just enhancing cross-border transfers. So in the context of AFCTFTA, how can CBDCs be structured to enable seamless and legally sound cross-border transactions?
Okay, so some of the answer to this had already mentioned in the precise framework that the BIS has proposed. But I think what I'd like to add is to talk about the fact that, as we all know, that currency inconvertibility is one of the critical issues against intra-African trade, or one of the critical challenges, I'll say, against intra-African trade, and has been, since the kingdom come. And I think the work that PAPS, facilitated by Afrexim Bank, is doing, so that's the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, is doing, is actually a great one, trying to create this payment system to facilitate intra-African trade. But we all know that even that there's still a lot that needs to be done there. There's still a lot of adoption by commercial banks that needs to be taken on board in order to for us to actually have this system. And there's still a great deal of coordination that's required. Now, with respect to CBDCs, the idea around CBDCs is that there will be this platform that, central banks will be plugged into on the basis of which could be on the basis of the 3 different models or approaches that the BIS has actually, laid out. But of course, as I say, from a regional perspective. But again, we have to be very clear that there's going to be a lot of coordination and a lot of political will, as well as coordination amongst the key institutions to want to really drive this, to want to really ensure that actually whatever regional CBDC agenda is in place would not just be one that's in place theoretically, but would be one that can actually help facilitate intra-African trade. And again, what does this mean in terms of if we're going to break this down? This, breaks down to us having harmonized policies around, these common standards that we referred to, harmonized policies around how we want to approach, the settlement of transactions, harmonized policies around, digital identity, the KYC infrastructure. It would require that we also take on board, the financial inclusion, well, obviously this is when we're looking at sort of individuals now, but let's kind of leave that aside. But on the regional level, this would require a lot of coordination, I'd say. And I think it would also be, as we look at the history around regional integration arrangements, I mean, there has been a lot of positivity around the African Continental Free Trade arrangements, and we're very grateful, that the countries have actually, been able to keep that going and sustain that. But when it actually comes down to, really much more pain points, such as things like payments, we need to see, political will as to harmonization arrangement going. I think in one of the previous panels, or someone in the audience actually had asked a very brilliant question, for example, and had asked, Ghana has entered this MOU with Rwanda to facilitate this licensing passport for fintechs. And that question was brilliantly answered by the Central Bank of Ghana representative. But beyond that, there's also a Project 54 that came up in the Inclusive FinTech Forum we had way back in February. And the idea around that was, we kind of felt that, I mean, some people around the table, the round table that I joined, actually felt that, yes, this agenda is brilliant, but at the same time, we have this arrangement with Ghana and Rwanda, who actually belong to two separate sub-regional arrangements. Ghana belonging to ECOWAS, and Rwanda, of course, belonging to the East African community. And I think brilliant that the two countries are coming together to integrate in this way. But then it leaves a lot of questions for us to actually answer. I mean, what's happening with the actual, political will and effort amongst the regional framework? I mean, it would have been great to see Nigeria and Ghana, for example, Nigeria, Ghana, and some of the other, actually we could say the West African Monetary Zone countries, okay? So, we have had a lot of integration arrangements, particularly around monetary integration, that haven't quite kicked off in the sub-region. And although we know that if we kind of step back a bit, sort of looking at the African Economic Community Treaty, which really is a treaty that was obviously signed in 1991, got adopted in 1994, which really set out the economic integration agenda for Africa in a very structured way, telling us this could be achieved in a step-by-step approach, cumulating to the achievement of a monetary union in 2028. I think that date has been pushed forward, but originally when the treaty was signed, that was the agenda. But we found that, I mean, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was one of the hallmarks of successes that was woven into that EAC, the African Economic Community Treaty Framework, and that was achieved after quite a long time. So obviously the timeline to achieve that was extended quite significantly. But I'm saying all of this to say that a lot of the bottlenecks, have actually been around really political will. So the country is wanting the agenda to actually happen, this regional framework to happen. And that would be very key, even in the context of having some sort of regional CBDC arrangement in place? I mean, I've done a huge amounts of work and published significantly in this field. I'm happy to actually take questions at the end or you know, explore this in other conversations. Right. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Mehmet, I'm going to move to you because I know you have to drop off soon. So let me give you your last question because we're actually rounding up as time is now not on our side. So if digital currency is the future of money, what concrete steps should policymakers and inclusion advocates take today to ensure that the future is equitable and inclusive?
Thanks, Anatu, for the question. So I think one of the considerations is about the privacy. Privacy as an important issue that needs special attention globally. And I'm saying that because there's a concern that the central bank and government authorities will be able to see CBDC-related data with individual users, I don't know, their identity information, etc. So there's a concern that the government might be able to monitor who did what kind of transactions, details, etc. So I think it's essential for the policymakers, for the central bankers around the globe to consider how user privacy is respected while designing a retail CBDC in the first place. And regarding that, actually, some countries, some central banks are already working on a design where the central bank won't have the details of individual transaction and the personal data of account owners. And in this case, the relevant central bank will not hold granular data on any users. I think this could bring an environment, bring a better environment for protecting privacy, and it would lead to public confidence and trust in using CBDC. That said, in general, I can say the success of a retail CBDC and its wide adoption depends on how much individuals, businesses, and companies trust the central bank. For example, they need to have a confidence that the central bank has a resilient system, resilient technology infrastructure. And also the people, the populated public need to trust that the central bank has appropriate systems, appropriate rules, as I said, to protect customers' privacy and protect their data. If individuals do not trust the central bank and the government with their transactions, with their data, etc., so the CBDC may not be adopted at all. And also, of course, for the success of retail CBDC, so the individuals, businesses need to trust that the central bank will be able to meet its CBDC liabilities in a timely manner, I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And because you mentioned partnerships with businesses, I'll move to Laiwola. So how can financial institutions like yours partner with regulators to design user-friendly digital currency solutions that can gain traction? That's like selling your markets.
Yes, it is, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to sell my market. I think that for us, right, we've been in bed with regulators since we started, and interestingly, we started out by not even naming our technology by what it was because we were scared that regulators might come and say, "Oh, blockchain is it not this, is it not that," and then shut us down. And then I remember, at the earlier stages when we were engaging regulators, we were using words like DLT. Just, to be vague about it, and because we didn't know how they were going to take it. But you see, one of the most interesting things that I've seen in Nigeria, I think that our central bank are very progressive, where innovation is concerned. And that's why Zone could actually, take that pole of Africa's first regulated blockchain network for payments. That's because before a lot of people actually started thinking about what we're doing in the way that we're doing it, CBN already just said, yes, let's do this. Last year, Zone also partnered with NIBS, to facilitate, to enable them, get oversight on POS-based transactions. And I think that was one of the world's first case of having regulatory participation on a chain, on a private consortium chain. So regulators are open, I guess, but it's very important for us to carry them along and educate them. And I've said a lot about educating and storytelling, even down to the financial institutions that we enable today. I remember at the beginning when we also started engaging a lot of the banks and fintechs, and a lot of them were very apprehensive. Oh, I don't want to get into CBN's trouble. I don't know what this is, But then with continuous, storytelling and education, we've gotten to the point where we've onboarded, most of the big banks and fintechs in Nigeria already, and we're facilitating payments for them across ATM channels and POS channels. And I'm saying all of this to say that it's very possible for regulators, and private companies to actually get in bed and do stuff together. So I think that, especially in the case of Nigeria, I think it's easy because regulators actually want things to be easy. And when you think of blockchain technology in its original form, it almost feels like it was actually purpose-built for regulators, when you think about it. So there would definitely be a strong collaboration. For us at Zone, what we do is we're playing on the infrastructure space. We've built an entire rails to facilitate payments of financial institutions. So the interface and all of the things that you're talking about right now is something that comes later in our evolution. But educating regulators and just collaborating and thinking through how we want to build technologies that would enable all of this is very important. And I think the point here is it is possible, very possible, and Zone is just a perfect example. Yeah.
All right. So Olushola, same question to you, because I know Vault and VBank also works as an intersection of financial infrastructure and innovation. So how would you be able to work with the regulators to design something that could work?
Thank you. So definitely, we have been working with regulators because we have a platform. We are more of enablers and aggregators, for fiat and blockchain technology. And because we have AML, as part of the process, KYC as part of the process, I know many people tend to be interested in blockchain, crypto for the sake of anonymity. You get it. But we are focused on working with government, so we have AML regulations and everything to ensure that your identity is known. If you have to be on the platform, no compromise of identity. And the Nigerian space is very interesting. MetaMask, some other products, recently they looked at it and they saw that they had more users in Nigeria than in any other country in the world. Not necessarily all the money, but lots of users, and then...
Aspire to aspire.
So it shows that there's something happening, there's something happening. So definitely what we just need to do is ensure that we continually support the government to ensure that we have a safe space, because it takes public and private to eventually have a safe space financially, and then also the frictions around the cost of transactions, is being brought down to a large extent by blockchain, and then, many times when people hear crypto, all that comes to their mind is meme coins, let's pump and dump and all of that, but USDT, USDC, it's just like your regular dollar, and you have people even being paid in different parts of the world in USDC, USDT, and, they're having a good time, with the convenience and the flexibility and the very minimal cost in moving funds from one place to another without the kind of time I told you, 2 days to move funds. Yes, 2 days to move funds. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I know we're pressed for time. Any questions? You guys all understand CBC? Now, sorry, I'll point to somebody. Madam.
All right, we have one question.
Yes, there's one question. Can we get a mic to her? Thank you for raising your hand, but if not, I'll start pointing at people.
Thank you very much, Anatu. I think the session is moving in as planned. We'll be getting ready for the next presentation, and I'm sure that is on AI and emerging technologies, and then we'll wrap up with the final track. Please, can we have a mic on? The green button we show is a crypto color. Good luck, can we have a mic on, please? Is it on?
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you. That was a very engaging discussion. My name is Hawa Ogambo from the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation. We're from the regulator side. I think what I got from this earlier on is the issue of CBDCs being deployed or implemented from the central bank side of it. And then you have the financial service providers and making sure that there's a real business case for this. And then on the consumer side, to what extent have we researched into consumer behavior, the experiences of consumers, of how they even experience the conventional financial products? The problems we have at the moment with the conventional financial institutions is that products are not meeting the needs of the people. Let me give you an example. This is not a financial example, but when SIM cards and mobile phones first came out, and people devised a way to send money to their people using the recharge card numbers. You know, those kind of fallouts were very innovative, very local, and of course that now developed into all sorts of solutions and financial services. But at the moment, still, we have an issue of financial products not meeting the needs of the people. And then you come and put the CBDC system on top of it, and then the second layer of making sure that financial service providers have a business case. And even if there is that business case, to what extent does it meet the needs of the consumers? That is actually, I think, should be the primary concern, because at the end of the day, it's the consumers that will drive this. So I guess, is it a question or a comment? But I would like you to address this.
Anyone in particular?
Anybody, yes.
I'm tempted to ask Laiola and Shola to try, just because obviously you are on the ground, and now both passing your boots on the ground. At least you see the consumer behavior, if for nothing else, with regards to the work that you do in your businesses. So let's see how, and then we'll pass it over to Professor Iwa to take a stab at it.
I think that's a very good question. So I'm going to try to repeat the question just so that I'm sure what you're asking. Because for me, it sounded like this is what we need to...
Solid comment.
It sounded like a comment, right? But I agree. I think that, I mean, as someone who has worked in tech for the longest time, one of the things that we always do is we always put the users, the end users at the back of our minds, right? It's like, what need are we really solving for these guys? But then the first speaker who spoke also spoke about, CBDCs, there's the wholesale and then there's the retail use case. For the wholesale use case, I think that's already taken a lot of adoption, and the level of education and storytelling that would go into that isn't exactly as intense as what you need to do on the retail end. So your question or your comments focuses on the retail end of things. How are we telling, or how are we really building CBDCs in a way that people see the need for it? I think we've solved for that already. And you made mention of, what we're doing with stable coins. I mean, we see people using stable coins, we see people using, crypto as well for payments. And CBDCs can also be used, on that front, but I don't know that anybody's really educating people on that front. And I'll use eNaira as an example. When eNaira came out, there was a lot of buzz around it. There was a lot of awareness. But you see, nobody really spoke about how you can use it or the use cases, especially for the everyday people. And I think that that's what we really need to solve for, really and truly. Educate the everyday user with real life stories and real life scenarios of how people are using this. And I think we're going to see a lot more uptake. But that's the best attempt I can take on that question. And I think I'll leave the rest for Shola or any other person. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't even say much on that, but for use is usually tied to what people need, fixing the friction out there in terms of cost, speed, efficiency, and that's what is driving this other, future of money, because people want speed, people don't have time anymore. What they will have waited, they can't wait anymore. They want it instant. And then, of course, trust as well. So people would use a solution that addresses their challenges. I mean, if it's not just another business that we are creating somewhere, but if it's fixing someone's friction, then people would use it. So I wouldn't say more than that. If you're building an app in here and you're looking at a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 finance, stable coins, let's talk after this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, and one last thing to add to that, which I think I should have added to my point. And he said it's really the use case. Why should I move to CBDCs when I already have fiat that works? I'm going to the market to buy paper. Like, why do I need that? And there are benefits to using CBDCs, because of there's reduced friction. So transaction costs can actually be reduced, especially when you're paying with CBDCs. The cost of paying with fiat and paying with CBDCs are different. So when you sell or amplify the benefits of using CBDCs over fiat currency, I think we're going to see a lot of uptake from the retail angle of things. But for the wholesale angle of things, we already get it. Businesses get it, institutions get it, countries get it, and that's why there's not really a lot of conversations about it. People have just adopted it and then they've run with it. But on the retail side, there's a lot of education and awareness about the advantages that transacting with CBDC has over using fiat currency. Thank you very much.
All right. Professor Iwa, do you want to take a stab?
Yes, please, thanks. Now, I have to say that was a fantastic question because, it's so important, like the lady from the NDIC mentioned, that we actually do research on the behaviors of how consumers have engaged with existing payment infrastructure. Because building another layer of CBDC, I mean, what benefit does that do to anyone? And I have to say that behavioral economists are working on this because I've listened to one or two presentations around people exploring how people engage with existing payment mechanisms and what the likelihood would be from a UK context now as to how they'll take on board retail CBDC. And the reason why that's pertinent is because, firstly, the different types of demography of people that would interface with these CBDCs, ranging from the elderly who may, for example, have to continue to use cash because they just aren't savvy enough. I know the amount of effort I have to get my mom, for example, to send a text message, and there are different sorts of people. There are people who are disabled, who for one reason or another may just never be able to actually engage with, digital platforms such as would be required to engage with the CBDC. So we have all sorts of people, and this is where the inclusion comes in. So we're not only just really concerned about financial inclusion, we're actually concerned about the technology that goes into using the knowledge, I'd say, some of the technical skills that would go into sort of using those types of new payment infrastructure, such as the CBDC. So I have to say that's a brilliant question, and I think it's something that every country that is exploring the idea of launching a CBDC should actually consider. But I think we also need to really step aside and maybe compare or contrast or have a pro and cons list as to why we're really talking about retail CBDCs. I mean, there's the reduction of cost in cash management argument that the CBN, for example, has or some central banks have mentioned. There's obviously the financial inclusion dimension that has also been mentioned, and I'd say beyond that, there is the tokenization of economies perspective as well, that I think a lot of governments across the world need to be thinking about, and a lot of central banks. So when we talk in terms of the tokenization of economies, so there's a drive towards the tokenization of different types of assets, to tokenization of stocks, bonds, land, gold, across the world. And if we're talking about, and basically what does this mean? This basically means sort of representing real world assets on blockchain-based systems, simply put, and to make them digital. And so in that respect, we really then need to be asking ourselves, what are really the anchor, what would the anchor currency be that will be used to settle these transactions? And I don't think we're really looking at that, because we would need reliable and I'd say, potentially government-backed currencies that would be able to settle these transactions. And some would say, oh, well, because I've had this conversation with quite a few people, some would say, well, stable coins would do it. But I'm thinking stable coins, right, as they stand today, constitute 7% of the entire market capitalization of the crypto asset industry, which, as at the last time I checked, is tuned to about, I'd say, $4 trillion, right? Which, in terms of global financial markets, is really, minuscule an amount. So stable coins, when we talk in terms of the tokenization of assets, may not be able to do it. I mean, today news broke that some big banks in America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and a couple of others have actually teamed up to want to start this project of stable coins, the stable coin project, to actually be able to compete against USDC and USDT. And I'm thinking, okay, you're talking now because you would need heavyweights like those big banks to be able to actually contend and to be able to answer this question of what types of currencies would be able to anchor this organization that we're looking at. Yeah. So basically, in answering the question is that we need to go back to actually ask the question, as in, why are we talking about CBDCs in the first instance?
Yes.
We shouldn't forget that. And then that should kind of drive the agenda. Education is quite key. Yes. So adoption, for example. Just very quickly, just one last point. I kind of feel it's so important to mention. Building upon what Mehet had mentioned, there's a big issue around trust and the adoption, across the world, whether we're looking at the adoption of the Sand Dollar, which is the retail CBDC in the Bahamas, or even the EU one, the Chinese CBDC, or just across the world. There's that huge issue around adoption. Why? Because people are skeptical that their transactions will be seen totally by the government and the central bank. But then I have to say that depending on the model, and depending on the model of the CBDC framework, the technology is actually out that it's possible for the central bank not to see who is transacting on what. But depending on the model, the fintechs and the commercial banks that are plugged into, if it's a platform design, for example, will be the firms that will have to KYC the users. And if we're saying these are banks, fintechs, and the like, they already KYC on us anyway. So the banks know exactly who I am. They have all my details. They know where I live. They know my age. They know my transactions. They can see everything. So the fear of privacy and the argument against CBDC purely around privacy, I think is a bit misinformed and misplaced. And I think that really needs to be clarified.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam from NDIC, for helping me or leading me into my final thoughts. So let me say thank you to our panelists. Mehet obviously had to drop off, but thank you to all the panelists. And what we've seen from today is that the conversations around CBDC and virtual assets is not just about innovation at this point. It's now about trust, access, collaboration, and we've now realized education. There's a lot of education that needs to be done. So I would advise you as the audience, you need to educate yourself on how this would affect you, on how you could use CBDC or how you could use virtual assets, because that's really where the world is going, and there are steps being taken to move into that direction. Thank you once again. Thank you, Professor Iwa. Unfortunately, our other panelists couldn't join, but thank you to them. Thank you, Olushola and Olaiwola. Thank you all for being an amazing audience.
And thank you, Anatil, for being a wonderful moderator. Please, can you put your hands together for her? All right. Can we have Mr. Cyril please come up? Let's have the photo up for our panelists. Where's my very good friend? The next panel, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to move into the final session so that we can all close up and be on our way home, so to speak, and be back here in good time. And then this particular panel is going to be looking at AI and emerging technologies, technologies, as a matter of fact, borders to bridges, the role of AI and other emerging technologies in cross-border payment systems. In case perhaps you're wondering what's going on, we had some special popular requests, and then we are adjusting the agenda a little bit, as the case might be, so that we don't keep you here for too long, and then we have to be able to attend to some other things. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to be moderated by our virtual moderator in the person of Bob Trojan, the Senior Advisor, International Law Institute, and President and CEO of Token Insights, and the SHEPA, APFF Data Ecosystem Working Group. And the good thing with the fact that we have in the house here the Chief Operating Officer, COO, and Chief Technology Officer at OPay Nigeria, in the person of Mr. Dotun Adekunle. Please, can you put your hands together for him? I can see himself and the chairman of CB exchanging handshake. I don't know, he's wishing him the best. Dotun actually has a way of grabbing the moment. We're looking forward to what OPay's experiences are. Thank you so very much. I'm very sure that we'll be able to connect with your moderator and my team behind, actually, as a matter of fact, ensuring that that is a seamless interaction. Next, we have Lauren Gamarov, co-founder and CEO of SendB. Is joining us, as a matter of fact. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Great. Bob Trojan is, as a matter of fact, up and waiting. I just want to be sure that Gbolahan Atoyebi is in the house as well. Head Financial Services Industry Sales at Equinis is in the house here. Please, can you come up? Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so very much. And then finally, we have Deborah One, Managing Partner of Hilton Top Solicitors. She's already in the house here. This is fantastic. It's a full panel session. Okay, Bob, over to you, and you know how it works for the next 45 minutes, more or less. Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Hey, welcome to today's session, Borders to Bridges, leveraging AI and other emerging technologies in cross-border payments in a multi-stakeholder approach. And as introduced, I'm Bob Trojan. I'm today's moderator for our rock star panel that we have here sitting on the stage. So, as you may have heard, I run my own advisory firm called Token Insights and advise NGOs like the International Law Institute and the Alliance for Innovative Regulation, and also advise the MFIs of the world, the World Bank and APEC, etc. And I am delighted to be here. I wish I could be there in person with all of you on the stage. This is an incredibly important topic because it's about cross-border, not only about cross-border payments, but really more broad, the cross-border data. And so this touches every part of everyone's life. And as it crosses borders, it transforms in complexity. And so the structure of today's panel is that we will hear from each of our panelists for about 8 minutes, giving their perspective on this very important topic. and then we'll have commentary by me in between and some questions and answers and discussion at the end. So, so with that, I understand we've introduced everyone. I'd like to hand the floor over to our first panelist, Lorian. Lorian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bob. Yes, and today's speakers on panels, you know, a theme that we're seeing here is that there certainly is a need for some kind of universal and global payment network that can facilitate transactions in a frictionless, or as frictionless as possible way, but also with regulatory oversight. Now, you know, for years, for decades, we've been using the internet, which is a public network that everybody uses to exchange information. But in the early days of the internet, and I remember this very well because I was doing a computer science degree in the 90s, and then I started my career in the mid-90s, the internet itself wasn't clear how it would unfold. There was a lot of speculation as to how this network would unfold. And there were competing companies trying to figure out how to do this. And of course, what happened? The world settled on a public open protocol, which is what we call the internet today. And because it was a stable protocol, in other words, it didn't change, but also open and public, it meant that investors and entrepreneurs were able to build on top of that network and provide the incredible number of uses and use cases that we have today. Now the world is, you couldn't imagine a world without a public internet where I can communicate through email or anything like that without having to hop from one network to another and where friction is introduced. And so in today's discussions, we've been talking about, on one hand, CBDCs, which are trying to create a much more stable payment network with regulatory oversight built in. But most importantly, we don't just live in a single country, we live in a world with many countries, and cross-border remittances are the lifeblood of many people and in different countries around the world. And so it just sort of makes sense that at the end of the day, when it comes to information, that can move around. But when it comes to transactional information, why do we not treat transactions in the same way as we treat information? Because at the end of the day, a transaction, a payment transaction or anything like that, is just information. But of course, when you have disparate systems, then you have the problem of reconciliation, where data can be changed from one end to the other. It's difficult to always find partners where you can do these integrations. And so it just, in our minds, seems that the natural evolution of transactions in the world, it should be based on something similar like the internet. And in fact, even the internet, in the many decades that it has existed, there's always been this little gap on the internet where how do we now safely and reliably transfer transactional information? Because we know that the internet itself, it's not a stateful protocol. It's not something that records information immutably or unchangeably. And on the internet itself, if you're a bit of a technical person, you'll notice that if you go to a website and the website is down, you usually get something called a 404 error, you know, a site is not available. But there's also been a code on the internet that has never been used, and that's the 402 error, which means payment required or missing payment. So for decades, the world has had to try and figure out how do we unify payments, but also, most importantly, how can we reliably have oversight, especially from a regulatory point of view. And that is why blockchain, and our panelist just before this one said, and he said, it's interesting, when you look at blockchain, the way that it was originally devised, you can see that it was built for regulation. The fact that it is transparent, it is traceable, you can link identities to every single transaction, And most importantly, it is private. Now, when I say private, private doesn't mean anonymous. And a lot of crypto is trying to transform blockchain into an anonymous network where you cannot trace transactions and you cannot link identities. But the nature of blockchain as originally devised by its inventor back in the days, Bitcoin inventor Satoshi Nakamoto, when you understand it, when you understand the original version of Bitcoin, as I said, there are many different versions today, but the original version, you can see how the inventor specifically considered the regulatory requirements around payments, traceability, transparency, identity, and of course scalability, where transactions mustn't be expensive. You know, the idea of a CBDC in terms of fees, they're trying to reduce those fees down to negligible or nothing. But of course, to maintain a network for negligible fees or nothing is very expensive, especially if you have multiple participants, because every time you do an integration or something like that, it introduces friction. So, as I said earlier in my original talk, and I won't harp on it, I'm going to talk more about the AI because this is an AI panel. You can see that if you move away from the crypto mindset and that kind of trading, speculation mindset, you realize that the original Bitcoin blockchain, and which is called BSV today, it was built to facilitate global transactions at negligible cost with all the controls required for a payment network, including being able to seize funds and being able to confiscate money and freeze money. I mean, that's very important when it comes to anti-money laundering. Now, from an AI perspective, of course, AI is very interesting, not just because it can do a lot of our work for us, but because it gives us a way to interact with data on a human level. AI right now, many of us are used to things like ChatGPT. You know, we can communicate in natural language to a machine and then get that machine to deliver results for us. And this is why AI is just so wonderful, because it's naturalizing our interactions with machines. And of course, all of us engage with data, and not just to produce content, reporting, and all that sort of thing. But you know, if you want to be able to do analytics on data, like for example, you want to do anti-money laundering analytics on data, it's very difficult. You need people in IT who can write the right sort of queries, and also you know, can produce intelligence that can be useful. And so this is the amazing thing about AI today, is that we now have this ability to be able to communicate with machines, to be able to get insights out of that information, and to produce insights out of that information in a reliable, useful way. And so in terms of payments, in terms of transactions, you know, I want to just keep on harping on the fact, because I believe strongly that if you take I'll sort of repeat what I said earlier this morning for those who weren't here. The original concept of blockchain, and you move away from the crypto mindset, because inherently crypto has the seeds of its own destruction sown within it, the fact that it wants to be anti-compliant. But if you look at a blockchain, and especially the original blockchain, what we call BSV, you're going to see that this is finally the tool that CBDCs even can leverage to be able to provide that reliable transactional network that is very low cost and includes the most important aspects of financial transactions, which is traceability, identity, and of course, security. So the combination of AI as this way that we can interact with data and we can produce insights in terms of payments, like money and anti-money laundering stuff and that sort of thing, and this idea of a protocol very similar to the internet, which can now facilitate global transactions in a regulatory compliant way, where regulators and law enforcement can full oversight, full control over what goes on in that network. You can see how we can move beyond this phase that we live in today, where we are increasingly trying to find ways to be able to reduce the costs of payments for billions of people around the world. and in collaboration with AI, being able to then get insights out of that information to be able to facilitate all the law enforcement and regulatory oversight that is required. Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you, Laurie, and that was a great kickoff. So a few things that hit my brain when you were speaking was, I think one of the most important words you said was friction. And so what we're trying to do is decrease friction in cross-border payments and cross-border data. And the more we can do that, whether that's blockchain or other technologies, that's where the Holy Grail is. As this is an AI panel, there's two sides to AI, and AI, is, democratizing a whole bunch of stuff there. What it's also doing is handing payment fraudsters nuclear weapons that they can steal your money a lot faster and a lot better. And so balancing those two things is what I think the magic is here. So thank you, Lauren. Now, our next panelist is Dotun Adekunle from Ope, Nigeria. Dotun, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks, Bob. Looking at the topic that we have at hand this afternoon, I think that we need to look at how the difference that seamless cross-border payments can bring across Africa. That if I, as a salesperson or as a trader in Nigeria, I'm able to offer my goods, whether it's electronically on one way or the other, and get payments done or receive payments done from someone in Ghana, or if I have to do a remittance transaction from somewhere in Lokoja, and I need to move that funds to Kilifi in Mombasa, in Kenya, for instance, and that can happen seamlessly. The value that brings to the whole of trade and commerce and the efficiency across Africa is immeasurable. However, as we progress and make steps towards enabling seamless transactions, there are several hurdles that stand in the way. One major hurdle as we go from country to country is the issue around regulations. As we go from state to state or from nation to nation, you find out that the regulations differ. For instance, in Nigeria here, where we have three-tiered KYC, and you have tier 1 accounts, tier 2 accounts, tier 3 accounts, and all of them have transaction limits, for instance. They have balance limits, for instance. Imagine you were trying to send money from Kenya to Nigeria to a mobile money wallet in Nigeria, and you're not aware of the balance in the person's account. You're just trying to send value. And the value leaves your account there, goes over maybe PAP's network, goes over one network or the other, and then arrives at the destination account. But let's say he has a balance limit of 300,000. It's a tier 2 account. And he already has 250,000 in that account. And then the value you are trying to send, when it gets exchanged, is 70,000 naira. By the time that amount is trying to hit that account, what happens is that the transaction fails. At the sender's end, he does not know, she does not know why that transaction has failed, because the regulatory environment is very different. And therefore, it becomes important that as we look at integration across Africa with what AFCFTA has brought about, what PAPS is trying to do, and what other new technologies and collaboration will bring to the table, it's important that we evolve also in the area of regulation to really promote seamless cross-border payments. And that's where new technologies and like artificial intelligence and DLT can come into play. One of the things that can be explored with AI, and which I encourage the regulators who are in the on the seats or in the audience to start looking at, is how we can use AI to understand the different policies that shift from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, so that as you are attempting this transaction, something is able to tell you that I suspect that this transaction will not fly, because if you're moving this money into this particular country, these are the rules around KYC, or these are the rules around AML, or these are the rules around transaction monitoring, and things like that will then help us to have a more seamless experience when it comes to cross-border payments. So basically, I think that to summarize our first point for me is that we need to have smarter risk management, more intelligent risk management. With AI evolving, we're able to detect that this transaction, for instance, should be out of pattern. This transaction, for instance, is you know, as I just look at the whole of cross-border payments, it gives us, you look at the opportunity and the size of it. And then at the same time, you're also looking at the dangers for Africa, for instance, right? We know that what we have, the security challenges we have in Africa are cross-border. You have Boko Haram in the northeast. You have El Shabaab in Kenya. You have different pockets of this. And so you want to make sure that while we want to allow innovation to take us forward, we want to make sure that at the same time we are protective and we're not allowing, we're not creating security or making security challenges to increase and to get worse because of innovation. And that's why a lot of the central banks across different regions are very skeptical. And that's why there's a lot of tightening around movement of funds that cross the borders. But I think that the best solution for everyone will be that we want to be bold with innovation, but we want to be very wise with regulation. That balance is something that is very, very critical for us to do. The second point I wanted to raise today is the fact that today, cross-border payments, as it is today, yes, we are seeing progress gradually, right? But as it is today, cross-border payments today are expensive, they are opaque, they are too costly, they are slow, and it's not enabling trade and commerce to happen at the pace at which it should happen. We know the traditional SWIFT method of transacting, and today, when businesses have to transfer money from one jurisdiction to another, it has to go through several correspondent banks. Value has to leave your currency, go into USD, and then come back into the other currency, and all that is it's like waste of money. Why should I? And at each point of exchange, there is cost involved. My former CEO used to say that you remove the number of toll gates along the express road, then you have more vehicles passing through. So today, there are too many toll gates. There are too many points corresponding. It goes to this bank, I don't want to mention names, this bank, and we know the big banks that do all this stuff, right? It goes to that bank and that bank and that bank before it gets to the destination. And somebody from yesterday was saying that Ghana, Nigeria, we fight on jollof, but we are brothers, right? But why should I try to send Naira from here to Ghana, then I have to go to the USD before I come back to the Ghana cities? It does not make sense. And that's why things like what PAPS is doing and things like that will make a whole lot of difference. But apart from that, emerging technologies like distributed ledger technology also makes a difference, right? Because with stable coins, then I can move money from point A to point B just by going to the stable coins, and they get it on the other side and just convert from the stable coins. No ASUs, no middlemen, no correspondent banks, no change of currency. Everything happens seamlessly. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. And the more we have regulators become more open to allowing these things to happen, to becoming more comfortable with new technology, the better it is for us. I know that innovation with the fintechs especially always moves with a lot of velocity, but then we also need the regulatory capacity to make sure that we're at par with the innovation while keeping it safe, making sure that consumers are protected and things are done properly. Maybe I should stop on those 2 points. Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you, Datun. That was terrific. And, a couple of points that, really struck me. One was, and I'm gonna steal this, that we should be bold with innovation and wise with regulation. I am so absolutely taking that. So thank you. And, I think the key point here is that the regulators need to be part of this conversation. And regulators want to do the right thing, and they also want the world to be safe. And so including regulators in this conversation as early as possible through ways that get them comfortable with the new technology, like technology sprints and such, like Alliance for Innovative Regulation does, is really, really important. So thank you. So our next panelist is Maha Jouini, who is a tech policy expert at Afria. Maha, you have the floor. Is Maha there? I don't see her. All right. Well, let's skip over Maha for the moment, and we'll go to Ola. Ola Atoyebi, who is the head of financial services industry sales for Main One. Ola, you have the floor.
Thanks, Bob. And thanks to the previous speakers. You spoke quite well on key areas that speaks to the multi-stakeholder approach. From my own perspective, or for our own perspective as an organization, we come from an infrastructure-based perspective to payment systems, seamless payment systems, and the multi-stakeholder approach. I hear a lot of conversation on regulatory, which is very needed. I also understand that, like he said, Dotun said, innovation and regulation needs to run at equal pace. But at the underlying factor of it, of any transaction, be it from Mumbai, be it from Kigali, be it from South Africa, be it from anywhere, it's the infrastructure that supports those transactions. I hear everybody wants payment solutions to be next to nothing in terms of transaction payments, but I also understand that in order to maintain and keep this infrastructure functional, there are some costs to it. Just like the first speaker spoke about the internet and the rise of the internet. Most of us right now, we take it for granted. But the initial cost of the internet when we started, or when it started, and the investments that went through to the internet was a lot of money. And some people made those forward-looking investments to ensure that the internet is successful. Now with the payment side of things and the stakeholder approach of payments, when you want to have transactions across regions and you don't have the infrastructure to support those transactions across those regions, it's a challenge. And that's where the rise of cost of transactions will also impact you. So we talk a lot about Africa, we talk a lot about regulation, we talk about fintechs, innovation, but we need to understand that there are roughly, 52 countries in Africa? The EU uses the GDPR across the EU countries, and Nigeria has NDPR, Ghana has, I think, GDPR or a version of it, Kenya has a version of it, South Africa has a version of it. But are they all consolidated into an African Data Protection Act that everybody can leverage and say, we build our own individual regulations off the back of that basic conversation? If Africa as a whole, whether through AU, whether through Nexim, whether through African Development Bank, whether through PAPS, whatever, if they have that Bible, as I like to call it, that everybody feeds their own regulation or tailors their own regulation from, be it from the infrastructure side, be it from the security side, be it from the transaction compliance side, then we have a basis to work with for innovation. And coming to the technology side, from our own perspective, if we don't have data centers, for example, which Equinix provides across the region, why will I have infrastructure for switching transaction in other climes? Why will I want to do a transaction in Ghana, like he mentioned, and I will have my servers in Tokyo? Why will I go all the way to Tokyo to do a USD, to go back to Tokyo, to come back to Ghana? When I can have my infrastructure sitting as an organization, sitting in Ghana, sitting in Lagos, have a web of interconnection with different financial institutions, all connected in those locations, such that as opposed to going over, you're just going, you're talking to each other. So these are the investments that need to take place. The internet is a web of connections of computers, and latency is a function of the distance of the computer you want to talk to. If I want to ping a server in Tokyo, in Japan, in China, the latency is obviously going to be a lot. But if I'm going to ping a transaction via any fintech solution in Ghana, and the servers are in Ghana, and I'm in Nigeria, I'm sure we've broken a lot of boundaries, leveraging on PAPS, or Africa's Bible of transactions. So even if, yes, we have different regional regulatory issues, one of the core things we need to also look at is how interconnected are our infrastructure today in Africa for payment solutions. It's very critical. It's a conversation a lot of us don't talk about. And when you now layer it, or you layer AI on it, a lot of the AI solutions, and frankly, I'm happy at a lot of new innovations locally for AI, but some of the AI technology solutions we are leveraging on are outside the shores of Africa. So even from AI, from the learning phase in the model of the AI to inference stage, all that are driven by conversations that existed outside the continent to form these AI agents that we are now adopting, imbibing, introducing into our own payment nuances. And like he said, regions have conflict. We have conflicts in different regions in Africa. We are unique in Africa. We celebrate our diversity. We celebrate the fact that we are brothers. And we are also built on a lot of trust. And all this, when you now use infrastructure or AI agents or AI technology that is not localized enough for the African market, that trust part of it can easily erode. And that's why it now goes back to regulation to say, who is monitoring my payments? Is there a global body monitoring my payments? Is there a local body monitoring my payments? There's a lot of conversation undertone. By the time you now even have that conversation from the multi-stakeholder approach, you now look at people, do they trust the system? Do they trust blockchain? The number of awareness and people that understand blockchain relative to the number of people that do transactions daily, I think the percentages are very small. I mean, I stand to be corrected. There are roughly $3 trillion of transaction payments in Africa every year, growing at a rate of maybe 20% year on year. I think we're just scratching the surface. But we have the organizations that are building these solutions to enable transactions. We have the need for a global, overarching, African-based regulation, sign off like by all participating countries that want to feed into, for example, PAPS. Off that, innovation and transactions can build solutions that can feed off that. Those solutions now can be regionalized, i.e. West African region, a node, South African region another, East Africa another, North Africa another, Central Africa, that we're creating a web of interaction that bypasses a lot of the global side of transaction. But all this takes time, and all this takes investment. And some people made those investments for the internet and reaped the rewards of it, financially or otherwise. Some people made sacrifices. but are there organizations that are ready, or countries or people that see the value of making such investments? Because I can take a fintech institution or one organization or a large bank, for example, and say, will that bank be willing to put 5 nodes across Africa? Will Bank X be able to put 5 nodes across Africa such that Bank Y or Bank Z will have similar nodes across Africa, and those transactions are just talking to each other? But what's the safety? What's the compliance of those payments? What's the trust in that? So, I mean, from my own perspective, and just to close what I'm trying to say, is multi-stakeholder approach goes from regulation, goes from the innovators, goes from the infrastructure service providers, such as a company I work with, Equinix, building those infrastructure regionally, and based on also the users. So when you look at all this, it's what you can now truly assess to say, can transactions be truly seamless? How long will it take us to get there? And what do we really need to do? Because we all speak about regulation and forget that there's an infrastructure layer. We all speak about crypto, Bitcoin. We all forget that those things are built on servers and built on infrastructure. We all talk about the apps, the seamless use of the apps. We forget those apps need to be backed up somewhere. They need to be localized somewhere. They need to seamlessly move data somewhere. We need to understand that internet that we talk about 3, 4, 5 years ago, 4G, we are talking about 5G now. Infrastructure is developing, transactions are moving. We're talking about offline transactions now, keeping things in your wallet. All those need to be based on infrastructure. So in all, I think there are a lot of stakeholders that go beyond regulation, that goes beyond innovators. Some other people need to sit in the room, infrastructure service providers, other financial institutions, and maybe customer and user-based advocacy. I think all that and a few more needs to really speak to be able to develop an African plan that works for everybody. That's just my thoughts.
Great. Hey, thank you so much. That's quite a vision, thank you for that. And by the way, for our technical people for the meeting, our next panelist has slides. And so the key thing that hit me from your comments was you were describing what something has a new name. Digital public infrastructure, DPI, is now a big thing. And it covers how you can have secure and interoperable technology within countries as well as cross borders. And so that's where the future is going. And you talk about other technologies like edge computing and things like that impact where data is and how things like data localization will impact. So with that, let me turn it over to Deborah Oni. Deborah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. I would like to stand to take my presentation since I have a slide. Thank you, everyone. And I do love to appreciate my fellow panelists for their various contributions. And by way of addendum or by way of conclusion, we'll be taking the legal and the regulatory consideration of emerging technologies in the financial ecosystem. It's quite not really different from what most of the panelists have discussed, so I'll be wrapping up with it. Now, why do we have to have this conversation around the legal and the regulatory considerations of the emerging technology within the financial ecosystem? Now, these are some of the reasons. Because of the rapid growth and the rapid adoption of the emerging technologies like the likes of artificial intelligence, blockchain, distributed ledger technologies, and the rest of the other emerging technologies, right? And then, of course, because of the cross-border nature of the emerging technology, because it's not restricted to just a jurisdiction, it's not within a particular jurisdiction, it cuts across borders, right? And then, of course, because Africa is emerging as a fintech hub, and so when we avert our mind to these, what are the implications? or Africa is emerging as part of the fintech hub, what do we need to do to really maximize the potentials that puts us on the fore, right? And these are the reasons, the critical reasons we need to have the discussions around the legal and the regulatory discussions, right? And then, of course, I haven't mentioned legal frameworks, the fragmented nature of the legal frameworks within our jurisdiction and other jurisdictions within the African continent, and then, of course, globally. The various regulations and laws that we have are so varied in form that makes it or constitutes a hurdle for fintech startups, for those who are creating solutions within this space. So how do we come together to have those very critical discussions that will help us to have that harmonized system or harmonized regulations or laws that will help us maximize the opportunities that are very, very potent, that are very, very feasible for us to see? How do we put the necessary strategies around the legal and the regulatory system, right? All right, so very briefly, I will speak about some statistics here. It is projected that Africa fintech revenue is projected to reach about $30 billion within this year, 2025. And then, of course, 95% of financial institutions use AI to support their anti-money laundering transactions, right? Then Africa's fintech revenue, okay, 65% of African banks use AI for their decision making. These are some statistics to back our discussion today. And then, of course, Nigeria experienced about over 18,000 cyber attacks, which leads to financial loss every month. And I'm sure that statistics is even over what I have called, right? So there are issues. What have we seen from these statistics I have given? There are issues around cybersecurity. There are issues around the use of artificial intelligence and the benefits around the financial ecosystem. And so we want to put the right perspective in place to be able to harness the potentials of this. And then, of course, when I spoke about the fragmentation of the laws and the regulations earlier, I mentioned the fact that if we have that varied, that fragmented laws, it could actually constitute a hurdle for fintechs. And of course, we have examples which I have in my slides here, the likes of Flutterwave that had some delays, I think in Kenya, sometimes in 2022 when they were trying to get their license. And so if we were able to come up with like a harmonized regulations within the African countries, we would have been able to like, cut across some of these things. So the thing is, if we do not talk about these conversations, if you don't have this kind of conversations, there could be those delays, there could be those hurdles that will actually restrict the innovations that we do have within the financial ecosystem. Now, so some of the things that comes up for discussions within the legal and regulatory considerations are issues around the fragmentation I spoke about, anti-money laundering, like my fellow panelists discussed earlier. And then we have issues, very critical one, data privacy and data protection and cross-border transfer. We have issues around cybersecurity. We have issues around accountability in the use of AI, AI ethics. We have issues around even intellectual property for all the fintech solutions you have developed. We have issues around cybersecurity, right? And then, of course, when you're even building within the blockchain ecosystem, because of the enablement of the smart contract and the blockchain, we have issues about enforceability of the blockchain or issues around dispute resolutions. These are some of the legal considerations within this space. And then we want to know, how do we cater for this? Because if you develop a solution, if you make use of the smart contract, how possible is it? Is it that the smart contract is recognized and enforceable within this jurisdiction or within another African jurisdiction? And then what's the system in the international stage that will probably want to borrow some lessons from? These are the things that comes up for discussion. And then, of course, issues around licensing, and most importantly, as well, issues around inclusion. As we build, we should have that intentionality to be able to build to include the marginalized groups, especially people like women, people in the underserved communities, right? As we build this, make use of this emerging technology within the fintech ecosystem, we should have all these not at the back of our mind, actually, in front of our mind, right? So I'll just quickly reinforce on data protection and cross-border transfers. So of course, when you're building these solutions, the fintech solutions, you're going to leverage so much on data. As you leverage the artificial intelligence to automate work or to bring about fraud detection, there are issues that you need to take into cognizance about the data, because the AI feeds on data. Building solutions on the blockchain ecosystem or the distributed ledger technology feeds on data. So you want to be very, very careful and pay attention, take into cognizance issues around the data protection of that jurisdiction. For Nigeria, we do have the NDPA, which is the Nigeria Data Protection Act. And then, of course, within the EU, in the global stage, we have the EU GDPR. Of course, we have some of the rules modeled after in most of the African jurisdictions. Now, it wouldn't be a bad idea to also follow trades and borrow lessons from the EU jurisdiction and have like a harmonized data protection laws for the African continent, so that I don't have to be subjected to the rules within the NDPA, which is for Nigeria. Get to Kenya, Kenya has its own. Get to Uganda, you have to look for the differences between the various data protection. You're talking about juxtaposing data localization and then, of course, balancing it with data localization and interoperability within the global stage. I mean, if we're able to come together as Africans, just like one of my fellow panelists said earlier, we have that harmonized one, whether under ECOWAS or AU, and have something like the EU GDPR. What it means is that for every transaction as a fintech startup that you have, and you're going to transact within the EU jurisdiction, you will be subjected to comply to the EU GDPR. It also applies with the MiCA rules, right? The market in crypto assets. And now that is for EU jurisdiction. So if you're transacting within the cryptocurrency with the EU jurisdiction, you are subjected to this. So it kind of breaks some of these challenges, some of these hurdles that you have to face within the African ecosystem. You move from complying with Nigerian own, you move to Kenya, to Ghana, to Uganda, to the rest. It can really be frustrating, I know. And so these are some of the things that as regulators we should put into perspective. And when we do this, we need to call the necessary stakeholders. We need to call the necessary stakeholders, the users, the developers, even the legal professionals, and take all this into cognizance. And then we will be able to come out with a framework that has the perspective, varied perspective, that will take into cognizance the various issues that needs to be tackled. And then, of course, I mentioned issues around smart contract earlier, talking about the enforceability and issues around jurisdiction and the contractual fairness, right? And then, of course, there are issues around AI ethics, transparency, bias in financial systems. When I spoke about inclusion earlier, the possibility of having data that could actually be biased against the marginalized groups, against women, against the underserved groups, is something that is possible. But when you take into cognizance all these key features in the regulations, we're able to be intentional in what we design and make sure that there's a balance of data that actually cater to women. And probably some of the solutions could be that we even incentivize organizations that have a balanced data that actually brings up the number of women, that takes care of issues that relate to women in those data that they feed onto the AI that they make use of. And I'm sure it's a way to go. And so by wrapping up, what are the call to action that I have here? Working by harmonizing the regulations, as I spoke earlier, and then, of course, we promote cross-border regulatory sandboxes. And then, of course, some of it is to align with the global standards, look at what the global standards are doing. And one of the lessons I picked from that, earlier this year, I traveled to Maryland and went to the National Cybersecurity Center. And of course, we had to move from there, move down from Washington there to Maryland, and moving to Cleveland, to Boston, to Utah. One thing stands for sure across these 5 states in the US that I moved around. There is a great commitment by the government to cybersecurity. And now it brings into cognizance the importance of having the various stakeholders involved in the discussions of very critical global issues like the cybersecurity and the data protection organization that I spoke about. So you have the government parastatals working as whether as institutions, and then as government parastatals, as regulators, as Attorney General's office, as the universities. They are all committed to having cybersecurity research lab to teach them the importance of these very critical global issues so that they can infuse it into the various solutions that they build. And that way we are able to put the trust that is necessary to the minds of all the users. And when that trust is secured, we can actually bring about a level of trust in the users, and then they can actually see the need to make use of these solutions. So by way of closing thought, as we harness AI and emerging technologies to bridge financial borders, our laws must stay agile, inclusive and ethical, innovative, and have consumer protection at heart. And so together we can make this work. Thank you very much.
Great. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much, Deborah. That was great. And so we are nearly at time. And so we're going to end with a super quick lightning round. And so each panelist will get 30 seconds to answer the question of what message would you like our audience to remember today? And so let's start with Lorian. Lorian, you have 30 seconds.
So in 30 seconds, as you've heard, I'm a great advocate for blockchain. But I am in despair that, of course, it's all about crypto. And of course, that's because of, largely because of desperation and greed. And of course, this idea from exchanges who make a lot of money from people trading these cryptos, that this is all about investments. But we've got to bring ourselves back. We should use the picture and the illustration of history when it comes to information. And we've got the internet as a guide. And of course, blockchain to me, and of course AI is another special category, but blockchain to me certainly is a tool, a technology that regulators underappreciate, but that's not their fault, because of course the mainstream narrative and the social media and all that kind of stuff is harping on about this crypto thing. So again, I just want to point you to the bsvblockchain.org website, and I do encourage all of you, please, if you want to know more, reach out to me, and I'll be able to put you on the path. But many of the problems we find...
By the way, that's more than 30 seconds.
Sorry?
That's more than 30 seconds. We're running behind. Sorry. Dotun, next. 30 seconds.
All right. 30 seconds. My head is counting. All right. I'll think that as a closure, some of the things I've already mentioned, that we are aware that innovation velocity is moving at a pace that is far faster than regulatory capacity. The regulator needs to catch up pace across Africa, whether in cross-border payments or otherwise. And secondly, it is that we need to be bold with innovation and be wise with regulation. Thank you.
Great, awesome, love that stuff. Ola, over to you.
Thanks, Dr. My own perspective and my thoughts is, in terms of the multi-stakeholder approach, I think we need to move from speaking to actual action. We have a lot of committees, we have a lot of advocacy, we have a lot of lobbyists. We need to start moving into a state of action. An action with milestones and actions with wins. And this cuts across regulation, infrastructure investment, consumer advocacy, security, and compliance. All this needs to tie together as quickly as possible before the global market determines the future of Africa for us. Let's take our own future into our own hands, make the right investment, and get to work. So that's my own charge. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And finally, Deborah.
Yeah, thank you. I would say innovation is not against the law, and the law is not against innovation. So let's come together as stakeholders within the same ecosystem to put in our best to harmonize our laws, take out the obnoxious laws, and adapt and work new laws that will help to cater to these emerging technologies, so we can build also inclusive solutions and solutions that are compliant. Thank you.
All right, great. Well, hey, thank you very much. And please share my applause with our rockstar panel. They were really, really terrific. So thank you very much for your time today. And I look forward to the next panel.
All right. Thank you so very much, Bob. I mean, this was excellent. You're a fantastic moderator. And you helped me also somewhat with my time. So, ladies and gentlemen, please can we come up quickly for press photo? And then I'd like to have Mr. Cyril to come up as well, while we are playing the partners video right now so that we get ready. The last panel session is supposed to be coming up after Sums Up. And that is, it's good to know that the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities Limited, SANEF, is already in the house. She's moderating the session. And then I have the Chief Partnership and Ecosystem Officer, Wema Bank, who is also the chairman of CB, is already on ground to be on the panel session. We also have the virtual participants that are going to be joining us. And Issa is in the house. Issa, I understand that you've spoken with your moderator because Issa has a flight to catch. And we don't want him missing his flight. We've gone beyond the days of camels and this thing to take a trip. Are we ready? Thank you. Please put your hands together one more time for them. Oni, that was fantastic. Dr. As usual, we say a big thank you to you, Bob. Bolahon, thank you so very much for making this a very interesting outing. And of course, Mr. Gamarov, it's always a wonderful time out with you. All right.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, we will, at this point in time, say a big thank you to all of our partners and supporters. We're going to play in that video, but immediately I would like to, pardon me, I'd like to invite just a moment. I think I just lost track of my, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I would like to invite Mr. Richie Ima, the Regional BDD North and West Africa for Sums Up, to come up to give his presentation for the next 10 minutes. And then we will go into the last item for the conference section of the 2025 RegtechAfrica Conference. And then that will be the panel that is on financial inclusion. Thank you so very much, Mr. Richie.
Good afternoon once again. It's going to be my last session for today, for the event. So I'll keep it pretty brief. And I'm here not to speak anymore, but I want the people that we've helped, we've worked with, to actually share their experiences with Sums Up. It was pretty hard to choose from thousands of case studies that we've done. But I think I managed to pick these two that kind of resonate within the African market. Can we have the slide, please? Okay, while we're waiting, I have 10 minutes, so I'll just get right into it. Hopefully we have the slides. So it's about DanaPay. DanaPay is actually a fintech company that specializes in cross-border remittances. All right, and they offer pretty convenient remittance transactions at a very, very attractive rates by using blockchain technology, which is something that the just concluded panelists discussed. Right, and they specialize in wire transfers between Europe and Africa. It's a young and fast-growing company which needed a technologically advanced solution that would help them to avoid manual errors during customer onboarding, to stay compliant with regulatory demands and maintain a pleasant onboarding experience for their users. And the challenges that they had was mainly the fact that they started with manual verification, and as they progressed and grew as a company, they realized that that wasn't the way forward, and that's why they reached out to Samsung. And the business objectives when we had those conversations were scalability, as I have already mentioned. They were looking forward to transacting or remitting transactions between Europe and Africa, so they needed that scalability, a solution that has their expertise working with or complying with European regulatory requirement as well as the African regulatory requirement landscape. And of course, fully automated. Like I mentioned, they started with manual verification, and they quickly understood that wasn't the way forward. They wanted an easy integration, which is something, again, that we offer based on a one platform, one integration. User-friendly onboarding. Again, for those of us that maybe have experienced Samsung through our partners, for example, Binance, MoneyPoint, and the rest of it, I believe you will attest to the fact that it is absolutely seamless when it comes to user verification and experience. Last but not least was pricing. Pricing was very important for them, and they needed to match the numbers, and I believe we did an amazing job there. Yes, let's go to the next one, please. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, I'll control it from here. And the result. So in less than 2 weeks of launching, they achieved 100% automated KYC flow. Completely reduced the manual processing because, of course, transition takes place. They cannot completely remove everything. So we helped in reducing the manual work by almost 3 hours and saved operational cost, pay verification. Compared to what they were used to doing before, we helped them save a lot of money there when it comes to verification. And the reason why they choose Samsung, from a word from Kita, who is the Chief Operation Officer at DanaPay, I believe, we had to demonstrate to the regulator. Again, this is very important. Like I mentioned previously, we work hand in hand with regulators globally, and they know how advanced our technology is. And therefore, whenever a company, a fintech, mentioned they're using Samsung, it's always an added advantage. And this is a fact. Another good case would be with Limfi. Limfi came to us 2 years ago, and now they are a global brand. And we help scale that process. Choose a KYC provider we choose has technologies reliable enough to conduct customer verification. The next one we have, is Zim. This is another interesting use case because Zim knew from day one that they don't want to have anything to do with manual verification. So when they get started, they contacted us immediately and said they want to get us onboarded. And some of the challenges that they face, right, they understood that manual verification wasn't a thing that they wanted to go into. So because it was fragmented, it's data leakage and all of that cost inefficient and time. So they wanted to right away onboard a solution that is frictionless, scalable, robust fraud prevention, seamless customer experience. Again, at the end of the day, it's all about the customer, right? And cost effective. And here, I will play the video and let the beautiful ladies speak. Can you please do that, please, quickly? And then we round up this session. Can you please play the video, please? Is it possible?
Thanks to SAMSUB, our users now complete verification in under 7 seconds. Our pass rate has risen to 86% and operational costs have dropped by 75%. Hi, I'm Natia Zoroshvili Basicek, Head of Compliance and Operations at Paytech. One of our products, Zim, is a digital money platform built for African users. It provides secure and low-cost financial services, from sending and swapping money to shopping and savings. We aim to make digital finance inclusive, fast, accessible, and fully compliant across Africa. Expanding digital financial services across Africa comes with unique challenges. Fragmented regulations across 54 countries, KYC verification challenges, and regions with limited formal identification and cross-border transaction limitations. Beyond regulations, accessibility remains a major hurdle. Low digital literacy, gender gap in financial access, affordability issues with transaction fees. Our framework emphasizes strong adherence to regulations. As our operations expanded, we required an authentication system capable of handling instant transactions while preserving both security standards and cost effectiveness. Manual verification simply wasn't an option. We required a scalable, automated solution that balanced compliance, fraud prevention, and frictionless user experience. That's why we chose SAMSUB. Its comprehensive platform fits seamlessly into Zim's instant swap and send services, allowing us to scale efficiently while staying compliant in every market we operate. Now with SAMSUB, our verification process is fully automated. We use ID verification to confirm the validity of identity documents, liveness and face match to ensure real users and prevent identity spoofing, AML screening and ongoing monitoring to detect high-risk users in real time, customizable workflows to meet compliance requirements in every African market we serve, non-doc verification to onboard South African users without traditional ID documents. The implementation, which included testing and customization of different user segments, was completed in 2 sprints, from API key generation to production launch. SAMSUB's clear documentation and responsive support made the implementation easy for our team. As we continue expanding across Africa, SAMSUB will remain a key partner, helping us streamline verification, prevent fraud, and navigate evolving compliance requirements.
Thank you very much for listening. Those were not my words, but the words of the people we serve, and very happy to be part of their journey. And we are also looking forward to doing the same to anyone interested in a fully automated, one integration, multiple solutions, and an end-to-end support, and advanced technology when it comes to AI and machine learning, enormous data at our disposal. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with everyone. Yeah, thank you for your time. Thanks.
All right, can we put our hands together for Richie? SAMSUB, thank you so much for supporting the 2025 RegtechAfrica Conference and Awards. We're looking forward to this evening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have no idea how excited I am that we are coming to this particular aspect of our program. And then without so much, I talk for a living, I enjoy what I do, but this year I didn't get the privilege or opportunity to do much of that. I guess because they are more qualified individuals. And the faculty for the conference is quite very dense and very, very substantiated in terms of experience, in terms of the caliber of speakers we had this year. Obviously, I think it's one of the characteristics of the RegtechAfrica project. Please, can we put our hands together for RegtechAfrica? Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate them. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to invite the moderator for this roundtable track panel, which is focused on financial inclusion and digital infrastructure, with the sub-theme of From Borders to Bridges, leveraging digital infrastructure to drive financial inclusion through a multi-stakeholder approach. And the moderator for this session is no other person than the Managing Director and CEO of SANEF, Mrs. Uche Uzoebo. Please, can you put your hands together for her? She comes up to take her seat. Of course, to join her, these are individuals who have built relationship over the years, and they are in the same ecosystem. And we're looking forward to so much more engagement. And I'm talking about the chairman of CB in the person of Mr. Jibade Laolu Adewale. Please, can you put your hands together for him? All right. Then we still have one more person. Is a very, very passionate individual, somebody who I always learn a lot from, and that is the Regional Advisor Africa for Quorum Group Limited in the person of Mr. Issa Aliu Shatta. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to take his seat. And this is going to be a very wonderful, wonderful, wonderful section. We have our virtual participants or panelists that are going to be joining us online. Already I see Gerard Yakwawa, the head of Digital Channels, Money Mart Finance Limited, all the way from Zimbabwe. Please put your hands together for him. And of course, Jacqueline Mapre, I hope I got that right, Umpare, head of Agency Banking EcoBank Group, is also online. Please put your hands together for her. And certainly the last but not the least, John Jacques Kaljuga. These are very powerful names, so all the way from Rwanda, the Chief Operating Officer of Aru Switch. Please put your hands together for him. Great. Uche, looks like this is a very full session for you. All of your panelists are very much on ground. We have about an hour more or less to be able to engage in this session. And as soon as we're done with that, I'll be coming over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. My brother, I'll call him my brother because it's a long way. And good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to some of our virtual participants from wherever you are. I'm very excited to be hosting this particular panel. And before I start, I want to say a very big congratulations to RegTech and my other brother, Cyril. I can see you. Well done. Well done, and congratulations on this milestone. So without further ado, I think we just have to dive into that. Issa is already looking at me. He needs to catch his flight. We know how Lagos can be, and we don't also want to drag it. And a lot of people have also been waiting, and I believe this is the last panel for the day before other programs. So I'm honored to moderate this particular session. Financial inclusion is something that is very dear to me. I'm very passionate about it. And what are we discussing? Financial inclusion and digital infrastructure, from borders to bridges. It's just simply connecting the dots. How can we connect the dots? I have my other participant, Jacqueline. It's been a while. Hi. Yes, I can see Gerald, Dr. Henry, and yeah, I hope you get, who else is there? Okay, Jean. Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting one, and we just want to know from the stakeholder approach, from the multi-stakeholders approach, how can we connect the dots? How can we make this work? Financial inclusion, some will say, oh, it's a buzzword, but we all know that, yes, a lot has been done, but over 1 billion people are still excluded. We need to bring them into the financial sector. We need to bring them unbanked, and how can we do that? And that's why we have all these brilliant and passionate stakeholders from the government, from the private sector, from the banks here to also tell us what we could do. So I'll start with Gerald. Gerald, can you hear us? If you can, just give us a wave. Can you? Just say hello to us. Can you hear us? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Gerald. Okay, so I think there's a bit of a sound problem, but I wanted us to talk about bridging the digital divide before we get into the partnership. But while we wait for the sound people the technical people to sort out the issues, let me go to my brother and my stakeholder partner, Ajibade Laolu Adewale, who is the Chief Partnership and Ecosystem Officer for Wema Bank. We're talking about partnership, leveraging public and private partnership. We all know that there's nothing we can do without collaboration. This event wouldn't have been possible if we didn't partner, if we didn't collaborate. And if you're going on a solo journey, you can never get to the end. That's the truth. So for you, Jibade, you've been in partnership for a very long time. I nicknamed you Anything Partnership. You love partnering. That's what you love to do. You can't do anything without connecting the dots. So how can public-private partnerships be optimized to develop sustainable digital financial ecosystem that cater to the needs of marginalized communities, balancing profitability with social impact?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. So we're talking about public-private partnership now. And I think the two set of people, I'm talking about government now and the private sector, we need to look beyond profitability for ourselves, even though that's the reason for being in business. But we need to start looking at impacting business now. And when we look at impacting lives now, and we look at impacting lives, which goes beyond profitability for ourselves, then we need to start building products and infrastructure for other values that is not profitability to impact life. And everybody has stake in this. Let me start from the regulators, from the public side of it. The way regulators and the regulations that come across, for example, in Nigeria, the regulation that brought about SANEF, which you are the MD, has allowed different stakeholders to come and participate in that space. You see telcos, banks, and other financial service providers building network that can help include financial inclusion in those communities. Even where some of them are not as profitable, they will augment with the places where it's profitable. An example of a situation like that is also in Kenya, even though it's not primarily, you say that it's a public-private partnership. But the regulations that the government of Kenya put in place has allowed Safaricom as a private organization to build M-Pesa, and M-Pesa to work really well in Kenya. We can use several other use cases in African countries, but it's important that both set of people come together, the public and the private sector come together to build common infrastructure that they can all leverage on to help communities that are less privileged in the sense of it. And that will also help Africa get out of poverty, because everything cannot actually be built on revenue for ourselves. Then we also need to start putting some performance-based contracts in place for this set of people, public and private institutions. That is not only about, and this is not CSR, it's about deepening financial inclusion in all those organizations. I think I can rest that question now.
Thank you very much, Vadi. Of course, partnership, you've said that. You've mentioned the telcos, you also mentioned M-Pesa, what they did and all. And for us to even get there, we need to know how. The know-how, that's the digital infrastructure. So that will go to Gerald. Gerald, are you okay now? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Okay, Jacqueline, maybe another.
Hi, Uche, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, so that means it has to do with Gerald's connection. Okay? All right, so let me skip Gerald and not get to Jacqueline. So Jacqueline, From where you sit, and of course, if you notice the panel before us, when they were about to take the photo, I had to tell Mr. Cyril that the lady should be in the middle. Gender is something that, you know, of course, we're very passionate about, and I'm very excited to also see Jacqueline on this particular panel. Talking about gender disparities, women in Africa often face unique challenges in accessing financial services, including limited digital literacy and social cultural barriers. What targeted interventions can be introduced to promote gender-inclusive financial inclusion through digital platform? I know that where you sit, of course, we've met severally and we've had different conversations. I know that you're doing a lot, and I would like you to also share some of the things that you're doing in that space that can address this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Uche, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sending greetings from Accra. Thank you to the organizers of RegTech. Congratulations, and also for the opportunity to be a part of this. Indeed, women have challenges, have had in the past. I believe that there's a lot of conversation that is happening globally and a lot of initiatives that are being put in place, both from the private sector in collaboration with governments and international organizations. I will just take it home to the EcoBank Group, where I would like to share practical use cases of some of the initiatives that we have and what we're doing. EcoBank has had a women-focused initiative called Elevate. And Elevate is part of our commercial banking suite of services. Elevate is basically a program that supports women-focused businesses. It doesn't have to be owned by a woman, but it could be services provided, focused, targeted towards women. It could have the leadership, having a lot of women being a part of it. Today, one of the most exciting things that I can tell is that women can access up to 50,000 US dollars equivalent in their local currency collateral-free loans. Access to finance has been a big thing. But Uche, beyond acquiring the women as customers and just a transactional relationship, we have taken it a step further to provide non-financial support as well, supporting them to be able to do their businesses well. There are programs, and this is not big SMEs only, the smaller ones, micro as well, and it includes young women. EcoBank has a subsidiary called Pan-African Savings and Loans. I don't know if many are conversant with that. And within the microfinance, it's EcoBank Microfinance, and that there's a program there also called Mama that is targeted at the people, choosing my words carefully, let's just say the mass market. And all of these programs include access to credit, which is our forte, but we have used collaboration, leveraged collaboration to be able to provide financial literacy, digital literacy, bookkeeping, inventory keeping. And we have, even as a group, because of the Pan-African setup that we have, beyond the 35 countries that we have commercial banks, we're able to provide a digital marketplace where these women have the access to other markets. So we have a single trade hub that allows us to have these women showcase whatever products or services they have. Basically, understanding that one person's finished product is somebody else's raw material, bringing exporters, importers together. It was more of big corporates driven, but now we're looking at SMEs and even skewing down more to women. So in a nutshell, we are supporting women financially, non-financially, where we're not just giving them education on how to make their businesses better, increase productivity, but also sustainability and opening them up to areas outside of their countries, outside of Africa as well. And I believe this conversation is actually beyond borders. And that is what EcoBank has been doing. Thanks, Michi.
Thank you very much. So I hear you a lot of programs, not just about the financial benefit, but also the non-financial support. Financial literacy is one of the tools. If you don't have the knowledge, then we haven't even started scratching the surface, because that's a very big, aspect of financial inclusion. So for Issa, I know, I think I should also ask you to add one or two things in terms of the financial literacy aspect, because with the rate of average, with financial literacy rates in sub-Saharan Africa averaging around 32%, how can governments, NGOs, and private sectors collaborate? Because Jacqueline has told us what they are doing. How can they collaborate to implement effective financial education programs that empower individuals to utilize digital financial services, confidentiality? Financial literacy, financial education is very key. And how can they partner with all the stakeholders to make this work?
Okay, thank you very much, Uche. Before I respond, I'm also representing AMPO. So AMPO I'm the vice chairman of Association of Mobile Payment Operators of Nigeria. Before I get impeached.
So you're wearing two caps.
Yeah, so I'm also a board member of Alliance for Digital Financial Practitioners. Sarah spoke yesterday. She's the global CEO, and she also spoke today. So I'm a board member of that body as well. So to answer your question, back in 2012, when financial inclusion strategic framework was signed, right, and we pioneered mobile money, there's a whole lot that has taken place between that time and now, because that bettered a lot of licenses that we have that is driving the entire ecosystem today. However, beyond the progress we have made, I would say there are still a lot of things that we need to do to drive financial literacy. And I'm going to respond to that, talking about not just preaching about financial literacy, but demonstrating financial capabilities for people to see how it works, then adoption can take place and policy can follow as well. So 2023, we did 611 trillion in electronic transaction, according to NIPS. Last year, we did 1.2 quadrillion in electronic transaction, which means we'll double that number. But guess what? It's not Huru yet, because almost 65% of that still went back to cash. Why? Because we have forgotten those are the last mile. And those are the guys that are driving the economy of Africa. Now, how do we inculcate financial products that can, bring them on board? We need to first look at, I remember when NCTO started, before he metamorphosized into the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, right? We were distributing cash, and we are still distributing cash up to today. And that is driven by government. So if you're talking about financial literacy, and we are reaching the poorest of the poor in the 774 local government of Nigeria, and even beyond, right? We are supposed to first show them how to move into this financial technology platform, right? And for me, that is the first step of allowing financial literacy to take place. Now, the second aspect is in our institutions, right? We need to embed financial literacy. Today, we don't teach financial technology in the universities, right? Even in our high secondary schools, we don't also teach them, right? But we can inculcate it in our syllables, whereby right from the grassroots, we inculcate financial literacy into the curricula, and everybody, can onboard from there. Again, in 2015, we did a project with Red Cross, International Committee for the Red Cross. this use case scenario is very important. Back then in Adamawa, where we went to do this deployment, and Borno State, there was no network connectivity, right? Most of the beneficiaries didn't have phones back in 2015. So we gave them what you call the NFC tag technology, right? And that was what they were using to cash out. We told ICRC then that don't allow this household to cash out the entire fund because of the volatility of that environment. If you Google it now, as you are seated here, in 2015, 2016, there was 2 bomb blasts at Madagali in the market there. So immediately, we finished the disbursement on Saturday. On Monday, there was 2 bomb blasts because the insurgent knew that people will go to the market to utilize these funds, so they attacked the market. So if we had used digital adoption, right, whereby all the merchants in that community have access to be able to do what? Accept their funds digitally, right? We won't have that crisis. And for me, at that local level, that is where we start the process of the financially including, these people. Because when you are disbursing cash, whether for farmers, whether for SMEs, whether for conditional cash transfers, we need to use the available digital platform, financial platforms that we have to drive the process. Then, that is when we'll begin to bring in the embedded finance. So micro insurance can come in, micro pension can come in, micro credit can come in, health, right, can come in as well. So you are just not introducing financial access to these guys, but you are changing their lifestyle. You are improving their household from point A to point Z. And for me, this is where literacy starts from, because if you demonstrate and you're using a particular tool consistently, you become familiarized with the process. And you can also teach others, right, because you are using the product already. So for me, it's a combination of catching them young from our institution, using invisible gatekeepers, the traditional rulers, the opinion leaders, the youth. So we need to ensure that we inculcate all of these to drive financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've said it, yeah, yes, well said, because today you find out that, I think this discussion about curriculum, incorporating financial literacy, it's been an ongoing discussion, and it's time we make this a mandate, a law, because you catch them young. Imagine if they start from the nursery, the kindergarten, and you're talking about financial literacy. I don't think by the time they get to even secondary school, there won't be any problem. So that's one of the takeouts, to embed in curriculums. Of course, connectivity. Connectivity is very important, and having those products. So in taking the connectivity, I want to get to Jean. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Hi, Uche.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. So talking about connectivity, yes, I'm good. And you? Don't worry, I have to be turning so that I could see your faces very well. So encouraging innovation in fintech, because we talked about connectivity. We can't talk about connectivity without innovation. In your opinion, how can the fintech sector be encouraged to develop innovative solutions? Because that's very important, that we address the specific financial needs of the underserved populations. I mean, one size can't fit all, and we need to also look at that space. And what role should incubators and accelerators play in this process? So let me leave you to, give us that response and educate us on what you think we can do here. Over to you, Jen.
Thank you so much, Uche, and good afternoon, everyone, and good morning for those who are maybe in a different time zone. Hello from Rwanda. I work for our Switch, the Rwanda National Switch, and thanks for this question and congratulations for the RegtechAfrica. Sorry that I couldn't make it to be sitting with you physically. There is always another time, and I'll be glad to have this conversation. So straight to your question, Uche, this timely conversation we are having, that's why I'm happy that we are all together in this session. When you speak about financial inclusion, you think about fintech immediately, but how do we encourage this fintech to innovate, to really address the problem that our continent or our country is facing as far as financial inclusion is concerned, and allowing consumers really to play a role in our economy. So I look at it on three things. To encourage innovation, we need to focus on three aspects. One is context. Second, collaborations. And the third one, I look at capacity, capacitating this fintech. When I speak about context, I think it's good really to contextualize understanding of who we are trying to include as far as financial inclusion. Because when you look at the level of financial inclusion today, if I speak to my country, we are already at 96% of financial inclusion. And thanks to mobile money operators who are really advancing this financial inclusion, we have also a country that is very supportive. We have really a network penetration, broadband, over 90% network penetration. But for fintech to really take advantage of this infrastructure that is in place, they need to understand the context, to understand the problem, to work closely with the excluded populations who are usually farmers. These are low-income populations. These are usually informal workers. So what are their problems? And it's key to look at fintech so that they don't come up with a problem solution that are only addressing what banks are already taking care of. They really need to go way beyond and innovate where problems are. So the homework that fintechs need to be doing, which they're not doing when you look at that one aspect. The second aspect is I speak about collaborations. What I've noticed speaking about fintechs is usually implemented by tech people only. I notice traditional bankers somehow don't work closely with fintechs. And you see a gap between fintech, I would say between financial institutions and technology. Because when you compare these two sectors, we have financial institutions that are grounded into compliance, understanding, and regulatory framework. You have fintechs that are innovative, that are agile, thinking about new products, but on which infrastructure are they sitting on? How do we help them to understand the regulatory framework? How do we help them understand how money moves? So that you have this collaboration between fintech and financial institutions. They should be really seriously interested into this, because fintech will help them reach the populations that they're not able to reach, because with limited number of branches, how do you serve people who are excluded? That's one. And the other thing is what we are doing in our country is the regulator has really stepped in to create a proper regulatory framework. We have regulatory framework to help fintech to really come in, test their products. But again, we are pushing financial institutions to really step in intentionally, being innovative and open the door to collaborations with fintech. Because if fintechs don't work with financial institutions, many of them get discouraged. But another thing is, starting a fintech is capital heavy. They need money. They need to work closely with accelerator. They need to work closely with incubator. They need to be capacitated with skills. I spoke about regulatory framework. I spoke about compliance. I spoke about having an infrastructure. They need to build infrastructure. And financial technology infrastructure usually very expensive. Ideas are not enough. And you need an infrastructure on which to build it. So I think all of this require really a lot of collaborations, understanding the problems to address, but again, working closely with institutions that have been really into the sector. And this is financial inclusion. I put a lot of heavy lift on financial institutions, traditional institutions that also need to change the traditional way of doing things and to adapt to the actual need that we are seeing today, and work closely with financial technology startup and elevate them into the ecosystem. So Uche, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, collaboration, finding out what the problems are, homocentric design before we build the solutions, because most times we build solutions without actually tackling the problem. But if we find out what the problems are, having a homocentric design to it, I think we'll do a better job. And also you talked about the framework, having to work with the regulators. And that will take me to Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry, can you hear us? I'm coming over to, can you hear us? Dr. Henry, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you very sound and clear.
So Dr. Henry, so that will take us to his own question, speaking about regulatory framework, how we can strengthen the regulatory framework in the face of rapid evolving digital financial services. What regulatory approaches do you think that consumer protection that we can put in place without stifling innovation, particularly in the context of cross-border transactions and emerging technologies? I mean, from where you see...
Yeah, thank you so much, Uche, and the panel and the audience. I will start by saying that we as an institution at DALI, which is Development Associates Link International, we have been around for quite long, and I've seen the whole digital financial services start, but also the transition and the steps. And having been involved in a lot of the initiatives towards regulation, consumers, business, but also the financial aspect of inclusion, I would say that like my colleagues, panelists have already highlighted, that first and foremost is to have a holistic financial inclusion strategy. In a country like Uganda, where I come from, we are now in financial inclusion strategy 2. And this has captured a lot about the innovation, digital innovation, the consumer protection, a number of business models, also including insurance and protection of both the consumer and the supplier, and onboarding the investment entities like ours, which are non-bank investment and financing entities, but involved in technology. So I would say that to get your question, one would be collaboratively work with fintechs and financial institutions and their associations to ensure that they are one, compliant, and two, they follow the regulations, which brings in the licensing. In the country like Uganda, there are different layers. For example, the Reserve Bank or the Central Bank, and then also the Microfinance Regulatory Authority. So they work collaboratively. When I was serving as the chairman of the Mobile Financial Services at the Central Bank of Uganda, what I tried to do with the team was to see that we onboard fintechs and not just create rules and regulations for them without them being involved. So them being involved and included in that discussion, we came up with a number of strategies. Now, that another aspect is the issue of the Financial Intelligence Authority, because this sits at the Reserve Bank or the Central Bank, but they monitor all inbound and outbound transactions, which means that whether it's going to within the region of East Africa or Comesa region of Africa or out of Africa, all the transactions are being monitored as long as it is money moving. One challenge we have there so far, and we are working towards cryptos regulation, is the cryptos that we don't have regulation. So which means that it causes a challenge and friction because they are not regulated, and it's digital money coming in and going out. I would say that the framework that we have in Uganda, and also same as Rwanda and the countries around the East African region, which is 11 countries, but more when we go into the COMESA region, we have what we call the embedding investment in business, because fintechs are an investment, and an investment which is going into innovation to deal with digital financial services in order to serve right from the bottom of the pyramid upwards, because through agency banking, even what I would call the upper echelon is also served by fintechs in this country, because the fintech is an enabler and integrates with systems of banks, of microfinances, but also serve the VSLS, or the Village Saving and Lending Association. So the framework that we came up with within the financial inclusion strategy is one that is holistic and looks at the different aspects. I would recommend that probably at a later time, the members could go through the United Nations guidelines for consumer protection, which provides a valuable set of principles for setting out the main characteristics of effective consumer protection and legislation, the enforcement, and the systems. And finally, I would say that many times it is about we, the consumers, but also the suppliers. So having a multi-factor authentication is one of those ways of managing the protection aspect of it and regulation, but also enhancing firewalls. So it's both the supplier and the consumer have to be very agile in ensuring that regulation and policy, which has been developed, which is holistic, is enforced. And sensitization plus public education is part of this. Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. So you talked about the financial inclusion strategy, and I think that cuts across African countries, because even for us in Nigeria, we work with, we have a National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which was launched. The first one was 2012, yes, when we started, and we've had to revise those strategies as, of course, as we work and discover some new ways and some other necessary adjustments to be made. And that's actually the foundation, because if you don't have that financial inclusion strategy, if you don't have a strategy, you can't even drive that. So moving from the framework, so we're going to talk about the bridging the digital divide. I don't know if Gerald, if we're okay with your system now.
I hope you can hear me now.
So we can hear your voice. So we want you to enlighten us in terms of bridging the digital divide. You know, we've heard from other speakers, and what I want to help us with and educate us more on is how, despite the significant advancement, yes, there's a lot that has been done on the mobile connectivity, but still many rural and underserved regions still lack reliable internet access. What innovative strategies can stakeholders employ to enhance digital infrastructures in these areas, ensuring inclusive financial services for all? Because, you know, we have so many beautiful solutions out there, but there's still that problem. There's still that connectivity problem, internet access. I know somewhere in my village, the southeast part of Nigeria, I know some locations where you still can, you know, you will not be able to have internet connectivity. So those problems are there. So we'd like to hear from you. What innovative strategies do you think that the stakeholders can employ to enhance this digital infrastructure in these areas?
Thanks, Uche. I think before I even go into the innovative technologies, I think what we need to agree on as a panel or even as regulators sitting in that room is there is a gap in terms of last mile connectivity. And if we really have to get the people that you're talking about in your home area to participate in financial services, we really have to be deliberate about what we are going to be doing about last mile connectivity. You gave us a statistic where you mentioned that 1 billion people are financially excluded. But there's also another statistic that says over 400 million people in Africa lack identity cards. But again, if you look at it, identity cards are actually the basics that one needs when they're opening an account. So without that, it means their participation in the financial sector becomes even more difficult. So what is it that we need the government and even the private sector to do? I think one thing that we have discovered that some countries are already using is, our TV channels, they have what we would call unused frequencies. We can actually use that to make internet accessible to the areas that you're talking about. Because in those areas, they already have a TV channel, but we have frequencies that are not being used. Those can actually be used to extend broadband to those areas. Something that government has to be deliberate about and use such to make sure that at least internet is available. But in areas where maybe internet is intermittent, why don't we maybe offer gadgets that use maybe low bandwidth? Your USSD, our products are on USSD, our products are even on SMS. These are some of the things that we can do. But unfortunately, what we have noticed so far is we are pushing hard on the smartphones, but we are forgetting that in the areas that you've talked about, Uche, there are people who are still using those small phones that we call feature phones. They're not very intelligent. The phones, not the people. So they will not be able to use this broadband that we're talking about. So we really need to be deliberate, excuse me, about what we are giving to the people. Let's not assume that because everyone in the city is already using internet, people in the rural areas are also comfortable with internet. That's one. Number two, where I also think governments need to come around with the private sector as well is where we talk about infrastructure sharing. Yes, companies, mobile network operators are already sharing. Some are sharing, like in my country they're sharing, but as customers, as consumers, we're not enjoying the benefits of them sharing their signal towers. So I personally think regulators really have to come in hard where they've asked MNOs to share infrastructure, then that should also be followed by a reduction in pricing. The last one that I also want to talk about is, I think it's a new technology that has been introduced. It's in South Africa. They're talking about community-owned mesh networks, where there is more like an ISP, but that is not owned by these big guys, where everyone is connected to the other. If one is not connected, obviously the other guys will be directed. It's more like blockchain. They are directed to the next network that is actually working. So it's something that I really think if we put our heads together and implement in these areas that we're talking about, there is a lot that we can achieve. Then, of course, sorry, I said last but not least, we have, like in our case here at MoneyMart, we are piloting what we are calling energy and internet bundling. So our solar company, we have what we call a postpaid, yes, where people have to, it's prepaid, sorry about that. When you're buying your solar, we give you the whole system. When you're paying for it on a monthly basis, you're also getting your internet. So it's something that I think it makes it easier for our customers to access even the markets that we're talking about when you're talking about trade in Africa. Thanks, Richard.
Okay, thank you very much, Jared. Isa, you want to
Yeah,
some
so
points?
I'm privy to some information here in Nigeria, right, where with NCC, I know that there is an initiative that is supposed to have, piloted, but I'm happy that NCC is here. So not only NCC, it goes to all regulators. We need to be as quick as possible, in terms of implementation. I think we have bureaucratic nature of testing the waters and having a pilot in a secluded environment where we can see whether it works or not. You are not taking any risk, right? And this is exactly what drives innovation. So I'm aware of some solution that you can hang on a tree in the rural areas, base stations that can cover between 5 to 10 kilometers, right? And they're as low as $5,000. That's the highest you are going to spend. Meanwhile, in Nigeria today, we are implementing broadband where we want to cover over 90,000 kilometers. That's not going to happen in the next 10 years. I have to be honest with you. Because you have right of way, you have a lot of bottlenecks that are going to definitely challenge that process. So if we have smart, innovative solutions that already exist, and conversations are already going on, I would say pull the trigger. Go there, have a cluster group where you can move into a community, test it. If it works, replicate it across board. And it's far cheaper than the broadband that we are talking about. Because if you are deploying a base station in rural area that is less than $5,000, it's far cheaper than the equipment that federal government has assigned for telcos to bring it into the country. So there are smarter solutions out there. If they exist, please let's implement it and let's not stifle innovation. Thank you.
So what I hear, speed, in implementing, because we have all the solutions around, and that's what you're saying. Speed, let's act fast, and because we've been dragging on it for so long. And the truth is that the consumers, they're ready to use all this product. They're ready for us, but most times we fail them. I say we fail them because they're really, once you call on them, they come out, but we fail them in the sense that we're not ready for them, but they are ready, to use them for technology, and they're ready to be included. So, Jibade, where you sit, you wear two caps, one the partnership, you're also the chairman of CB, and interoperability is something that is also is something that we need to look at. Lack of interoperability amongst digital financial services, hindering seamless transaction. Because you're the chairman of CB, and I know that this is also something you're working together with other stakeholders, what steps can be taken to promote standardized and interoperability across different platforms to enhance user experience and financial inclusion? Because I know CB, you're doing a lot in terms of some of this solutions. So we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you again. Yes, I know that interoperability is still a problem, but it's not much a problem as it used to be. The central bank has done a lot in ensuring interoperability among stakeholders. In fact, the next frontier for the central bank, which the Apex Bank is driving, is open banking, which allows us to standardize the protocols and the syntax that we use in interoperability among the players in the market. By August 2nd, I think, the first draft implementation of that open banking will come into place. What that technically means is that if somebody is integrated to NIPS, for instance, if you have to move to InterSwitch as another switch, the same protocol that you call, you don't have to start rebuilding, because that's one of the major problems. This organization has integrated with this switch, and there are 16 switches in Nigeria, all of them having different codes and syntax that you have to integrate with. So you have to learn the languages or know the programming syntax that these ones have used. But with what we are doing with open banking, what that means is that everybody will follow the same protocol. So interoperability is not much as a problem in today's world as where we are coming from. I know that there are still some switches that have only 7 banks in their bucket, and there are some that have 8 banks or 9 banks, 8 different banks and 9 banks. So interoperability, I'm not saying that it's not a problem, but there are several things that have gone into place, regulations that have gone into place that have mandated everybody to connect to the PTSA. We now have 2 in Nigeria, which is the NIPS and Unified Payment. I know that CB, my organization, and my sister organization there, AMPO, with several other organizations, including STANEF, which Bankers Committee has set up. I've done a lot of industry awareness, collaboration that has forced operators, schemes, players to connect with each other. I remember the other time, 2 big switches in Nigeria, foreign switches in Nigeria, they don't have interoperability among themselves. We have to call them together. You are playing in this our space. We are the ones suffering here. You are not quarreling abroad. You want to come and start quarreling here. Okay, you will go and connect to each other. And then that conversation happened. And today we have interoperability. We still have some bucket of politics among them. This one says, you will not acquire transaction for my card scheme because I don't want to give you. This one, the other say, don't forget that they all have card schemes, they all have processors and all that. But what CBI has done is to call them together through begging, through front face, through, if you have small gentleness, you have to have small craze too. Through small craze, we now have a better industry today whereby there is interconnectivity between them. And we have to learn from what was done in Tanzania. Tanzania has the highest level of interoperability among the players in the country. Nigeria is a big country. We are getting there. It's not bad. We are bad where we are coming from because I am not sure there's anybody in this room who says, I want to transfer to this person and I can't get through. In fact, where there are quarrels between 2 switches, they still see NIPS as the central point whereby they all use to integrate, even though between themselves there's no interoperability. But if they need to do a transaction between themselves, they will still pass through NIPS. What I'm saying is that it can be better. And with the advent of blockchain, whereby we have separated systems that are all connected to the same network, as we move ahead with emerging payments, emerging technologies, you will see a better interoperability among them. And lastly is around educating ourselves. My brother Issa mentioned how government can use social inclusion to promote financial and economic inclusion. How can you want to bring people out of poverty alleviation and then you are giving them cash? That's not accountability and transparency, where we have several solutions that can teach them financial inclusion, bringing them into that dragnet of digitalization. And so training, education, and letting ourselves know, and hands-on training. If you want to give farmers money, why are you giving them money cash? And there can be an ecosystem that can be developed for that place. I was talking to the SSA, to the Vice President on financial inclusion yesterday, and some of the art talks we had was around how we can use social inclusion to bring people into the dragnet of financial and economic inclusion. So with these few points of mine, I think those steps, if we are deliberate about those steps, we are on the right track, but we just need to be more intentional to quickly bring these points home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because of time, because some people need to catch their flight, we'll be ending this session. But before we end, we've heard from the experts, collaboration, leading by example, because we cannot be talking about inclusion and we're still distributing cash to them. It's whatever we teach them, that's what they follow. So if we start by giving them cash and we're not innovating, that's what they will know. And before we end, I just want my panelists to just give me their final words or call to action. We'll start with our online panelists. Jacqueline, just give us your final words, or call to action, so that before we end the session. So we'll start with you. You're muted.
Still muted.
You're muted. Okay, Dr. Harry. Harry. Dr. Henry, we can't hear you, but he's speaking.
Uche, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Jacqueline. Okay, final word.
Right. What resonates very much with me, and I see throughout the conversation, indeed, is collaboration. That's a big takeaway. Whether we're trying to do cross-border, whether it's digital literacy, financial literacy, interoperability, it all boils down to the fact that not one institution, whether private or government institution, can do everything on their own, and that we all have areas of expertise and we can play to our strength when we come together and be able to deliver on the objectives, having the client at the center. So collaboration will be my greatest takeaway. And if there's any call to action, I would say let's collaborate. Whatever we're looking for is the end goal. The client is at the center. We look around us and we're not capable of bringing it all together 100%. Who has that expertise that we can tap into? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gerald? Okay. Who's speaking? Gerald? Can you hear us? I think he's gone up. Okay, Mr. Kajuga, can you hear us? Maybe let's have your final words, please, in 30 seconds. Technical crew, can you help us? I think that there's a bit of, yeah. Okay, I think it's from Dr. Henry's zone. Okay, Gerald, can we have final words from you? Gerald, can you hear us? Final word. You're muted, Gerald. Okay, we'll move to...
Thank you.
John. Oh, okay. Final word in 30 seconds, please.
Okay. I think my cry is actually to the regulators to say there's need for regulators to really speak to the legislature as well. I think in my experience with COMESA Business Council, when you're doing the business case, it actually, we discovered that in COMESA alone, it actually takes more than a year for a bill to be a law. So there are things that we really need to change in terms of digital public infrastructure. But because of the length of time it takes for a bill to be law, sometimes when it becomes law, we already need changes. So there's need for legislation to be aligned in terms of what we need to do as financial, in the financial inclusion space. Let's not just put in lip service to financial inclusion. It's something that we really need to act on, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, can we hear from you? Final word?
Yes. Thank you, Uche. Mine is to say, when we speak about fintech, we need to create for them a framework that allow them an easy entry into the financial service ecosystem. And one way of it is having a unified infrastructure, which is an instant payment system. And my colleague alluded to it, interoperability. Regulator need to come in here to avoid, we have a market that is so much fragmented, and fintech struggle a lot to have multiple integration, multiple endpoints, which end up being very expensive. So we need interoperability, a domestic interoperability. Then we need also to look, when you have a domestic interoperability, you're also able to have collaboration between national switches, regional switches, to allow regional cross-border instant payment, so that with this framework, we are able to have a low-cost cross-border and low-cost domestic transactions. Thank you, Uche, and thanks everyone for having me.
Thank you very much. So, Jibade then, Issa.
Who goes? So for me, I've said everything I want to say, but I want to particularly thank NDIC as a regulator. You will see them coming out to support conversations like this. If you talk about continuous learning for people, you probably won't expect people like that to be out there. But then you still see them sponsoring and also being involved. That's quite commendable. And I want to thank Cyril and the team at RegtechAfrica, third year running, or fourth year running now. Next year, I want to tell you that CB would like to be part of this in a very big way. We have big tickets, we'd like to join you. Thank you for putting this platform together for us.
Thank you so much. Isa, final word before you run.
Yeah, so I will...
Mr. Take a cue from what Mr. Jibade said.
Yes, so AMPO is going to be 100% supporting next time. And Quorum Group as well will be 100% actively involved next year. So Quorum Group is an investment bank based in the US, but with specific focus on SaaS. So for anyone who is a startup in Africa and want to exit, please contact me. We have $7 trillion investment that you can actually, unlock rather. So you can contact me. And finally, I want to thank my brother, because it's not easy. He's been consistent. And I think what I would say is there has to be a communique to all the regulators who are present, because valuable insights, valuable recommendations have been given at this conference. It would be nice for us to move from talking to acting. And let's be intentional about it. Let's be deliberate. I know of a solution that is going to solve the problem of the feature phones, and is going to be launching soon. And that is going to massively drive financial inclusion in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much, my able panelists, and congratulations once again, Mr. Shriel. And like others said, of course, SANEF would want to be part of this next year. You can't discuss financial inclusion without having SANEF on the table. Well done, and thank you to all the attendees that stayed back to listen to this. Thank you very much.
And thank you so very much, Madam Moderator. Please, can we all be upstanding for a group picture? Mr. Cyril, can please come up and down them as well, Mr. Graham, so that we have this moment captured. And I say a big thank you to every single one of us that have been here to this point in time. I understand that it has not been an easy task. We are closing up right now so that we can retire and be back here by 6:30 for the awards, the RegTech Horizon Hall of Fame, and all of the awards that we have that we're recognizing the different organization as the case might be. Have we had the shot? All right, hold on, I'm entering this one. These ones are my people. All right, are we good? Are we good? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate this. Thank you, Mr. Jibade. Thank you, Madam Uche. Thank you so very much, Mr. Issa. You are running off to catch your flight. Now, please be on your way. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask us for some of our speakers and those who have the full access to please have the ushers coordinate them and see exactly how we can get the other matters attended to. And it's been a wonderful moment for all of us. I want to say a big thank you for your patience. At this point in time, the event is wrapped up, and then we're back here 6:30 on the dot for the awards, because we want to wrap up the 2025 edition fully with the awards section. So please make sure you take some time to relax and rest, and you'll be back here by 6:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye till 6:30 p.m. today, and then the weekend stands afterwards. All right, Sammy Dove, over to you guys.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has harmonized all shortcodes in use in Nigeria. The harmonized shortcodes are call center or help desk 300, super code to check all common codes *301#, voicemail deposit retrieval 302, borrow services *303#, stop services *305#, check balance *310#, credit recharge *311 *PIN#, data plan *312#, share services *321#, data plan balance *323#, verification of SIM registration or NIN SIM linkage *996#, DND, that is do not disturb 2442, porting services, that is mobile number portability 3232. Please note that the USSD shortcode *301# is a super shortcode to provide all information on all the other common shortcodes and services.
Do not share your personal information such as your name, phone number, pictures, address, or school name with strangers online. Keep your identity safe and secure. Always use your phone or device where people or parents can see you.
Toby.
It helps to keep you safe and builds your parents' trust in you. Do not click on any pop-ups or links from websites, messages, or while gaming online. They could take you to risky websites that might compromise your personal information. Stop and think before you click to connect. Stay cyber safe.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my ninth guard, dear God. Give me something.
Stay guarded night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay. Beyond banking.
Wealth means different things to different people. It is defined not only by our account balances, but by moments and milestones. It can be about security for the years ahead or for the distant future, protecting what or who you've worked out for. No matter what stage of life you are in or what wealth means to you, start by talking to us. At ICO Capital Limited, we are here to make your financial picture clearer, simpler, and create a plan that gives you the confidence to reach further. Start your conversation with us today.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has harmonized all shortcodes in use in Nigeria. The harmonized shortcodes are call center or help desk 300, super code to check all common codes *301#, voicemail deposit retrieval 302, borrow services *303#, stop services *305#, check balance *310#, credit recharge star 311 star pin hash. Data plan star 312 hash. Share services star 321 hash. Data plan balance star 323 hash. Verification of SIM registration or NIN SIM linkage star 996 hash. DND, that is do not disturb 2442. Porting services, that is mobile number portability 3232. Please note that the USSD shortcode star 301 hash is a super shortcode to provide all information on all the other common shortcodes and services.